The contest in the Gringo and Arica is just one of the most amazing contests ever. It's got everything to offer. It's a big left, it's a big right. Cold waters, barrels, is rammed. The amount of energy and the crowd that just pushes you to go nuts. Just amazing vibe. It's going to be incredible. It's all about making that final dance, going big and coming out on top. I can't wait to get it.
Here we are.
All right, what's up, everybody? Manny V and Alex Leone. Sorry about that, but we're getting all organized here. We are starting the last round, and we're going into the quarterfinals, semifinals, and finals of the trials. Only 6 riders will advance on from this huge pool of trialists, and they will advance on to the main event. The conditions today, El Gringo, a little smaller.
Bit small, but still pumping.
Yeah.
4 to 6 foot.
Yeah.
A little inconsistent, but, you know, we've accounted for that. So we're going out to 25-minute heats, and then we see Liam O'Toole kicking off his campaign there with a nice little tube. So we have Sam Strachan in the red, Liam O'Toole in the white, Brahim Adouche in the yellow, and Adam Cabrera in the blue. And we have just cut into this heat. About 20 minutes left in this heat. We are running 25-minute heats due to the inconsistency of the swell today. And there's been a few exchanges already take place. We will wait for scores to drop from that. But you haven't missed too much. It's only just kicked off. And there we see beautiful El Gringo this morning.
First morning that we've seen the sun come out in the early morning. And look at this.
Sam Strachan pulling in there. Just losing that on the top. Going for a nice forward. But just coming unstuck. So there we see Sam Strachan paddling back out. So once again, I'll just run through that with you. Sam Strachan from Australia in the red. Liam O'Toole from Australia in the white. Brahim Adouche from Morocco in the yellow. And Adam Cabrera from Canary Islands in the blue.
Yeah, the waves did drop off a little bit, but we've just seen a couple massive sets. Actually, Liam O'Toole was too far inside, and he already got cleaned up right at the start of his heat. So there are sets coming in. So stand by and wait for those big ones to come through, because you don't know what these guys are going to put on the line. As you can see, coming up next, you're going to see more riders in heats 5, 7, and 8. Joe Clark getting ready, stretching.
Yeah, so we just welcome you all. Bienvenido to the 2012 Stealth Arica Chilean Challenge.
Yes.
Brought to you by BSC and supported by Movie Star, YouTube, Tomato Surf Shop, and Pan American Hotels.
Woo! I apologize if you catch me coughing on the microphone, but it was a tough one yesterday. Here we are, ladies and gentlemen, out in the water with 10 minutes remaining in this heat. Adam Cabrera is leading the charge. Liam O'Toole is hot on his heels. Brahim only needing a 3.4 to get into that second place spot. You can see Sasha Specker on the inside of those competitors taking the water action photos. And I believe he may have a video camera on top of his water housing as well. And then Sam Strachan only needing a 5.56. So, again, there are some sets, some 5-foot sets, 6-foot sets still rolling through. And as you can see, there's one coming in right now. Who is going to be in position to take a look at this? It looks like Adam Cabrera looking at the right-hander, dropping in. Nice, clean bottom turn. Slides under the pocket. Nice, clean pocket right there. Gets covered up just for a little bit and then comes to the inside. Nice roll. So clean wave right there for Adam Cabrera, but out the back in yellow. Brahim Idosh in the yellow jersey from Morocco. I've never thought, growing up in a small town, Imperial Beach in San Diego, California, that I would be broadcasting and telling you how well this guy from Morocco is doing. So it's cool to see a pretty solid crew of Morocco bodyboarders coming out. But Abrim is holding up the flag high for Team Morocco.
There we go. Sam Strachan, have a look at this one. Scooping in under the barrel there. can he get a ramp on the end of this? We'll have to wait and see. No, he just ducks through. So Sammy Strachan will be looking to better that score. Liam O'Toole sits out there with priority, still waiting for another set to approach.
He's taking a look at this one. No, he's going to opt not to go on that one. Look at Sasha Specker on the inside, getting all the shots, the water action shots, and talking to his friends that are on, in the heats.
There we go. And we had an update last night. Diego Cabrera is he's doing okay. He's in the hospital. He's slowly recovering, so it's good news. I mean, still hard to tell, but for his family and friends, if they're watching, he's in good spirits and he seems to be going okay. But we'll give you another update later on.
Yeah, he's just one of the few bodyboarders that have been getting worked out here on this heavy wave. Liam O'Toole in the white jersey dropping in. Nice cover shot. As you see him using his legs, spreading his legs to slow down, bringing them back together to speed up, and he's maneuvered that barrel perfectly.
That's right, Liam O'Toole from the Gold Coast in Australia. And we will be finishing the trials today. So we will find our final 6 that will be going into the main event, which will be starting tomorrow, I believe, Manny.
That's crazy. I mean,
big swell coming.
Only 6 riders out of this huge pool of trialists.
100 and
over 100, and only 6 will be advancing on. The odds are not in your favor if you're starting from round number 1 in the trials, but there's a couple guys that are still pushing through. Next heat, you're going to see Joe Clark, Alejandro Hernandez, Diego Roberto, Paulo Barcelos, and then you're going to see Jacob Romero, Adam Morley, Doug Smith, Nicholas Bastos. Those are the guys coming up next, but currently out in the water. Heat number 6. Yes, of 8 in round number 6.
And there's Joe Clark just warming up, getting his VS board ready, pumping up to some G-Unit or whatever he's listening to. Another Aussie in the back there, Doug Smith. He did well yesterday. Advancing through, you'll see him in Heat 8 of this round. He'll be coming up against Jacob Romero from Hawaii, and Nicholas Bastos from Brazil, and Adam Morley, the South African.
Wow, this is the first time the sun has peeped out in the early morning, and I love it. I mean, it just puts a whole different dimension on what we see out here. Would have been nice to have some big waves come through, but
that'll come tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm not complaining. Once again, welcome everybody. This is Manny V and Alex Leone holding it down for the first heat here at the Stealth Arica Chilean Challenge presented by BSC.
And there we see the scores on your screen there with Cabrera in first, Liam O'Toole in second, and Brahim in third, and Semi on 8.6 in fourth. So Sam's chasing a 6.03 and Brahim's chasing a 3.87. So it's still very close for that second position fight. And as we see Adam taking off here, looking for a bowl.
Oh, nice move right there from Airam Cabrera. He's fearless today. I mean, he's catching. He's on a roll. He's in the first spot position right now, and he's just catching every wave that's inside. It seems like he's hungry.
He's hungry, yeah.
He had a good night's sleep, that's for sure.
And we see Artem pat him back out as he looks on here. And
Brahim Idosh, nice clean move right there on the inside and pulls it off. So Abrim Idosh, Morocco. I never thought I would be saying I'm from Morocco.
Yeah.
But apparently there's some solid waves. I have yet to go to Morocco, and I hear there's unreal waves over there, so I need to get my butt over there.
Yeah, that's it. It's close to the Canary Islands too, isn't it? It's on the top of Africa, very close to the Canary Islands. So they get those swells too that Canaries get. Here we go, Sam Strachan backdooring this section here. Nice barrel for Sammy Strachan. Comes out with a double forward there.
Does he get extra points for those hair flails?
So Liam O'Toole opting to not take that wave there as we see him scratching for this one coming out the back. It's a solid one here. It's no one in position though. Yeah, so no one in position for that solid one. It's catching people out there. See a few of the Aussie boys there. Lester, Hardy and Stoney.
Airam Cabrera once again slides under another pocket, another barrel right there and ends that wave with a nice roll right there. Can you frame that? Ladies and gentlemen, once again, this is Manny V and Alex Leon holding it down for the Stealth Arica Chilean Challenge presented by BSC. So if you haven't seen the highlight clip from yesterday, make sure you check it out on our YouTube channel, youtube.com/IBA.
And we have to warn them that, we didn't have a can of Airguard to spray Damien King, the pest. He was getting in the camera a little, but you'll see it. And actually, Damien King's got his podcast released today, so check it out.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, look at that. Just cranking off the inside reef right there. We are in the last few minutes of heat number 6 of round number 6. We're going to finish off round number 6, jump right into the quarterfinals, semifinals, and finals. And then we're going to end the trials today. Only 6 riders will advance on to the main event. And here's a look. Only 2 minutes, 20 seconds remaining with Brahim Idosh taking the lead now. Whoa. Liam O'Toole needing a 6.17 and Sam 6.76. All right. Is this up and working now?
Yep, it's working.
All right, cool. Looks like
We
Dave
got our
Winchester
scores, and
is on the outside of the commentators area, and he looks like he's going to be popping in here for a couple heats. Oh, no. Oh, one of the tech guys was walking up the stairs and just bashed his knee on the last step. Poor guy. All right, once again, another beautiful day here. This time we have sun in the early mornings here and on Scorpion Island just outside of Arica. And we are winding down heat number 6, round number 6, with 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining. The Morocco rider possibly taking out 2 Australians and the Canary Island rider in that first place spot. Top 2 riders advancing on. What we're going to see today is 25-minute heats all the way up until the final, and the final will be 30 minutes long. So ton of action ready to go down today.
And, Manny, I'm on coffee duty, so I'm going to go and grab a coffee and interview the heat winner of this. So I'll go downstairs, and you know what? I'm going to bring Dave Winchester in to replace me. So
you got it. All right, we'll see you
downstairs.
Yeah, we'll see you down at the bottom of the scaffolding with all the winners of the following heats. Wow, Brahim with that solid 6.67 ride, his second highest scoring wave, was enough to pull ahead of Airam Cabrera and Liam O'Toole and Sam Strachan. Dave Winchester, good morning.
Good morning, Manny. How are you?
I'm doing all right. How about yourself?
Yeah, good. I just got out of the water just before. One of the last ones in. And, there's a couple of little contestable waves out there, so you got to be a little bit picky. But you've seen the guys get some pretty good scores in this heat.
Were there any monster sets coming through, or has it slowed down compared to the last few days?
It's definitely slowed down. We saw that yesterday afternoon, and then this morning's pretty similar. But it looks like there's a pretty good set coming in right now. You just sort of got to be pretty picky and hopefully get the longer ones. So they've been getting a lot of short little nugget kind of barrels, but the longer ones will score better.
All right, Winnie, as you can see on your screen, along with everybody else, the time has counted down, but obviously the timer was not reset to 25 minutes. So these are 25-minute heats. So we have about 4 minutes remaining in this heat. So there's still a chance for Liam and Sam to come back from 3rd and 4th place, respectively. So, again, 25-minute heats in round number 6. We're going to jump into the quarterfinals with 25-minute heats and semifinals with 25-minute heats. Then we're going to end the day with a 30-minute final. Top 2 waves will be scored. Top 2 riders will advance on to the next round of heats.
Hey, you can see the guys just sitting out there now in the water, and they're just waiting for those big sets to come through. So hopefully we can see it through a few more push through. But it's just so sunny, and it's really offshore. The conditions are perfect. You don't really get sun here in the morning, so everyone's got a little bit more of a spring in their step, and everyone's got a bit more of a smile on their face this morning.
It could be because the waves dropped just a little bit too. Well, at least for some of the guys, because I know I talked to a few riders and they were pretty scared out there when it was massive.
Yeah,
it's just a heavy wave.
Yeah, it's really intimidating, especially if you haven't surfed it that much. See Sam there sitting on the end of it. He's just trying to wait for it. He just needs a 6 point. What does Sam need? I think he needs in the 6 range, 6.7. So not sure if he's going to get that. Looks like they're all going to battle for this one. Tooley looks like he's pretty deep in the white. Yellow, he's going to get this. This looks like a good wave. You just see him scoop under the lip there. And,
denied.
Just caught him. Look at that barrel. It was a pretty short and foamy one, though. Like the foam ball kind of ate that wave up. So well, he's in first anyway, so he didn't really need the score. It's just a bit of a block there almost. Stopped the other guys from getting that wave. So
was there a way for him to get into that wave a little earlier and get into that pocket, or was it just not the right spot for him to be?
Sort of bent. He really needed to dig those legs in. There you see all the Aussie boys: Dave Hub, Rigby, Kingy, Lester, Hardy, Stoney, Gornell, Eric Roy,
Trevor Cam,
Jonesy, Novi. Luke Kingy, always centre of attention.
Oh man, yeah, he was up here making sure we gave a shout out to his podcasts, which are always fun to watch.
Yeah.
And if you haven't seen the clip from yesterday, you're in for a treat too.
There might be something going on. They're all looking out. Here goes Tooley. Needs a 6.7, and it's not really what you want at this time in the heat, is it?
That was the throw in the towel ride right there from Liam O'Toole. I mean, he needed a pretty high score wave in the last minute, 6.17, and he knew nothing was going to come in, so that might have been it.
You see a couple of Sam's paddling for this one. He might get this little inside one just before the buzzer, I think. He's going to have to get something special on it, though, isn't it? It's a nice little nugget. He drops in, gets nice, clean roll out. He's going to ride those to the channel, really milk it. It needed a pretty high score, though. I don't know if he's going to get a 6.7 just because of the size of the wave.
Yeah.
I'd probably say no. If it was a bigger wave and he got that barrel and did that roll, I would have said yes. But judging on what the other guys, going off what the other guys' scores have been, I wouldn't say. He'd be in the sort of somewhere in the similar to his other scores in the fives.
Liam just not getting the right waves in his last few minutes of this heat, which he needs. And it could be the end of the road for the two Aussies, Liam O'Toole and Sam.
Looks like they're going to be out. The set comes right on the buzzer, but no, a little bit too late.
Wow, I love that buzzer.
This is going to be a pretty nice wave, actually, this one. Blue's just stroking into it after the heat. Look at that. You'd say that was the best.
Well, unfortunately, that won't be scored for Airam Cabrera, who comes in second in this heat. And it is the Morocco rider, Brahim Idosh, taking the win. So Airam Cabrera and Brahim will advance on to the quarterfinals, just one step closer to getting into the main event. Sasha Specker's out there with his water housing, and I believe he has a little GoPro on top of his water housing.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so he's getting video and photos out there.
Just multitasking, and Mitch Rawlings is also out in the water next to him. He's sitting out there with a 50 mil. I'm not sure if he's pulling any focus, but we'll see what happens when we come in.
All right, once again, Manny V here with Dave Winchester, and we're going to give you the lowdown for the next two heats here in round number 6, heat 7 and 8 out in the water currently. We have Joe Clark, Alejandro Hernandez, Diego Roberto, and Paulo Barcelos. Very interesting heat out here starting off the campaign right now. Joe Clark.
Look at this. He's nice little wave. He's going to look for something big off the end, and he really wanted to do an air, I think, then. You just saw him trimming. Joe's got a really nice trim style. He's kind of high off his board, but he's really, really fast, and you just saw him trimming then, and he just wanted that big bowl at the end, but it just didn't do it for him. So
you were out there earlier today. Is there a place now with these conditions? Oh, how's that? He's going out to go get some grub.
Yeah.
How's that motor in the back?
I know. He's got a spare one on there too. They're so loud, those things. But they do the job, don't they? They get the fish.
There he is. Somebody wave to him.
Yeah.
Well, you were out there earlier. There's Mitch on his board right there with the
Yeah.
50. Is there a do or die break or like a place on the wave where you say, okay, I got to cut out before you do that last maneuver and get onto the inside section? Or do you just go for it?
Yeah, it's pretty. I mean, when it's small, it gets really, really intense on that end bit. Sometimes you can't see it on screen. They you almost need to pan out a bit and show how close those rocks are. But I did a little reverse out of the bowl this morning, and I kind of landed a bit backwards, and I was just thinking, this is not good. I wasn't in the best position, but I didn't end up hitting the reef, so luckily it was pretty shallow. So yeah, I find when it's small like this, it's almost a little bit more dangerous for the rocks, for hitting the rocks.
And when it's smaller, a lot of people have a tendency to let their guard down and forget that, you know what, the rocks haven't moved. They're still there. I mean, the reef is still there, ready to, cut you up with the barnacles. So hopefully everybody just remembers that out in the water in white, dropping in on this one.
His late little drop and kind of just scoops under there, but they're sitting pretty wide on the shoulder right now. I think they need to push a little bit deeper. There will be a couple of wide sets there on the end bowl, but I think for the big scores, they should be a tiny little bit deeper. But when it's small like this, the peaks are really shifty. So they can get some on the end, some in the middle, some over to the right. But the rights were really fickle this morning. They were hard to sort of choose which ones were going to have a nice clean bowl and which ones were going to surge onto the rocks.
How's your trip been so far?
Yeah, it's been really fun, except we got our weddy stolen yesterday. So
oh, no.
It's always a bummer, but all good. But, yeah, I mean, the sun's out today, and we had a really nice little afternoon last night at the Jesus statue up the top there.
Yeah, El Moro.
So, yeah, it was a really nice sunset, really pink and sort of orange. So, look at Joe, he's just sniffing on the inside. He wants to go deeper, Joe. Seeing red, he wants to... Paulo really knows this wave well, though, as well.
We're seeing Paulo Barcelos yesterday dropping into 3 consecutive left-hand barrels, and each one was just too deep and was not able to pull out or come out of the barrel. So he changed it up a little bit, caught it right, regained, and was able to get back in rhythm and was able to pull off the second place and advance into this heat. So the lefts are the call.
Yeah, especially today with this sort of smaller conditions, the left is a bit more open and you're going to get the better scores on it. Paulo's one of those amazing riders. So you'd say his forte is heavy lefts. I mean, you look at him at Pipeline and Tahiti, at Chopu. I mean, he's proved himself at both those places, charges those big left barrels, and so that's why he loves coming to Arica and getting those big left barrels. He's gone really well in the comp in quite a few years in a row, so he's just going to bide his time, and doesn't look like there's too much happening right now. The boy's just sitting there, and no one's really locked in any solid scores. So,
well, he can't sit too long. We saw what happened yesterday with Hermano Castro. He just sat and sat and sat, waiting for those big sets to come through, and they didn't come through for the entire heat. And he ended up, I believe, with just one wave on his scorecard. And he didn't make it through his heat, but he was waiting too long. So it could backfire.
Yeah, it's hard. They've got about, I'd say, 22 minutes to go, or 20 minutes. So he'll wait a while for his first one. I reckon that's what you tend to do. You wait a while for your first wave, if it's sort of slow like this, but not a while for your second wave.
Yeah.
So
you need to get one solid one under your belt.
Yeah. So it looks like they're going to have a little scrap for this one. Paulo's wants to paddle into this. You see him just look at the right, scoop into that little left barrel, clean little barrel. He's going to want something out of this. He does. He gets a nice clean roll out, and he'd be pretty close to the end bowl there.
Oh,
just
look
saw
at
it
that.
Start gurgling. He's pushing onto the rocks.
Oh, no.
It was right near the end. He was. So.
I wish. I don't know if we can get the camera guy, but he's just going to roll right off of the reef right there. Oh.
You just sort of saw him when he landed that roll, how shallow it was actually getting. So.
All right, hey, check this out, winning. We do have the winner of the last heat downstairs with Alex Leon. Alex, where you at, brother? There he is. You're live.
First of blue, 5.77.
There you are. Okay, step one, mount to mic.
Yeah, g'day guys, down here with
Ibrahim Adouche from Morocco, last heat winner there. Congratulations, Ibrahim, on that win.
Thank you. I'm so happy to get a good 2 waves, and I hope to qualify in top 6 in the trials. I'm so happy.
Yeah, you did a nice flip there on that left. It was a good landing and well executed, mate.
Yeah, before I catch one, but I didn't take a barrel. So I think the maneuver it's more better than barrels in this wave because it's small. So I get the first one, I get backflip, and I get 7 points, and I'm so happy. And another one get good iris, and I'm so happy to qualify in the quarter final now. And I must work really hard now to get in the top 6.
Yeah, well done, mate. You're holding it down for the Moroccans here, so I'm sure a few of the Moroccan boys back home are watching you. And good luck in the quarterfinals.
Thank you. All right, cheers. Viva Morocco.
All right, back to you, Manny, in the booth.
Morocco. That's amazing. I mean, he put it down on the wire today, and hopefully he'll make it to the top 6. Only 6 riders will advance on to the main event.
Yeah, he looked pretty pumped, didn't he? Good on him.
Yeah.
He had a pretty tough heat and came through with the goods. But right now we still haven't seen any big scores getting locked in. You see Joe Clark just sitting out there waiting. It looks like he's looking around a little bit. There might be something coming, so hopefully we start to see him kick into something in a second. Gosh, that'll be pretty intense coming back to watch the semi-finals, won't it? They got to finish third or above in the semi, so you get 4th in that semi, you don't make the main event.
That's brutal.
It's really putting the pressure, isn't it? Putting the pressure on.
I hate those situations where there's only one of you in a heat that's not going to make it.
Oh.
And that's what's going to happen in the semifinal. There's 4 competitors. 2 will advance on to the final. 3rd and 4th will not advance on to the final, but 3rd place in the semifinals, you're golden into the main event. 4th place, sorry, Charlie.
Yeah, it's pretty, it'd be pretty intense. You know, it's all you think you just have to beat. You're in a 4-man heat. You just have to beat one person. That's it. You just got to beat one.
Yeah.
And if you don't, you don't make it. So, you know, those 2 people will be pretty devastated. But we've seen Paulo Barcelos. He locked in a 5.77 for his nice little barrel and roll. Here he goes again on an inside little nugget. And again, he's going to try and get a roll out of this onto the rocks, hopefully. No, into the channel this time. So Paulo just sort of capitalising on that little inside one. And as I said, he wait a while for his first one, get a good one, and then try and just keep building on it. So, because the 3 other riders haven't really got too big of scores yet. Looks like Joe's paddling for this thing. There's something coming. So here he goes. Oh, this looks like a nice looking little wave. He scoops late under on the foam ball. Look at that.
Perfect takeoff. Oh man, you can't. That was a textbook way of riding that wave. Exactly. I mean, the way he stalled and dropped into that wave, scooped into the barrel before he even got to the bottom was textbook.
Yeah, he couldn't have done anything more on that wave. He was really late into it. It looks like Yellow here. He's paddling into a nice little insider, but it's going to throw this one. Look at this. Late bottom turn into it.
Diego
It's
Roberto.
a nice, clean barrel there. He rides out into the channel, maybe throws a little reverse spin on the end, just try and get a couple extra points. But yeah, so now we've got scores coming in for Joe in red and Diego in yellow. So this will be interesting. Now we've actually got a heat.
Yes. So out in the water, ladies and gentlemen, here's what you're looking at from Brazil. Paulo Barcelos in the blue jersey is leading the charge. Diego Roberto, his second wave has not dropped yet, but he looks like he will be, sitting steady in that second place position. He is from Brazil. Alejandro Hernandez comes to us from Venezuela. He's in third, and Joe Clark still, actually, we're still waiting for his scores to drop as well.
Yeah, he'd only had one wave before that. So here we go, wide on nice little inside one. We opts to go round that, but get a nice little roll off the end. But yeah, he probably would have wanted to slide under that lip and get into it. He's maybe a little bit too late.
Alejandro Hernandez from Venezuela in the white jersey opting to go around the section, which is not, you're not going to get the bigger scores as if you were going to pull into the barrel. So scores are still dropping, and we'll get those to you ASAP. Jacob Romero.
Yeah, we saw him at box just going mental that whole time, and Now he's come to Arica, hopefully do the same. Paulo again in a little barrel. Oh, that's a deep little one.
Oh,
I think he
saw
was
him
still
just
in
a
there.
little bit.
He was still in there, wasn't he? But he got pretty close then. You just saw his head for a little bit of a second. So that little round head in there.
He does have a round head. Looks like a globe.
I like to call him. I call him soccer ball head. But he likes to call me Scarecrow. So
yeah. Well, if Paulo wins this heat, we'll get him interviewed. Then you can see how round his head really is.
Yeah. So if you see him down the street, obviously don't call him soccer ball head. He won't be too happy. But
no.
it's only, I just get to call him that because he calls me Scarecrow. So.
All right. Well, he's here cruising with his lovely. They're newlyweds. His lady and him just got married in Hawaii back in February. So she's here with him on the camera the whole time. She's on it.
Yeah, that's putting her to work. Well, there's Dougie Smith getting ready for his next heat. Walks down the stairs. Watch your head going down there.
Yeah, there's a bar at the very bottom.
Yeah, I felt the wrath of that one yesterday.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. This is the 2012 IBA World Tour stop number 3 of 8. And we are here in Chile for the Stealth Arica Chilean Challenge, brought to you by BSC. Manny V and Dave Winchester holding it down for the next couple heats, and then Mark McCarthy should be popping in here for the first heat of the quarterfinals. We're going to see Jake Stone and Thomas Rigby, PLC, and Ben Player coming into the commentator's booth as well.
It's been a pretty slow heat. There was a couple of waves at the start.
Because it's slow, we'll be back right after this. So shout out to Stealth for coming through with the sponsorship of this event. Always support those that support the sport. I'll say that till I die. And if you don't know who that is, email me and I'll send you a list. All right, so here we are in heat number 7 of 8 in round number 6. Again, top 2 advancing on to the quarterfinals here for the trials. Waiting patiently. Mother Nature did calm down after the first 3 days of competition. It was massive on the first day, and people were actually getting, lickings. Look at this out the back. Take a look.
Diogo, he's in yellow. He's in first spot, and he just slides into this little one. Over that little shocky. Nice little foam ball sort of shocky ride there, and a little kind of flop roll out.
Kind of force that roll just to get, do one more maneuver before he pops out of that wave. And he won't be deducted points because of the style or forced maneuvers, but it's not going to add too many either.
No, he's trying to get rid of his 4.77. That's his second highest wave scoring. So I'm not too sure if he'll get that. Could be close. I'm not too sure, but we'll see. But he's in first spot right now. Paulo Barcelos is in second. Joe Clark in third. You see Joe scooping into this nice little one. Look at that, just digs the legs. He gets on the rail. He's just stalling.
Look at that.
He's just staying in that pocket. Nice little roll out. And he'll be pretty happy with that wave. And we see Paulo straight into another one out the back. Oh, that was a deep, heavy one, wasn't it? Foaming. Is he coming out? Yes, he is. He'll be close to the rocks again.
Damn.
Third wave of the set, White just drops in into a nice little barrel. Oh, he wasn't really that deep.
Ride.
Yeah, pocket ride, little cutty on the end, and he's going to kick out of that one. Those 3 guys getting a nice little exchange.
Joe Clark, by far, getting the best of it. I mean, his maneuvering through the barrel, just stalling pretty much the entire time with his legs and pulling back on his board or just hitting the brakes on his board, and was able to stay in that barrel much longer than most of the other guys.
Yeah, he was needing a 4.97 to go to first. So you'd think he would jump up. The other guys did get good waves. Paulo's wave was actually pretty good, and his second scoring wave was a 4.17 at the time, so you'll definitely see him go up as well. Diego in yellow, who was in first before. There we go. Joe Clark's wave came in at 6.33.
Oh, big
roll
extended
out
roll
the back.
right there.
Run to the barrel.
And he comes out.
I dare say that would be the biggest kind of lip move we've seen in this heat for sure. So Diego in yellow was still holding down first position. So Joe slid into second and Paulo in third, but I think Paulo still had a score coming through.
Wow, that was a pretty heavy wave exchange right there in the last few minutes of this heat. All riders thrown in their best in these last few minutes, and it could be there's another set out the back. You spent a lot of time in the finals here at Arica Chilean Challenge. I see you took it back in 2010, but you also spent a lot of time in the finals. 2008 against, or actually the semifinal against GT, and you were in the final yesterday against GT, or last year with GT.
Yeah.
What does it take to get to that? I mean, into the finals here.
When it's big, it's really tiring, and you just got to be super fit and super ready, and you just know that there's going to be some big ones coming your way. Oh, Joe, nice spin off the takeoff. You're going to drag the legs under the pocket. Nice riding there from Joe Clark. Nice little reverse off the end. That was how smooth was that. He mixed it up. You know, his other ones, he just stalled into them, and he just thought, okay, I'll chuck a spin in here, do something different. And, you know, the judges haven't seen that today, so I think they'll reward him for that. He's trying to better a 4.93, and personally, I think he should probably get it.
That's the first time I think we've seen it in the event where somebody did a nice, clean, smooth spin on the takeoff right before sliding into the barrel. So
yeah, it's usually you don't really have that much time on the left to get into them and do that. But it was funny this morning. I took off on one, and I probably could have done 3 before it. And I was like, Les was like, you should have done a few spins. I was like, I know, it's still too dark though, so I wasn't too sure.
All right, we are still waiting for a couple more scores to drop down, but Joe Clark will definitely improve on that 4.93, I think. Yeah, we're still waiting for the scores to drop.
You see Diego in yellow in first place on a 12.37. We're still waiting for a score from Joe to come in. He needs a 6.05 to go to first. So I'm not too sure if he'll get that, but it should be close.
All right, there's the keyhole we've been talking about, just the really deep crevice in the reef where people are jumping in and paddling out. But it's only like 2 meters or 6 feet wide, and that's all you get. That's all you get to be able to get out there without any worry until you get just past it, and then you do have to worry about the sets coming in and closing out on you. But today seems a lot more mellow than days before.
Yeah, it is. This morning when I jumped off, it sucked almost dry. You get that narrow little channel, except you see those rocks on the right and then the left. There's just a few random ones that stick out. So sometimes you think you're safe, but you're not.
Oh.
So you just got to, you just jump in paddling, just get out of there as soon as you can. And, coming in can be a task when it's big as well. When all the water moves out that keyhole, you just can't get back in. So, and you don't want to catch a big whitewater into it. So all those little things that you stand on there, they're all like little mussels and barnacles, and they're so sharp. You can just see them on those rocks right near the water.
So fortunately, Diego Cabrera is okay. I mean, he's one of those guys that suffered an injury that put him in the hospital. He's still in there. He's going to take a couple more days to recover before he leaves. So we're wishing the best for Diego. But what other injuries have you heard or wipeouts have you heard about?
There's been so many injuries of people just hitting the reef, really bad bangs. So I know Maury banged his calf really, really bad. There's your heat winner from the heat before. And then, just a lot of people get really bad bangs. See, Paulo, he's trying to really Is he going to get the score? He's in third place. He needs a score and not much time left. So I think he's going to try and get back out there. But it's such an intense reef in there. And so, I mean, when you hit them, a lot of the time I think everyone hits it hard. Yeah. So they're not getting really bad. It's not like Indo or something like that where you're getting a lot of scratches and things like that. If you hit it, you're getting bruised, like a deep bruise or, I don't know.
Liam O'Toole hit his hip, I believe, on one of his first sessions out here.
Yeah, he had a big bruise on the hip. So Yellow, he's just sliding into that barrel nice. So that was actually a pretty good barrel. The end bit just sort of foamed down. He couldn't ride out of it. He should be right, though. He's sitting pretty in first spot. So see Joe just kicking out to this last one. He's just going to try and get another little score on the end.
Looks like
Not too sure if Paulo's going to get back out there in time for another wave. He might do. Here goes Joe. Long bottom turn. He wants something big here. He'll cut into the pit. Little stall.
Oh, nice. He looks like he's just having fun out there now.
Yeah, he had a really good heat. It was pretty. The waves were slowed down a little bit, and he just sort of chose the right one. He had like 3 or 4 pretty good ones. So, and each one just kept getting a little bit better.
Looks like there's a little bump out the side. It looks like on your screen, but when I glanced over the fence, it's nothing really coming through right there. All right, here we are. I believe we have about 5 more minutes. You do see 0-0 on your score, on your screen as far as the time, but these are 25-minute heats, and our timer has yet to reset that to 25 minutes. It is still on 20, but here we go out the back. It is Alejandro Hernandez.
He needs a big score. He needs a 9 to go to second. So it's going to help his cause. I just don't know if it's going to be enough time for him to get out the back and get another wave, though. You need a 9 to be second or 9.44 to be first. So 20 seconds to go. It's not going to be enough time for Paulo to get the 6.17 that he needs.
Oh, no. So Diego Roberto wasn't really getting pretty crazy out there. He was just being consistent with some solid, clean, long barrels, and Mitch Rollins and Ryan Hardy taking a look at something.
Yeah, hopefully Mitch gives us an indication if the shots were sharp or not, if he pulled focus. Judging now, I don't know, he's got a little grin on his face, but I don't know. Here we see Joe just paddling for this last little wave here. He looks like he wants to go right, maybe. Oh. He's going to scoop into a nice little pit here, and that's a bit of fun. Little forward out of there. Is there enough time for Paulo to get another wave? He needs a pretty good score, so Paulo's just waiting.
Paulo chasing his 6.17 for that second place position. Joe Clark is in that second place position, so hopefully Joe... there could be something out the back. I don't know if Paulo Barcelos is going to be in position. There is time.
There is 20 seconds to go now, and there it's an absolute bomb. No, on the buzzer, Paulo Barcelos. He's scooped into this nice-looking little barrel.
Paulo Barcelos comes out of that barrel.
Comes out, and if he gets a nice roll off this, I dare say he got Joe Clark right there.
No. Paulo Barcelos, 6.17 is what he was after. To knock Joe Clark out of that spot.
Well, that was one of the best waves of the heat. I thought I mean, it was a pretty nice, clean barrel. The size of the set was a little bit bigger than we had seen. And he just took off right on the buzzer. So, Joe, he's not going to be happy, but it's competition, isn't it?
Oh, no. We're going to give you that result as soon as we hear it. But we have started heat number 8, the last heat of round number 6. Jacob Romero in red from Hawaii. Adam Morley, the South African, in the white jersey. In yellow from Australia, Doug Smith. And in blue, Nicholas Bastos from Brazil.
Paulo's score came through and it just wasn't enough.
It wasn't.
No, it wasn't.
Oh, no.
So...
Bummer for Paulo, but very lucky for Joe Clark.
I mean, it would have had to have been really, really close.
Unreal. Well, we're going to wait for that score to drop on our scorecard.
this next heat should be a cracker.
All right, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. Sneaking through right there with first place is Diego Roberto. Second place, Joe Clark holds on to that second place spot. Unfortunately, Paulo Barcelo's last wave coming in at a 5.57. Alejandro Hernandez from Venezuela putting in a good effort in the last, couple days.
Yeah, this next heat's going to be a cracker. Adam Morley finished right on the cusp last year, right on the cusp of the qualifying tour. I think he finished 9th. So, he's there. He can do it. As you see, Blue just stroke into this ride. He's going to kind of race it towards the end and hope for a ramp off the end, but it could get pretty shallow.
Nicolas Bastos.
Yeah, so he pulled through that one.
Oh, Jacob Romero out the back. Pulls into a deep pit. Is he going to come out with the spit and the foam ball? Hold it on tight. Can he come out?
He's coming. Where is he? Oh, he is coming. There's some rocks there.
Get out of there.
Oh, he pushed all the way. He pushed past the keyhole there. It was on the other side of the keyhole. See the rocks on the right there? That was solid.
How do you come out of that?
I don't know.
It's like you got to hold on. You got to hold on to your board and maintain. I don't know how he did that. Great ride for Jacob Romero.
Here we go, Dougie Smith from Australia. Oh, big clean roll. Lands in the pocket. He's going to get another little one here. Oh, just kind of the foam caught him on that second little roll. So a little shake of the head and get the water out of the ear and get back out there, Dougie. I'm interested to see how they score Jacob's first wave. We just missed the takeoff on it, but looked like a pretty heavy pit, one of the heaviest and biggest pits of the morning. So we should see a good score coming through if they thought he came out clean enough. He'll definitely get pinned a little bit for not the clean exit, but if they call it a make, then it'll definitely still be a good scorer.
All right, if you're just joining us here in Chile, this is Manny V with Dave Winchester holding it down on the commentating area. And currently out in the water, we do have heat number 8, round number 6 here at the Stealth Arica Chilean Challenge presented by BSC. Jacob Romero in the red jersey, Adam Morley in white, yellow, Doug Smith, and in blue, Nicolas Bastos. So the last few days, we've seen some pretty hectic wipeouts, some big moves, big barrels, and now Mother Nature has seemed to calm down just a little bit for the finals here, the final day of the trials, but still some good waves coming through.
Yeah, these guys are going to bust pretty big and some big sets coming, so I'm pretty amped to see these guys go big in the semis. They're the real crucial round, so here we go, the big set. See Blue just sliding. Oh, he just missed out on that first little barrel. He's going to try and get something on the end here.
Nicolas Bastos.
It nearly looked like it was going to do it.
You have to slide.
Jacob on this foamy little one.
You have to slide in on the barrel, into the barrel on that takeoff, or you're just going around that whole section and you're going to lose the entire wave.
Yeah, if you miss that sort of first bit, if you hesitate or you're a little bit late and you miss getting in that barrel, you don't really get enough speed to slide into to carry the whole wave out. You're always behind it, so you just got to get in there, and that's where the speed is, in that pocket, in that barrel. You can come out.
All right, check it out. We do have Alex Leon downstairs with the winner of the last heat. Alex, where you at, brother?
Yeah, thanks, guys. Down here with Joe Clark from the Gold Coast, Australia, and coming second in that one, Joe. Advancing through, mate. Must be pretty stoked.
Yeah, pretty stoked. It was pretty much flat out there for half the heat, and I was getting a bit worried, but snuck into a couple. I was pretty stoked.
Yeah, tell the all the viewers out there what the conditions are like. It's a bit small today, so it's a bit more trying, isn't it?
Yeah. There's like a good 5 minutes between sets, and it's breaking a little bit closer to the rocks. Like when it's a bit bigger, it breaks out a bit further. So you just gotta pick the right ones and hope you don't get smashed on the rocks.
And there's more of a dominant left today, not many rights coming through. We saw you go one right-hander, sort of tuck in, backdoor a little tube there, but definitely the lefts are more variable today.
Yeah, for sure. The right's are more dominant when it's bigger, and today it's just more lefts. Like, that's where the scoring option is today. Yeah.
Yeah, and so you're loving Arica. The town's welcomed you in nicely, and how do you find it up here?
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I'm a bit rattled with the earthquake warnings and stuff like that. Other than that, yeah, it's pretty nice and chilled. It's a good, relaxing place.
Well, Joe, good luck, mate. You've moved into the quarterfinals of the trials, and long way from home, mate, so you're doing the Aussies proud.
Yeah. Cheers, mate. NBC.
All right, Manny, back to you in the booth, mate.
Welcome back, everybody. Unfortunately, we apologize for the graphics down there. We're going to switch those up. Make sure Alex Leon is on the left side, and the winner was actually Diego Roberto. And Diego Roberto, I don't know where he was, but we got a hold of Joe Clark, so we did Joe Clark, and he's pumped.
Yeah, it was close to a call there at the end, so pretty stoked to see him go through. And as we said before, this next semi-final, the semi-finals are going to be intense to watch. They're just going to... But still, I'm looking at the first quarter-final here on the sheet, and Nick Omrod, Sasha Specker, Charlie Chaplin, Damien King. These could possibly be like the 4 best guys in the
trials.
In the trials, for sure. And, 2 of them are going to go there, and so it's pretty crazy to see that little lineup. It's going to make the semis even more intense.
I was on break when Nick Omrod was out in his heat yesterday, and I didn't see any of that heat, in fact. But watching the highlights, holy crap, this kid was on fire.
Yeah, he just picked off like three absolute crackers. We see Nick when he's in these, when the waves are good like that, he just thrives on it. Yeah. And we saw it at Pipe this year too. He was just going unbelievable in the early rounds.
All right, take a look. This is where we are currently in the last heat of round number 6. Jacob Romero with that 6.33. That's going to help him. Adam Morley with that 5.66. He only has to build that 1.0. And here we go. Looks like paddling out the back, blue and red. Jacob pulls back, and it is Nicholas Bastos going left.
Oh, big heavy roll off the end. It'll be tough to make coming in on those rocks.
Oh.
As we see Doug Smith on the out, he's got a lot of speed. What's he going to go for? Big, clean roll. Dougie makes that one. So the judges will be pretty happy with that one. And Morley couldn't really get in there. There, foam sort of down on him. He's going to come around. Nice, clean little pier. And didn't have too much, but bogged that little spin. But doesn't matter too much. It's the end of the wave. And good little exchange. And you see J-Rom there. He had to pull back on the right. He really wanted that right-hander. He loves the right, does big reverse airs, inverts, whatever, out of him. And he had to sort of pull off on that wave for Nicholas. See Kingy stretching it up for his next heat.
Hello, Ren or anybody? On the beach interview. Erratic stretches.
Mitch still wondering why they're not in focus, I think.
The graphic is showing his name on the other side.
And Clarkie's just pumped in the background because he made it. I think Kingy's still just mucking around. Oh no, that might be serious.
Mitch still looking through his photos.
Just can't believe, understand why they're not in focus.
He's like, look, if this was in focus, this would have been sick.
Yeah. Oh, Kung Fu Panda.
All right, Damien King out there getting ready. He's coming up in the first quarterfinal, but currently out in the water. Jacob Romero in the red jersey. He is currently in third. He's chasing a 3.0. Doug Smith in second place. Adam Morley, first place. And Nicholas Bastos from Brazil in fourth place. Looks like there's a couple waves coming in right now. See if anybody's going to take a look at this one.
Yeah, Jacob didn't get one in that last one, so you just see him just first priority in this thing and just sliding into a nice left. Oh, nice fast bottom turn. Oh, can he come over that?
Can he come out of that?
Oh, just a little bit too deep.
What's happening inside of that barrel when he tucked in? Was he just too close to the shock wave? Or
just that shocky was too heavy, I think. Oh, you see Nicholas in blue there just sliding under that lip. Yeah, he pushes through and gets a little scorer, they'll fall into his top 2 for now. But, yeah, Jacob's one, I think it really bottomed out, and he was just that shock. He was just too heavy, maybe, and he's a tiny little bit too deep, it looked like. That's one of those moments in the heat where if you get that really good wave and you come out of that, then you almost say he's sitting pretty safe. He's already got a 6.33, and he would have probably bettered it if he'd come out of that with that. But now he's back to the drawing board and needs to find that second wave with still 14 minutes to go.
We are going to have 25-minute heats all the way up until the final. The final is going to be 30 minutes long. And Charlie Chapelet, you can see him getting ready for his heat. He's coming up. A little anxious right there. Realize, oh, shoot, I better get ready.
Yeah, not much time. Doug Smith out the back. Pretty deep on this one. He just gets under that lip and pushes through that pit.
Nice. Doug Smith, what do you know about this kid?
He's from down around Wollongong, and I didn't know too much about him till last year. I'd heard his name, I didn't know who it was, but he's a super nice guy, and he surfs really clean and really well, and he's just started getting into a few of the comps in the last sort of year or two. Adam Morley throws a big invert on the lefts and gets out of there before those gurgles.
Oh, the gurgles, the inside gurgles is where you don't want to be. That's where the whitewash just keeps sucking off of the shallow reef. It's pretty intense. This inside section of El Gringo, or as what the locals call Flopos, is just, people get hurt.
Yeah, when it's small like this, it just pushes on. So you're doing a move, and you say only 10 metres out from the rocks. And then so when you're landing the move, it's another 5. So you're trying to ride out of it where it's borderline rock and water. So it's how much do you want it, really?
Damn.
So Dougie on his last one, on that barrel, he got a 5.33, and it actually put him into first for a second. But Adam Morley, as I was just saying, Adam Morley got a 5.6 for that invert on the right, so he's actually jumped into first on 11.2. Doug Smith in second on 10.66. Jacob Romero in third with an 8.26, and Nicholas Bastos with a 6.3 in fourth. So see Charlie waxing the rails there. You want to hold on with your backhand really tight. We see Doug kicking onto this nice little inside one. He's going to be deep on this.
Oh, can he make it out?
Oh, you just see that shock. He just blasts into the roof, and the spit almost come from the roof.
That was like a fire hose just getting unleashed on the inside right there. Unfortunately, Doug could not come out with the spit.
Yeah, they're pretty hard to make, those little nuggety ones, and there's a lot of the short nugget ones today. So Jacob Romero only needs a 4.33 to go into second, or a 4.87 to go into first. So Dougie Smith, he's sitting in second right now, but I definitely wouldn't say he's safe. We're going to see a lot of these heats because a lot of the waves are pretty similar. So all these heats, they've all been ending up around the sort of 10 to 12 mark range, and they're really, really tight. Look at this next heat. This is just going to be unbelievable to watch, this next heat.
I was looking out into the lineup. I'm like, where's Sasha? I thought he was taking photos, but there he is in the white jersey getting ready for his next heat. Sasha Specker been on fire and possibly your next DK World Champ.
Yeah, he's having a blinder this year, isn't he? I mean, he's won 2 of the biggest drop knee events. He won Pipe, then Port Macquarie at drop knee, whilst he shot both of those contests the whole time. He's also went to the box trials for the Prone, and I think he finished second there. So he's actually second on the qualifying tour. So he's and you saw him this morning. He was shooting photos, and now he's just come in. Now he's just going back out in his heat. He'll probably win the heat. So he's on fire. He's just doing it all, and doing it well.
Well, he's had the skills, and I talked to him last year. I'm like, dude, you're taking photos when you should be competing. Throw your hat in the ring, man. You can take out most of these guys. And sure enough, he's proven that this year.
Yeah, it's funny. When he was a couple of years ago, when he was doing, he had a couple of okay results, but nothing really amazing. And then so he sort of opted more for the photo sort of career and the side of it. And then, it's so good that he's just come back in, he's realised, I mean, the talent was always there, and it's just maybe he's not putting as much pressure on himself, and he's just showing he can do it all now.
Well, I think that's what it is with Sasha. He's one of those perfectionists where he goes all in, and he may have, got too stressed out. And you see him now; he's a lot more mellow. And I think you're right. He's attacking this contest thing a lot more mellower. So the lawn ladies are back. The models passing out their lawn airlines visors, and
it's funny. Today's the only day Today's the day you need the visors. The sun's actually out in the morning
exactly
before 12 o'clock. So,
and I think this is the first time these ladies have been here this early too. How's the dogs? There's so many street dogs here that they're not fierce. They don't want to come bite you or anything, but they're just cruising.
It's funny because you go to a place like Mexico where the dogs there, they're fierce.
Yeah, they want to eat you.
Yeah, but here they just cruise. I guess, they're just chilled to the dog.
Oh. Well, we're not talking about the lawn ladies, of course. We just panned over from some dogs just chilling on the seawall. But we have the lovely ladies from lawn passing out visors, and everybody's pumped.
The lineup just sitting there waiting for something to come through. You can see just the conditions are perfect. You just need those consistent sets to come through, and then it's all on.
I think I ask you this every time you come up here, but in a situation like this where you're in third and fourth place, and you need the next score to be a good one, the next wave to be a good one, and you're sitting out there, but what's going through your head?
You're always pretty nervous. I mean, obviously you want to be in third spot rather than fourth, but you just sort of, there's 8 minutes to go now, and all I'd be thinking is there's time for 2 waves. That's what I'm hoping to get to, and you definitely going to be 1, but hoping 2. So,
all right. Well, you know what? I'm going to ask you another question right after this. Don't go anywhere. So Mick and the crew supporting.
Yeah, it's good to see the boys getting on board. And how funny did Louis Finnegan's hair look in that last one? The last photo.
Yes.
Slick the deck.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the last heat of round number 6 of the trials out in the water. Currently winning or leading the charge is the South African Adam Morley. In second, Doug Smith. Jacob Romero needing a 4.33 to get into that second place spot. And Nicholas Bastos needing a 6.13. But the ocean has slowed down a bit for this final day of the trials after some serious action going down in the last few days. Big waves.
Yeah, we saw a couple of solid conditions, and I think the swell forecast, everyone's talking about it picking back up. So, I mean, this place rarely gets under 3 foot. So, as we see Nico there looking back, and Kingy sitting there, checking the board. It's a pretty important heat for all 3. These guys, Kingy's winning the qualifying series. Specker's in second on the qualifying series. Charlie Chaplet, I know, is in a good position on there. He's a bit further back, but he's only done 2 events. And Nick Omrod is also really pushing. So, I mean, I think these 4 guys are all in the top 10 of it, and they're coming up against each other now, which is pretty disappointing to see because all these 4 riders have a really good chance of making the tour next year.
So if there's any heat to watch today, it's going to be this heat. This is going to be a pretty intense heat. All of these guys want to advance on to that semifinal where they will be one step closer to making it to the main event. So don't go anywhere. In fact, text, tweet, Facebook your friends. Tell them that quarterfinal number 1 is coming up with Nick Omerod, Sasha Specker, Charlie Chapelet, and Damien King. In fact, I'll do that right now.
Yeah, if someone said to me, "Oh, that was the final," okay, for sure.
Yeah.
You know, but so it's going to be hopefully we get a few waves. But, yeah, J-Rom's still needing that score. He's sitting in third. He doesn't need much. He only needs a 4.87 to go to first or a 4.33 to go to second. So, yeah, it's going to be pretty interesting to see. Nervous time as we see this next heat. Just getting ready. Charlie putting his fin saver on. Nico just jumping in the keyhole. Not much on the horizon coming through, so we're still sitting around waiting to see what happens. We've got the booty coming up next. Follow my booty. Lace up my left booty. J-Rom right now, he'd be pretty stressed, I think. As I said before, at the 8-minute mark, if I was in his position, I'd be hoping to get 2 waves. But now 4 minutes have gone, and I dare say he's only going to get 1 wave in this last 4 minutes. So it's going to come down to his last wave. He doesn't need much of a score to overtake Doug Smith in second or Adam Morley in first. These guys will be stressing, but hopefully we see a couple of sets and change the situation up. This is the biggest lull we've seen so far.
Oh, no. Jacob Romero. Well, how's the boats out there? They just look like they're getting ready to tip over as the swell goes under them.
Yeah, when it's really big, they're fun to watch, isn't it?
It's kind of scary looking. All right, waiting patiently on the outside. This is the last heat of round number 6. Currently, Jacob Romero waiting patiently, only needing a 4.33. Nicholas Bastos, 6.13 is what they need for that second place spot. Top 2 guys advancing on. Here we go.
Looks like we have a little one coming through now. He's sitting out a little bit far. Nicholas in blue is going to grab this and just doesn't get onto it. Nicholas needs a 6.13 to go second or 6.67 to go first. So instead of anything will help his cause at this time. His backup wave's only a 1.77, so anything will help him.
There's the peanut gallery upstairs in the competitors area. Everybody chilling, relaxing, watching. Jacob Romero taking a look. But it is yellow.
Dougie deep in this. Can he come over that shocky?
We've seen that a few times this morning, and something's going on in those barrels where it's not allowing the riders to come out. Jacob
nice
Romero.
Big flip out of that.
Oh, can he come out of this barrel?
Oh, that's going to be hard to make.
No.
J-Rom, he's got to get back out there. 2 minutes to go.
He can pull it off. Oh, that was incredible. Landed that flip and then pulls around into the barrel, but was actually just too deep. Not enough speed to get back in there and draw a high line to come out of that barrel. But
yeah. That's what I was saying at the 8-minute mark. I thought he was going to have a chance to get 2 waves, but as I said, it just went really lully and didn't get any. Morley looking at this one. He's in first position right now, so he's feeling pretty comfortable. He doesn't need to go that little one. And as we said, we might see someone stroke into this next one.
Daniel Zimbra and Trevor Cam taking a look out.
Not happy with J-Rom's last wave. It's pretty devastating to see him get that good bowl and then do all the hard work and then just that end bit can't come through. So yeah, so that's it for J-Rom today. Adam Morley winning that heat and Dougie Smith in second.
Oh, that was a heartbreaker right there for Jacob Romero. All right, here we go. Up and riding. It looks like, no. That's Doug Smith making his way in from the last heat, and here we go. Thank you, Davey.
Yeah, thanks,
Winnie.
mate.
All right, we'll see you next time. Damn, this thing's weird looking. Yeah, go for it.
So yeah, it's gonna be back here, and you see Blue up and around. Damien King, a bit frustrated on that little one. That was a split peak. I'm not too sure who White. That was Sasha Specker going right in that one. Yeah,
where's he
Spexy.
going? He's got to get out of there.
Yeah, just making sure that the judges see that he landed that move. Still a few more blumps coming through here, but yeah, looks like that's it, Manny. So how's it been going?
It's been going pretty well. I mean, Dave Winchester's been in here and for the last few heats. So thanks, Winnie, for coming in here. But now the sun is out. The conditions are perfect, but the waves have dropped off just a little bit. And on your screen right now are the results from heat number 8 of round number 6. Adam Morley and Doug Smith advancing on to the quarterfinals. Jacob Romero could not have come out of that barrel after that big move. He will not advance, and Nicholas Bastos, unfortunately, will not advance either. So, Adam and Doug, we will see you in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, I'm really stoked Adam could make that heat, but I can just really feel Jacob's, pain right now after getting such a good result at the last event down in the box.
Yeah.
Wanting to come back and get another good result here, and unfortunately getting knocked out in his first heat. But, Jacob's just got to shake this one off and get back on because he's got a few good results already, and let's hope that he can qualify this year.
Well, he's looking good right now. He's currently in 6th place on the qualifying series, and again, Andy V and Mark McCarthy. We're going to be holding it down for the next heat or two. So, yeah, Jacob Romero. I mean, he's currently in 6th place right now, so he's not. I mean, he's still plugging away. He ended up in 3rd place in round number 6 here, which put him in an equal 17th in the trials. So that's not too bad.
It's not too bad, but I'm pretty sure it won't be one of his counting results. I mean, he's got great talent, and he's shown at the box. He's got the ability to win events. He'll be fighting back strong for the next one.
I'm guessing he should have probably stayed more on the rights because we all know that he loves those right-hand waves, and he gets absolutely nuts.
Oh, we just talked about that. I mean, there's a few ways you could have ridden that wave. Let's just see. We got a little paddle in that, and there was probably a few ways you could have ridden that wave. It did have a barrel opportunity. He might have opted just to get the barrel and then come out and exit with a nice little clean flip or roll, but he wanted maximum points. He wanted to go out with the bang or just make it heat with a bang and hit the most critical section, and that's where all the points are. And if he landed that, he would have got rewarded 8s or 9s.
Easy.
And unfortunately, he got a bit unstuck and ended up with a 1. From hero to zero, unfortunately for Jacob Romero, and he'll be buying out.
Well, check this out. The cool thing about El Gringo and actually the tour organizers is that the tour organizers talk to the rider and say, "Look, hey, we're going to make the calls and to give you guys a better opportunity." In this case, they went from 25 minutes to 30 minutes for the quarterfinals because there are longer lulls between the sets, and we want to make sure all the riders get those 2 solid rides within the time. So what the judges and the tour director said, let's add another 5 more minutes to the quarterfinals so we can get solid riding in. So now quarterfinals 30 minutes long. Currently out in the water is quarterfinal number 1.
Yeah, and that's we've got in yellow currently in the lead with the 6.33 Charlie Chaplin from the Reunion Island. In second is my brother Sasha Specker. Here he goes up and riding. Sasha Specker looking at this left with the little inside ones, little ball. He's going to push through this one. Yeah, he does. And he does a roll on the exit. Doesn't look like he just bailed it. So unfortunately, that was a little bit smaller one. Didn't have much of a shape, but a cool little ride. That's Sasha Specker riding in white. And in red, Nick Omrod, who we also know, and he had a blazing heat yesterday. And in fourth, two-time world champion Damien King. He made me laugh quite a lot last night when I watched his podcast.
Yes, if you haven't seen Kingy's podcast and if you want to laugh, make sure you check it out. It's pretty awesome.
This is some kind of human, that guy. It doesn't stop. It's just like consistently always pranking.
Yeah. Did you see the highlight clip from yesterday?
No, I haven't been able to get onto that.
He kept walking in front of the camera. And we did another take, but Seamus made the call, and he's like, you know what, let's just keep it in there. So Kingy's out there currently right now sitting in fourth place in the blue jersey. Nick in third, Sasha in second, and Charlie Chapelet from Reunion Island in yellow.
Oh, this heat's so stacked, and I think if any two of these guys, the guys that are not going to make it's going to be really upset because it's just such a stacked heat, this one. All of them have got the ability to go all the way, and we're going to have to say goodbye to two guys, and two guys are going to be advancing.
All right, check it out. We do have Alex Leon downstairs with one of the competitors from the last heat. Alex, where you at, brother?
Yeah, thanks, Manny. Yeah, I'm down here with heat winner there of in the round 6. So Adam Morley, mate, the South African. Well done.
Oh, thanks a lot, eh? Pretty stoked. It was quite difficult. We had a big lull there, so I mean, easy come, easy go if you get a good wave. So yeah, I'm pretty stoked. I'm just happy to make it through. So
yeah, I mean, it was a close heat. You had Jacob Romero on your tail too. Went for a big right hand backflip there, landing in the barrel, and he's unlucky he didn't make that one. But geez, you must have been spotting your fingernails.
Yeah, it was. I really actually wanted Jacob to go through. He's quite a good mate of mine. It happened, so I'm just stoked to make it through. So
well, you're holding it down for the South Africans back home. They're probably watching, so you want to shout out to anyone?
Southern Cape. Woo! Pretty much that's it.
Yeah, so now you move into the quarterfinals, mate. You must be pretty stoked.
Yeah, I'm pretty stoked. I'm just going to take it baby steps for now, so just one eat at a time and then see how it goes. So I'm pretty stoked.
Yeah. Oh, well, that's South African Adam Morley. Good luck, mate, and we'll see you next in the quarters. Back to you, Manny, in the booth.
Classic Morley.
Yeah, classic Morley. Unfortunately, he did chip his tooth. I don't know if you noticed that, but he'll be seeing the dentist as soon as he gets home. Damien King out the back.
Here we go, Damien King in a small looking one. You get into the barrel, you control. That's where he likes to be. Nice roll on the exit. Another one. Let's see if we get another little roll here. And he just decides, no, that's it. Good little wave, a good little opener for Damien King. Just while we had the interview, we saw Sasha Specker pick up a nice little right. Got deep into the barrel and exit with a big invert. Unfortunately, he did get stuck behind that foam ball, but it seems like they did give him a 1.6 for that as incomplete, but I think we still could be waiting for scores.
Oh, no. Sorry, guys. I pressed the wrong button on our score sheet. But again, welcome, everybody. This is Manny V and Mark McCarthy holding it down for the quarterfinals here in Chile for the Arica Chilean Challenge. Brought to you by Stealth and presented by BSC.
It's another big thanks to all the other the other sponsors, the Tomato Surf Shop and the media partners, YouTube, Riptide, and the Council of Arica for making this all possible. So we're just trying to reboot that system for you to give you a score update after the loss of Kingies and loss of Sasha Speckers. We do see a few little bumps coming through the back here. Charlie Chaplin's currently in priority, waiting for that. Nick Omrod's a little bit deeper, but on the inside. Just a question, man. Are they running priority in this?
I believe there is. The priority box has been shifting downstairs, so the riders do know that there is a
so
four-man
priority out there.
Yeah.
Cool. Oh, that's good. It's especially with this lulls, makes it opens the door up for hustling a lot easier. But now with the priority system, probably be a better mood for all the riders out there because now they can pick their rides. And right now we can see rider in red. I think he's got priority. And Omrod should have priority here, and he does, and he picks this one out. It's a good-looking wave.
Uh-oh.
He knows how to ride these barrels, and he just bottom turns, get himself situated into the barrel. He's in the barrel, he's in the barrel, he's coming out, roll.
Nice.
Wow. Another little roll on the exit there. That's one of the best waves of the heat so far, Nick Omrod from the Gold Coast. Sasha Specker, we can just see here, picking up a little right here. He's got a little section there come through. He's in the barrel. He's out the barrel. He's just not... just didn't ride that wave. I mean, didn't really link up as he wanted to. Got the nice little first barrel, but yeah, that's all she rode. Yeah, with the sun out this morning and a bit of a smaller wave, and here at El Gringo looks very inviting. Quite nice, just to be here and witness this calm and kind of collective El Gringo for a change. It's normally out of control.
Death pits.
Beast.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, if you're just tuning in, we did post something on our Google Plus profile page on the IBA World Tour profile. Go up there. I just put something on our profile. Last day of trials today. Let us know where you're tuning in from. And, drop us a line. Let us know where you're at. That's on our Google Plus profile. So you should be coming up soon in the next couple of days as far as getting in the water.
I'm up tomorrow in, I think, heat number 6 with, or just hold the, no rides there. Oh, Nick Omrod has a paddle there, so it looks like he will. Just waiting for those little updates. But, it seems like Nick did paddle for that. He probably would lose a bit of priority, which moves Sasha into third priority. And with the scores all up, I'll just hold that thought. But I think Sasha's moves into first. But yeah, it looks like we are going to be kicking off tomorrow with the first rounds of the Grand Slam, the non-elimination round. And I'll be up in round number 6. Going up against Tom Rigby, Magna Oliveira, and whoever comes 6th in this trials today. And we do see he has a nice little paddle from Damien King. He's looking at the right or the left. He decides to go left. It's predominant wave out here is the left today. Sitting in the pocket. Wants to exit with a nice flip. Lands right on the rail and just turns it perfectly. Nice little hidden wave. There's a nice big one on the outside. After this, let's see if we can see any action.
Looks like we do have a couple riders out the back paddling for it, trying to get in position. Yellow turning around.
It's a nice big one. I don't know if it's going to barrel as he wants to. Looks like it's just going to go into the fat bit of the channel and just, that's...
It seems like the bigger ones are not holding up as barreling. They're coming in too fat on the inside.
Yeah. I think it's the direction of that big one was just really bad, and we do see some more lines coming through. And, that's it. Let's try to get a score update.
Yep. I'm trying to find it. Here we go.
Nick Omrod is out of priority, but he decides to pick that one off Sasha Specker. Gets a nice little barrel.
Nice, and he comes out. Look at that.
Boom, up and over. Nick Omrod. Nice wave, buddy.
It looks like if you're going to be in this heat, you got to be able to get barreled for at least 3 seconds and come out with a big roll or big move at the end of that barrel. If not, might as well just come in.
Seems like there's been a lot more waves in this heat than the previous one.
Yeah.
So it's going to be pulsing up and down, I guess. Whereas this is a dying swell, and it's going to be filling up. The new swell is going to be filling up into night. So we'll be probably welcome from and 8 to 10 foot swells tomorrow. So
this place is amazing. This is the smallest day we've seen, and still there's some sets coming in at 4 foot. This place is amazing.
Josh Garner is getting ready for his next heat. He's a bit of a veteran traveler himself. Josh Garner, he'll be the next one. He'll be going up against Alan Munoz, the Chilean legend from here. He'll be going up against Joe from Portugal and Pierre from Reunion. So that's also going to be another jammed heat. Nico, he's out of priority and decides he's going to just pick this one up and goes right. Gets in the barrel. Nice barrel. Wow, that's really good in a wave. He's in the end bit and just bangs off a nice invert. That's another epic wave. Sasha Specker back on the outside. Oh, nice fat one. Gets blown out of it. He needs to do a move on the outside. Big looping roll. Wow. This heat is going to be a difficult one to be judging because everyone's riding the same waves. Another ride for Damien King out in the back. He needs one big move here.
Oh, nice.
That's what he needed to do. Didn't have much of a barrel, so he was either going to get a small barrel or option for the big flip, which he did do. And wow, that's a hectic exchange. Good waves there for Ryder in blue, Damien King, Sasha Specker, and Nick Omrod with that long barrel to invert. So Charlie Chaplin, he'll be out the back there waiting patiently for his go. He didn't get exchange from that last set.
All right, looks like we do have a few people commenting on our Google Plus profile page, and I'll get to that in just a second. As you can see, the guy's getting ready for the next heat, heading out. Pierre Bartelier from
Reunion Island.
Bonjour.
He's been on form, and he's a new up-and-coming kid from the Reunion Island. It's good to see they all coming out here, following the footsteps of Amari Laverne. And this is something better for Charlie Chaplin, and this is something that could change a lot.
Oh, no.
It just pinches again for him, and that's really frustrating. Seems like those big sets are shifting across and not hitting the reef like they should be. So Charlie can pick them. He normally does pick the good ones, and unfortunately, the ones that he's picked this morning have pinched on him. I mean, he has got a score, but he's looking for another second score to move into the progression rounds.
All right, we do have a few more minutes remaining in this quarterfinal, so a big shout-out to everybody who's tuning in. Sam, we know you're tuning in from Australia. Jake, you're on again from the Gold Coast. Andrew Cole from Cronulla. Alan, we know you're watching from Barbados, but locked in NYC. London, England, tuning in from Benjamin Bowen. Shaggy from Hawaii. Unfortunately, could not make it. There was a little gremlin that stole his passport, so he's not here. He's getting that worked out. Craig Haddon, yes, good morning, brother. Jono Davis from New South Wales, and Manuel Ordria from Lima, Peru. So, yeah, unfortunately, Shaggy just having a heartbreaker. Cannot be here, and we all know he would love to be here. Up and riding right now in yellow.
Charlie Chaplin with a nice big aries. Repeating what Damien King just did. We do have some scores updates here, let me just read them down for you. Currently in first place is Nick Omrod. He got a 6.8 and a 6.73 with a total score of 13.53. There it goes. We can see it up on the screen right now. So Nick Omrod in first. Damien King is in second. Damien King got a 6.83 and a 6.6. Sasha Specker in third. He only needs he needs just under a 7 to make it through. And Charlie Chaplin needs a 7.1. And we'll wait for the last of Charlie to just filter through the score system. But yeah, just a really close heat right now. And right now it seems that Nick Omrod and Damien King do have the better waves. They like that last flip of Damien King, chain commitment.
It's been a pretty mellow morning, but then all of a sudden you get wave exchange back to back to back to back, and people are throwing down 6s and 6.8s. And, I mean, you can't look away. When we called it, too, this quarterfinal was going to be pretty intense for the conditions that we have. And you can see waving his hand, Sasha Specker saying, give me a heads up. Oh, unbelievable. And there's another street dog right there from Scorpion Island, just chilling, sunbathing. And unlike the dogs in Mexico, these guys don't attack your ankles as you walk by. They actually wag their tail and say, hey, welcome.
It's the guy standing by the keyhole is Pierre waiting for the 5-minute flag to go down. There's still quite a bit of time. We've got just more than 10 minutes left in this heat. So, yeah, still a lot to go down. There's a lot of more riding to happen, so we're going to see a lot more action.
Look at the paddle. Look at that paddling.
Let's hope everyone can crack into the 7s or the 9s before the end of this heat. I think Omrod decided to pick this one off. No one wanted it.
Oh, nice. Clean cover up right
coming
there.
Coming out nice. It's sucked over.
Couldn't re-engage his rail back into the barrel to get back out of that wave, but... Man, I would not want to be in this heat.
No, it's pretty stacked, and everyone you can see everyone's gotten the 6 points here, and which makes it very difficult. Everyone's the scores are pretty stacked and really close together. And I'd like to see someone breaking into the 7-pointers and just to get a bit of distance between your fellow competitors.
Well, obviously the judges are going to be a hard time, figuring that out unless one of those epic sets come through and hold up and stay open through the inside.
But we know we've got the best judges here, and they can pick those little differences that most guys can't see. So let's hope they can do that. But it is. It seems like no one works in this place. I woke up. I think it might be a public holiday today. Is it?
I think today is a public holiday. In fact, I think right after the event ends, everybody's bolting over to the center of town. There's a big parade. You know what? I need to look that up. I asked somebody this morning, but it's either the Independence for Chile is in September, I'm sure, and today is more like maybe a battle has been won or not. But check this out. There's a little lull in the action. We'll be back right after this.
And welcome back. This is the Stealth Arica Chilean Challenge brought to you by BSC. And we just saw the break there, and straight back into the action. Sasha Specker getting a nice barrel to roll. So yeah, Sasha Specker, he needed a score. He was currently in third place. He needed something pretty big. He needed to break into that 7-point range. He needed a 6.93. So let's see if he gets that on that one. But yeah.
I was nervous. I was hoping they would cut straight to the action, and Sasha Specker getting slotted out of his mind and coming out with a big move. But good call on the production guys for cutting Tomate Surf Shop's ad a little short. But today is May 21st, and today is the Dia de las Glorias Navales, which is it's commemorating the Battle of Iquique back in 1879 on May 21st. This was part of the War of the Pacific. So today is a holiday, and I think that's why everybody's coming down to the beach. So Sasha Specker's last wave, did it come down the pipe yet?
Oh my, it's a big score. It's got an excellent range. It's 8.17. I got goosebumps. Sasha moves into first place, bumping Nick Omerod into second. And this is going to be trouble for Damien King, who now needs a 6.7 to take on Nick Omerod's spot. Wow, Sasha Specker just doing the goods there.
Unreal. Sasha, his last wave was just absolutely phenomenal. He's, I think his he's settled down. He's not stressed anymore. He's just coming to the contest. He's like, I'm just going to ride, and this is what happens.
Yeah, it's the right attitude for him. I know he's, I've been competing against him for years, and he's a hell of a competitor. But it does seem like there's some massive lines coming in the back here. We can hear the crowd screaming. This is going to be the biggest set of the day so far that I've seen. And they are scratching. I don't know who's got priority. I would think that it would be Damien King. Damien King's going to be scratching. He's going to be trying to get deep on this one to maximize his riding score. And he needs a big score. He needs over 6. Damien King set into the barrel. That's it. Boom, into the barrel. He needs to move back in the barrel. Coming out, exit with a big roll. I'm not going to say, but I think that's going to be the score that he needed.
Unreal. Damien King was chasing a 6.7 for that second place spot. It could be Nick Omerod, who it will be bumped out of that second place spot. But look at this, out the back.
This is Charlie Chaplin. Oh, once again. I think
what a shame.
Might have been just the direction or too much water on the reef, and that one didn't drain as much as Kingy's one did. But this is going to be very interesting to see what King is going to get. He only needed a 6.7, and I think that probably would be in the 7-point range. But let's just wait and see.
Still waiting for Damian King's last wave to come down the pipes, but unreal. Damian King doing his patented face turn, sliding into the pocket and getting barreled, and comes out with another barrel and then finishes off with a big roll. So Damian King's last wave, very solid. I'm guessing way higher than his 6.7, what he is after for that second place spot. So standing by. Again, today is May 21st. It is Dias de las Glorias Navales here in Chile. It is commemorating the Battle of Iquique, 1879, part of the War of the Pacific. And here we go. Look at that.
And that's what he thought it would be. It is a 7.83, and the situation changed. Damian King does move into second place. And now Nick Omrod will shift down to third. It's not over. Still 4.5 minutes left. And I really hope that Nico can have another go at this. And, Charlie Chaplin, he needs an 8.33. He's very capable of doing that. So let's just see what happens in the last 4.5 minutes here. Wow, this has been in a heat that's been up and down, and there's been so many waves ridden. I'm so glad that they have moved these heats up to 30 minutes. Gives the guys so much more opportunity, because the heat would have been over there, and King probably wouldn't have got that last wave.
Exactly, that's right. Well, that was a good call. I mean, 25 minutes, and they weren't catching many waves in the earlier heats, but going up into the 30-minute range, and now everybody's got a chance to, get those solid waves.
Yeah.
Looks like Thomas Rigby just rolled up. He's going to be coming into the hot booth with Terry McKenna for this next quarterfinal.
Yeah, Rigger's he's a day late, but I'm glad that he's showing up today.
All right, here it is. Once again, 3 minutes, 20 seconds remaining out in the water. Sasha Specker with a commanding lead with that 8.17 and a 6.5. Nick Oberon, 7.86 is what he needs for that second place spot to take away from Damian King, Charlie Chapelet.
And the good thing is we are going to see some waves within here. There's a couple of more bumps coming through. Charlie Chaplin picking up one of the smaller ones. He's going to have to go broke in this one. He needs to get barrel. He needs to do a flip out. Unfortunately, there's a roll there. He might need to get back out there because he's not going to get the score on this one. Blue is on a bit of a chunky inside one, and he just decides that's not going to do it for him and bails out. And here's Nick Omrod on an absolute bomb. Here's Nico. He needs a big score. He gets tucked in. Oh, he just split peaks.
We're going to stick on the right with Sasha
Specker
Specker
on the right. Here we go,
speed.
Specker.
Oh! Wow, this guy, Sasha Specker, in the white jersey, just going all for nothing on the right-hander. You saw him release his rail and go full speed for the lip and go for the big backflip. Unfortunately, cannot pull it off, but that was huge.
Wow, I mean, Nick Omrod and Sasha Specker both split the peak there. Nick got a very deep barrel. It blew out, and he only came out after the split, so it's going to be very interesting. He did come out of a bit of the foam water, the middle of the foam, but we're going to see those final scores dropping, and there might be a situation change. So just stay tuned. Nick did need a 6. Wait to see what he needed. He needed a 7.83, so that's going to be pretty difficult. I don't know if he's going to get it, but let's leave it up to the judges. He's going to be very close. I'm not saying he's not going to get it. With 1 minute 45 seconds, that's probably going to be the last exchange. It looks like Charlie Chaplin, he'll be in a bad situation after that little exchange. But, wow, that was
Wow, just when we thought Mother Nature took a little nap, she's just starting delivering more and more waves, which is awesome because these guys are putting it on the line and getting some really deep hits. I mean, they're going to have to be paying rent soon. 1 minute remaining.
And we can hear on the live scoring here on the mark, Teza McKenna saying that Nick Omrod did not get the score that he needed. So he's still in third. Damian King will be second, and Sasha Specker in first. So loss of Nick was a 6.227, wasn't enough. He needed a 7.86, and it was always going to be difficult for Nick. Let's just see, we got less under 30 seconds here. We might get a little ride. This is a smaller wave, but there's a good ball in it here. If he can get the speed and try to pop a little reverse, say something different that no one's seen. Here goes Nick, straight back up, big ARS. It probably would have been the score if it was on a bigger wave, but unfortunately it's just a bit of a small wave, and I can see the frustration.
Well, if you look at Nick Almarad's scores, I mean, that score right there would be enough for advancing in any other heat of the day. But unfortunately, this heat alone is stacked. I mean, you had Kingy, Sasha, and Charlie Chapelet all just going absolutely crazy out there. So looks like Thomas Rigby is going to be slipping in here. So, Mark McCarthy, thank you once again for coming in.
Cheers. Yeah, maybe I'll be back a little bit later, if not then tomorrow for the main rounds.
All
Cheers,
right.
guys.
You got it. Good luck, brother. Quarterfinal. Number one has ended, and it was Sasha Specker coming out strong in the beginning. And Damian King in the last 5 minutes pulling off a big high-scoring wave in second place, unfortunately. Charlie Chapelet and Nick Omarad not advancing on. I'm going to sneak out for a quick little break as you take a look at Sasha Specker, a happy camper right there. He is pumped. And Terry McKenna is going to cruise in with Thomas Rigby.
Okay, well, there you go. That was the final result. And Sasha Specker, what a spectacular heat that was for Specker. Tom Rigby, how are you, buddy?
Good, mate. Yeah, that was the best heat I've seen this whole contest for sure. That was crazy. It's probably the sort of level you see from the top 24 guys for sure. So
yeah, awesome stuff.
Good
and
to watch.
Damien King, of course, he surfed a pretty smart heat there. And Nick Omarad, who's been in awesome form throughout the competition, unfortunately eliminated. And Charlie Chaplin from Reunion Island is also out of the competition here at Arica. But here we are. It's the final day of the trials. And welcome along, folks. Terry McKenna and my little Aussie buddy, Tommy Rigby. How is this place, Tom? Once again, I mean, it's a bit smaller today, but it's still firing up.
Yeah, for sure. Even though it's small, it's still, 4 foot, and there's still, fully, heavy pits and ramps. So
yeah, awesome stuff. And of course, the top 6 will go through from today's trials, and they're going to meet the best in the world, the top 24 and our wildcards in the main event, which looks like starting tomorrow. We've got a good swell coming through. In fact, it's going to pick up this afternoon and into tomorrow. So, mate, it's straight into business. How are you feeling yourself, Tom? You feeling okay?
Yeah, I'm feeling good. So pretty amped to get it started. Been here for a few days now, so just keen to get my first heat out of the way now. Kind of psyched for it.
Alrighty, well, we got quarterfinal number 2 in the water. Tom, who we got there, mate?
We got Josh Garner in the red, Alan Munoz in the white, Pierre Bathelia in the yellow, and Jaho Nevia in blue. That was tough.
The only reason I asked you to read it was because I wanted to see it. Look, some of these names are totally tongue-twisting here. It's a fully international event, but yeah, it's crazy. It's going to be a good heat anyway, that one for sure. So Josh Garner, that's easy to say. He's from WA in West Australia. Alan Munoz, he's the guy that got second in Antofagasta, and he's a really super talent here in Chile, Tom. You watch this guy serve, he's pretty cool. Pierre Bathlier, he's the the young guy from Reunion Island who has been rattling some cages big time. Yeah. And, of course, João Nevea from Portugal. He's, this guy rides Nazare all the time. He's really good and super focused. I've never seen João Nevea in such good form in his career. I've known him for, 5 or 6 years. So, yeah, awesome heat coming your way, folks. Don't go anywhere. We're going to wind up today. And right now, though, we're going to throw on down to Alex Leon, who's going to talk to the previous winner, Sasha Specker. Take it away, Alex.
Yeah, thanks, boys. We're down here now with the quarterfinal, first quarterfinal winner there, Sasha Specker from South Africa.
How you going, Leo?
Yeah, good, thanks, mate. Now, we saw that right hander, that massive flip you did, but you came unstuck. What were your nerves thinking then? You were like, I don't know if I'm going to get the score here.
I thought I had it. I thought it was in the bag, and then as I hit it, I went a little bit higher than I thought, so I just came down just on the tail a bit too much and just sunk. Yeah, it was just unlucky, I guess.
It's such a close heat. I mean, Damien King got that perfect double barrel on that left-hander with a roll, and then he jumped into first, and you got pushed to second. Then Nick Omrod got a couple as well, and then you watched his last wave too, that left-hand and the flip. I mean, you must have thought, oh, what's going to happen here? It was so close.
All those guys in that heat were absolutely ripping. I thought at any minute I could be in fourth again. So, Charlie out here is so dangerous. Kingy, you can never count out. And Ormerod has been ripping out here. He's proved himself like over and over. So I was stressing the whole heat. So I was just trying to get a real good wave. And then, I was lucky, I guess, at the end that I made that heat.
Yeah, well, I mean, that whole heat then looked like a Grand Slam final with all you four guys. So well done, mate. And we're going to see you in the semi-finals in probably about 3 or 4 heats to go.
Thanks a lot. Yeah, I look forward to it. It's going to be good.
Yeah. And it's pumping out there?
Oh, it's absolutely amazing. Pristine, pure glass.
And the South Africans are watching. Everyone at home, you want to say one?
Yeah, all the boys at home, thank you so much for your support. And, without you guys, this would be boring. So thanks a lot.
All right, there we go. Sasha Specker from South Africa making it through to the semi-finals. Throwing it back to you boys up in the booth.
Well, thank you very much, Alex Leon, with Sasha Specker there, who's having a great year, Sasha Specker, isn't he, Tom Rigby?
For sure. He's working on the side with the IBA, and then he's just cruises in the trials. You forget how good he surfs.
Yeah, he's a hell of a man, isn't he? I mean, he's got so many skills in so many areas.
Yeah,
it's I used to hate guys like that when I was at school.
Yeah, good
all right.
at everything.
Well, that's the situation at the moment. It's been a bit quiet. There's no scores locked into the system as we speak, and as a result, with these smaller sort of conditions and that, mate, we decided to go to 30 minutes for the quarterfinals, which is probably a good idea, hey?
For sure, yeah. You need it when it's slow like this. That last heat was kind of pulsing, but there's been absolutely nothing for this first heat. You see something looming now.
Well, we've got the four-man priority system in place. We've introduced it in the quarterfinals here just due to the fact that it's a tight little takeoff zone. And we saw a couple of pretty close heats, in round number 6 there was a couple of tussles in the lineup, bit of jostling around, almost a couple of fisticuffs.
Yeah.
It's good to see the four-man priority come in. It brings it back to surfing, mate, doesn't it?
For sure, yeah. It's crucial, I reckon, especially, the guys fly from all over the world to get here and to get knocked out for something like getting prevented from getting a wave at the end or something. It's just pretty heartbreaking,
Yeah.
when it comes down to that. So the four-man priority makes it fair, and it's definitely crucial.
All right, well, we're into, as we said, the second of our quarterfinals. Looks like a little something might be looming through at the moment. João Naveira in the blue singlet trying to position himself to get into this one. In fact, he does, and the Portuguese rider opts for the right, Tommy.
Oh, gone to a replay. Here he goes. Big Rolo off the right and pulls out just before the rocks.
All right, well, that's not a replay for those people watching the webcast at home. That is live action of quarterfinal number 3. Coming up in quarter 2. Coming up in quarterfinal number 3, however, we've got Jones Russell, Brahim Idoish, the Moroccan guy, Joey Clark and Doug Smith. So it looks like all the Aussie guys have ended up in the same heat.
Yeah, there's 3 Aussies in that one against the Moroccan, so that'll be another cracker of a heat. And I just sat with all the Aussies then. Joe's from my hometown, Nobbies, on the Gold Coast, so
right.
I know he'll be keen to get through, and then you got Jonesy and Doug from Port Macquarie as well, so they're going to be battling it out. We got Red, Josh Garner, paddling onto a left here.
All right,
looking for a ramp.
Boom.
Nice roll through the lip, and he'll duck out as well.
Well, Josh Garner's been in really good form in this competition. In fact, he was also down in Antofagasta, and he's looking as fit and as sharp as ever. He's been really selecting the best waves out here today, and in the lead up to the competition. So we'll wait and see what sort of scores come through for that. First of João Naveira was a 4.67. And Josh Garner's first wave just coming through now. So with the priority system that we have in place, that leaves Alan Munoz in the white and Pierre Bathlier in a priority situation in the white and yellow. Smaller conditions, but still looking pretty fun out here today, Tommy, for the final day of the trials.
Yeah, for sure. It's almost, you'd kind of rather it like this. You can really go for it. It's not life-threatening, even though the rocks are still so close. You saw Sasha get rolled up him in the previous heat. That was pretty intense. But, Yeah, another lull in the action now. So yellow and white still yet to get a ride. That is Alan and Pierre. I saw them both surf yesterday, and Pierre did some sick flips on the left. I was pretty impressed. It's almost like a PLC prodigy. So
yeah,
it's good to see him coming up. And also Alan, is he from Chile? Is he?
Yeah, Alan from Chile. He was the guy I said who got second in Antofagasta. He was just down there. He was like incredible. He was just on next level. In fact, real top 24 material, I reckon, this guy. And it won't be long before we see some of these Chileans, moving up into the upper level of bodyboarding.
For sure.
I reckon it's got a lot of potential, this country, hey?
Yeah. Yeah, his previous heat yesterday, he looked like he had a lot of knowledge, especially on the lefts. Just like, seemed like he was picking all the good ones and just, getting the pits and getting the move out of it. So he'll be dangerous. It's probably wet. Like, he's been patient so far in this heat. I reckon we'll see him just wait for a nice, good, barreling left with a ramp on the end.
No, that's right. So, we are down to, what do we got? 19 and a half minutes remaining. Josh Garner opened up with a 5.5. Jean Nevers a 4.67 for that little roll on the right-hander. So Munoz and Pierre Barthier just waiting to open their account up here in quarterfinal number 2. But yeah, Pierre Barthier, he won the expression session that we had at Antofagasta. He picked up the $100 off the IBA there, and he did an air reverse in one of his heats down there at Antofagasta, Tom, and I thought it was the best move that I've seen in real life.
No way.
Yeah, on the tour. It was crazy. So this kid, I tell you what, he's got a hard name to pronounce, but you're going to have to get used to it, because we're going to hear a lot more of him.
For sure.
He doesn't speak a word of English. He just came and got his prize money off me just a moment ago.
Really?
And I said, "You speak English?" And he goes, "No." I'm like, okay. So he's just a real little Frenchie. But he's got super talent.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was watching his heat with PLC actually, and Pierre said he's gotten a lot better, and he's starting to really start shredding, and starting to go well in comp. So it's good to see. We got
That's the Moroccan Brahim Idoish, and this guy has got some skills as well. You've seen much of Brahim surfing?
Yeah, I saw his heat earlier today, and he did a really nice flip, 2 nice flips on the left. So
Yep. He's a real super strong competitor, Brahim Idoish, and he did really good in Galdar at the ISA World Games. I'm not sure if he didn't make the final, he made the semis, but he was like one of the form surfers leading up to the final over there. But he's got. He was talking to me about potential of putting on an event in Morocco, because they do have an ETB event there.
Oh, that'd be sick.
It'd be super cool to go over there, and you wouldn't believe it, but the king of Morocco, his son's a bodyboarder.
No way.
Yeah, so the
That
king's
is
pretty
sick.
keen to bring bodyboarding over to Morocco. That'd be sweet, huh?
Yeah, it's cool to have like new places on the tour. I'm stoked. We're going to Brazil next. Haven't been there, so it's sick. Every time there's a new stop on the tour, I'm always make sure I go to that one.
What a great way to see the world, as a young bloke, and just enjoy yourself. There's the competitors area there at the moment. Jones Russell on screen, Dougie Smith, Sam Bennett. That is the Port Macquarie connection, I reckon. Oops, excuse me.
Oh, yeah, they're jokesters, the Port Macquarie boys.
They are. They're pretty funny, that's for sure. Yeah, okay. Have you got the dessert?
You can see they don't look too nervous, really. Okay. Doug and Jonesy, they're just having a laugh. But once they're out there, I reckon that attitude will change. They're both going to want to make it through. So it's going to be a good heat.
That is. Well, there you go. Jones, Russell, Brahim, Idoish, Joe Clark, and Dougie Smith are coming up next here at the Arica Chilean Challenge. Thank you very much to, of course, our major sponsor, the guys from Stealth. Thank you very much to BSC and Tomati Surf Shop as well, of course, one of the sponsors. And, he's got 3 of those little stores around Arica here, and they just love it. And, thank you very much to the organisers, too, putting on a fantastic job here and doing a great, great work with the competition. Right now, though, not a lot happening. Josh Garner's got a 5.5. Jean Nevers got a 4.67. Only 2 waves ridden so far. And you can see Josh Garner have a little look at that one, decide to let it go. But it's really starting to slow down out here at the moment, Tom.
Super slow heat. There's, half the heat's gone. There's 15 minutes remaining. And, it's going to be tough. If it doesn't start pulsing soon, it's going to come down to the wire where guys are going to be scrapping for whatever they can get. So I think Garner and who was Nevea, probably a pretty wise choice, just getting one under their belt at the start. We got a little wave coming in here. Looks like Nevea having a look in blue.
Well, I would be, I'd be tempted to move on to the inside and just get your 2 waves on a day like today and just take the pressure off.
Yeah, some of the insiders are sick too that you don't see when you're out there. A lot of the time you're watching, you see these little inside, like, good flip bowls and good barrels come through.
Mm-hmm.
But it's tough when you're out there because you don't realise, if you sit that far in, you think you're too close to the rocks, but some of them just grind along.
All right, well, there they are, the boys just sitting and waiting. We're down to 15 minutes remaining, folks. Once again, you are watching the final day of the trials, coming to you live from Arica, El Gringo in Arica. It's right on the Chile-Peruvian border. Have you been over into Peru at all yet, Tom?
Yeah, I've been to Peru twice now, and it's a pretty interesting place. Kind of similar to Chile, but I've only been to Chilca, where we had the 2 comps.
Oh, okay, sure.
The previous years, so yeah.
Yeah, nice. All right, well, looks like we've got a little action here, Tom, and this is the rider in...
Paddle battle.
Oh,
Ooh!
yellow had priority.
That's Pierre pulling into a pit there with priority and just coming out the doggy door. Kind of close to the rocks too. So Garner, I don't know if he didn't realise who had priority there, but that was close to an interference. He should be sweet though.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's going to be cool. He pulled back at the last minute, but yeah, that's the beauty of 4-man priority.
We've got a split peak here. White on the right, pulling into a nice tube.
Oh my God!
Coming out clean.
No way!
And a big invert on the end.
My God,
that was
insane.
insane.
Alan Munoz, I told you this kid's got skills, Tommy Drigby.
That was insane. Garner on the left here in red. Boom, big flip. And then pulls that as well. Navio rolling on the right, so everyone getting a wave there. I'd say White had the better of that exchange for sure.
Yeah,
nice deep barrel.
That's one of the best rights we've seen come through today. That thing just opened up and just kegged its nut off. And Alan Munoz is going to get some crazy scores. I'd be calling probably 9-5 or something like that.
Yeah, like I said, he had a lot of knowledge out here, so he's just waited for half the heat then.
Yep. And
it's paid off for him. He's got a nice right, nice barrel, and a big invert out the end. So it'd be good to see what score he gets for that. Definitely be in the 8 and 9 area, I think.
Yeah, it'd have to be. You got to be thinking.
Yeah.
Well, there's a nice little overview of the shot of the break here, folks, and the webcast team doing a great job bringing all the images to you. One of the downfalls we do have today, Tommy, is you can see the blue sky. That spells trouble around here, doesn't it?
Yeah, the onshore kicks in earlier.
It does.
Earlier the sun comes out.
Yeah,
it's nice. It makes the waves look good for a while, but usually that onshore kicks in soon after. So.
Well, it's going to, today we're going to finish up at about 11:45, so we might just get away with it.
Yeah.
While we're waiting for scores to come through, thank you very much to some of our other sponsors. Of course, the guys from Movistar have been outstanding here, and Land Chile, along with the Municipalidad de Arica, the local council. Thank you very much to those guys as well. There's stacks of other sponsors on the list there, and we'll go through them shortly. Alan Munoz got a 9. There you go. You said high 8s. I said mid-9, somewhere in between.
Yep, there you go.
That's a worthy score. Josh Garner in second, Nevea third, Pierre Bathlier in fourth. But there are a couple of numbers yet to drop, so we'll give you the update as soon as we can.
So there you go. That shoots him straight into first. He doesn't have a second wave yet, so Garner getting a 4.5 on his second wave. And Alan only needs a 1, so there you go. He's set himself up nicely for this heat. He's just going to have to get a second wave under his belt. Pretty much get, any kind of insider and do a nice roll.
Yeah, well, he needs a 1, so he just needs to look at a wave and he'll go into the lead.
Yeah.
Jean Nevea, in fact, Nevea's second wave of 5.57 did push him up into the lead just momentarily. I mean, Munoz is going to come back at him for sure. Pierre Bathlier got a 5.43 for that barrel where he snuck out of, and Garner a 4.5 on his second wave. So right now, Jean Nevea ahead of Josh Garner, Munoz in third, and Bathlier is in fourth place. But this thing is wide open, Tommy.
So starting to heat up now with just 11 minutes to go. Just seen a nice right just barrel through with no one on it. I don't know if they didn't see that one, but and it looks like there's another lull now, so it's going to come down to the wire. Pierre still in striking distance for sure. He only needs a 4.58, so just depends who gets the waves at the end here. How do you tell who's got priority? It's going to be crucial. I think.
Okay, well, there's a little break in the action and we're waiting for some scores to come through. We're going to pay some bills with an advertisement and we're going to be back on the other side of this live from Arica. It's hard to eat commentating, isn't it? I didn't know you were. Sorry, man. Something there for you now. You drink coffee? Who's that, man? No, but it's more anyway if you want it. All right. Okay, back with live action, folks, from Arica, the final day of the trials, coming to you from the Arica Chilean Challenge. This is stop down number 3 on the IBA World Tour, and right now we're watching the bloke in the yellow singlet. This is Pierre.
In the
white.
That's
white. Sorry, that is Alan Munoz.
Just got a 9 on his last wave, gets another pit on a right, little spin in the pocket, and just ducking out of that one.
Yeah, I tell you what, Alan Munoz hasn't come here to, to muck around, mate. He's come here to win this thing. He got second in the 6-star in Antofagasta. I said to him, "Are you going to go to Arica?" And he goes, "Go to Arica. I want to win Arica." I went, "Oh, that's a good attitude, mate. Good on you." So
he's hungry.
He really is, one. Well, he's the best talent coming through Chile at the moment. Mate, I've seen a massive improvement in the Chilean bodyboarders over the last couple of years here, and they. Just their style and their approach to competition has really just gone forward leaps and bounds, hey?
Yeah, with waves like this that are, consistent all year round pretty much, they must be loving it. So you can't not improve with, ramps and barrels like this.
No, that's right. Well, there's the next heat in the water. Dougie Smith in the blue. To the right of him is, of course, that is Jones Russell. Then we got Joe Clark, the 3 Aussies. And in the white singlet, of course, is that man Brahim Idoish. And, the crowd just loving it. What about the rocks, the keyhole there, Tom? What's your thoughts on that thing? It's pretty sketchy, isn't it?
Yeah, it's pretty sketchy. On today, it's pretty sweet, I reckon. That the waves are small enough that you can time it and wait for a gap and just get out pretty easy. But even still, it's a pretty small gap. It's only about 2 meters wide, so it's still sketchy. You can see it there. And then plus you got the crowd all staring at you, so... Yeah. You don't want to stuff up.
No way. Well, that's what it is. That is how you get in and out here. And, today, it's not too bad because, there's not much kind of swell washing into there. But when it's 10 foot, it's another story, isn't it?
Oh, it's crazy. It's almost undoable some days, like on the 10-foot days.
Just to the right of the screen, around the corner a little bit further, there's a little place that they call Tomati's Place.
Yeah.
The guy who runs the contest here, Christian Peralta, bodyboarder, got caught there one year and he nearly died. They also call it Tomati's Place because when you get caught there, you end up with ketchup all over you.
Yeah.
You're going to get cut up by the rocks.
It is deadly around there. I've seen 1 or 2 people get caught there a few times I've been here. And
boys are just pulling out with a wider shot, and that gives you a bit of an idea of what they call the keyhole here at Arica.
You see the rocks to the right there. Tomaga actually last year caught a barrel all the way past the keyhole and rolled pretty much onto those rocks.
Yeah, onto the rocks. So, it was just crazy to watch in real life. But we've got some action. Blue, up and riding.
Big flip off the takeoff. Pulls it round. Looked like he might have fallen off there, but he held on tight and got that around. So, Blue.
Jean Nevere, that is the Portuguese row. Look how shallow it is there, Tom.
Jean Nevere, we're just waiting for scores to drop for him. And he's just luckily pulled out quick enough before the rocks there.
Well, the judges, talking with Chico Garitano, head judge, and it's a little different here because on those rights, particularly, Tom, when you, say, go up and hit it, maybe do a big invert or an ARS or whatever, and you land it, they're just checking the landings, and then you can't really ride out of the foam as such because of the fact that there's going to be just rocks there. There's
it's a tough call. We could see some Chilean talent down there on the rocks.
Oh, my goodness, there's so much Chilean talent here. It's ridiculous. And this is what we say in Spanish. We say bonita.
Yeah, beautiful. Yep.
Yeah, muy bien.
We got Pierre up and riding in yellow.
Muy bien. Look
Frenchman,
at that.
big flip out of the pit. There you go.
You can hear that landing from here. That was crazy.
Yeah, that was a slap. And just stuck it perfectly. Garner on a left in red. Pulls into the pit, comes out with a little spin off the end. And that's all she wrote for Garner.
Yeah,
but
well, he's got a nose for a tube, hadn't he,
for
Josh
sure.
Garner? He
yeah.
really knows how to, find a sweet little barrel.
He surfed some pretty big pits in his career, so he knows how to get pitted, that's for sure.
Okay, just over 5 minutes remaining.
Ooh.
There's a little in and out for Joel Nevea. Munoz got a 5-5, Tommy, on that second wave, so he has moved into the lead. It looks like Joel Nevea sitting in second place, needing about an 8.49. There's the next heat in the water, Russell.
You see the boys there just seeing an empty run through. They're putting their arms up. All the competitors are just caught away, so they're all paddling out. So they're frothing to get out there. You can see they're psyched now.
Hey, good result for Dougie Smith from Port Macquarie, eh? He's in the
For
quarters
sure.
of the World Tour trials.
Yeah, he's stoked. I saw him just before his heat and said good luck. And, yeah, he didn't seem too nervous. He seemed just kind of psyched that he's still in, So.
Well, he grew up with, Chase O'Leary and Sam Bennett and Jonesy. He saw all these guys doing good on the World Tour, and he went, bugger this, I'm going to go for a couple of jogs. I'm going to, work on my fitness, work on my riding. I'm going to join him on the World Tour. It looks like fun.
Yeah, he's always surfed well, even way back in the national days when I was young and I first started going to Port Macquarie and seeing all those guys. Yeah, he's always been up there in that pack, so it's good to see him start to come overseas and go well in some of the tour events. We see a bit of a set coming in now. The guy's scrambling. Not sure who has priority, but it looks like Garner's going to have a look at this left. Scooping in under the lip. On the shocky. Oh, just getting pinched out on that one.
Yeah, well, that one just kind of chandeliered and crumbled on the inside and just kind of, unfortunately, unable to get himself out of that barrel.
Just waiting for scores to drop for the last of Pierre as well. That barrel to flip was pretty big and clean, so that'll be interesting to see. It's going to be tight once all these scores drop in. Just waiting for it to upload.
All right, well, we're into the last 3 minutes. Quarterfinal number 2. Munoz looking pretty good at the moment. The other guys really kind of fighting for second place. There's a good little shot looking back into the city of Arica. And it's a desolate sort of a place around here, isn't it, Tom Rigby?
Yeah, it's pretty strange landscape. It's kind of desert dirt and then
moon-like.
Yeah, real moon-like. Yeah, that's it. Strange, but then there's just a city in the middle of it, like a nice city. So
yeah, it's pretty cool. It's something that you never see back home, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Well, little movement out the front, and looks like the man in the yellow singlet will have a look at this one. Pierre Bathelier has gone into second place, Tommy.
Could have a nice ramp here. Bang, big roll. Comes out clean out of that one.
Well, he was sitting in second place prior to that. Garner's gone down to the third, needing a 6.77 to be second. And we'll just wait for those last couple of scores. Hang on. In fact, it is still Munoz first, Bathelier second, Garner third, and Nevea is in fourth. Joel is needing a 7.37 to go to second. Garner needing a 6.77 to go to second. So it's Munoz and Bathelier. Here's the replay. Take us through this, Tommy.
The replay is just pulling up, punches through the lip with a nice clean roll and pops the head up, shows the judges he lands it. And pulls out. We got White up and riding, getting a nice barrel. So he's just waiting for those good ones that, are barreling. He's pretty much controlling the heat out there right now. Dropping that 9 and then a nice backup score. So it's pretty much a battle for second at the moment. We've got the red and blue paddling for this one. Seems like blue's got priority. He's going to go the right.
Yeah, well, he needs a good wave. Let's see what he can do.
Big ramp. Huge flip, but just, somehow pulled that.
Is he holding the board backwards, I think?
I think so. I don't know if that's...
he was.
And we've got Garner on the left as well, pulling in really deep. He's not going to come out of that one.
All right, well, Josh Garner looks like he could be in a bit of trouble here, folks. He's been in crazy form leading up to it, as has João Nevea from Portugal. I mean, there's just so much talent in these quarterfinals, isn't there, Tom Rigby?
Yeah, you see Garner slapping his board there. He's not happy. Now he's... Yellow and white are ahead of him in priority, so...
Well, it's less than a minute to go, so, it's just about out of time.
Yeah.
But Alan Munoz, he's just had it on a string, hadn't he? He's just been dialing up those good ones.
Surfed this heat really smart. You know, he's only caught 3 waves, but all of them have been like solid scores. So
and there's his last one, 5.93. Buthier looks like moving on through with Munoz. We're coming down to about 30 seconds remaining in quarterfinal number 2. Coming up next, Jones Russell, Brahim Idoish from Morocco, Joey Clark and Doug Smith. So it's a bit of an all-Aussie affair.
It's going to be a sick heat. I can't wait for this one. It's going to be insane.
Pretty late down under. You reckon it'll be past midnight by now?
Yep.
So
around 1 o'clock, I think.
Okay. Well, there'd still be plenty of the Port Macquarie crew will be sitting up, including
sure.
Margot Bennett, who's probably watching. G'day, Margot.
Hey, Margot.
Yeah, she'll be on Facebook punching out all the results. She loves it. There we go. It is official. So quarterfinal number 2 sees, unfortunately, for Joe Nevea and Josh Garner, they've been bundled out of the event here by Alan Munoz and Pierre Buthier from Reunion Island. So there we go. That is the situation. And right now in the background, you can hear the sirens for quarterfinal number 3 here in Arica, folks. Jones Russell in the red, Brahim Idoish from Morocco in the white, Joey Clark from Australia in yellow, and Doug Smith from Australia in blue. Tommy Rigby, I think it's time to say goodbye to you, mate. Is that right? And Manny Vargas is back in. Is that right or no?
Not sure.
It's me and Manny, I think.
I'm out.
Yeah, so thanks, Tom, and we'll catch up with you a bit later, mate.
No
thanks
worries.
for your little expert commentary.
Okay, thanks, Tezza.
All right, well, welcome back, Manny Vargas, back into the booth, who just had a little break. He's got his coffee. He's got his... I'll do most of the talking, Manny, so you can eat. Yeah, because... you know, when you webcast for 8 days, it's, you know, there's a lot of speaking to do. It's a bit exhausting. We need to give these guys as much as a break as we can, but you can see on screen there, Josh Garner, clearly disappointed. You know, he's come all this way. He was in such great form, as was Joe Nevea, in all-time career form, both those guys. But it took the talent of Pierre Buthier, the young guy from Reunion Island, and Alan Munoz. Didn't he just dial up the good ones? Yeah, they're just so parochial, the Chilean spectators. They absolutely love it. And you can see just a bit of a backslap there for the bloke in the white singlet. So Munoz, well, you know, he's injured too. He's carrying a very, very bad foot injury, Manny Vargas. Oh, man, what happened? Oh, he's just got jammed on the rocks yesterday, so he could hardly walk leading out into that heat, but it didn't seem to, affect him once he was in the water. But we're into quarterfinal number 3 and straight to work nice and early. Joey Clark from Australia gets a nice little cover up. But, yeah, mate, it's just incredible. I mean, it's a bit smaller here today, but El Gringo once again dishing up the goods.
Yeah, I mean, we've been watching a ton of the trials. I mean, we've been broadcasting live deep in the trials, and now we're starting to see some real action where the guys they're not holding back anything. They're doing all the big moves. They're sliding into the barrels nice and clean. They know what they're doing, and unfortunately, it is a little smaller, but it's not affecting anything. These guys are still putting it on the line.
Yeah, well, that's right. Well, welcome back, folks. And Terry McKenna here, along with my man Manny Vargas. And, yeah, it's been incredible. Just the waves here have been, so good. It's a little smaller today, by far the smallest day we've had so far. But, Manny, we did introduce 30-minute heats, and we've also got the 4-man priority. So we're trying to do our best for the competitors.
And when you guys gave the green light on the 30 minutes on the quarterfinals, that was a crucial addition for Damian King, because Kingy caught that one of his better waves at that 25-minute mark where it could have ended, but that extension actually helped him out, and he's stoked. He advanced on
they
back.
really do need the 30 minutes, and that was totally sweet.
Live action.
We'll try and get a replay on that one for Ren and the boys, but you also got a little wave coming through out the front. There we go, back to live, and that is the rider in red. Manny, who is that?
Jones Russell up and riding on that right-hander. There we go. Looking for that section. Another big section out the back. Goes for the invert. Tweaks it a little bit. And the right-hander, you can get a nice little clean barrel, but it's going to be all about hitting the lip and getting a big section to bust big moves on the right-hand waves. And the left-hand waves are more about getting deep barrels and coming out with a move at the end of that barrel ride. So that's where we're at. If you're going to go left, you're going to see deep tube rides ending with a big maneuver. You're going to go right. You're going to see more of lip maneuvers. There's not much happening. Look at that big wave out the back, set, rolling through. Blue, turn around.
Well, this is the rider in the white singlet, and that is Brahim Idoish from Morocco. And once again, Brahim just getting himself a sweet little wave. This kid from Morocco has been really surfing well, and some incredible performances, that's for sure. Thank you very much, of course, to all of our sponsors, including the guys from Movistar. I've got one of the best networks in South America here. Thank you very much. Land Chile have been flying everyone around, doing a fantastic job. And, of course, the Municipalidad of the Arica.
Up and riding in yellow. Nice, clean bottom turn. Joe Clark, another clean barrel. This guy's been shagging in some serious tube time all morning today. Joe Clark, as he's been just scooping in on the takeoff from the beginning of his waves and just staying in the barrel as long as he can. Joe Clark, very, very skilled tube rider.
Yeah, he's got a nose for a tube, that's for sure, that kid. And, we've got 3 Australians out there at the moment. And, of course, the lone Moroccan. Coming up in the next one, Diogo Roberto from Brazil, Adam Morley from South Africa, Venezuelan Sergio Alonso, and Aram Cabrera from Canary Islands. Going to be pretty awesome to watch that, that's for sure.
All right, we're winding down. Again, this is the quarterfinals out in the water. And, again, today we are going to finish off the trials. Only 6 riders out of this huge trialist pool. I mean, we've had close to 100 or over 100 trialists enter, and only 6 will advance on to the main event. That's the odds are not looking too good if you're starting from the beginning.
No, but you know what? They all come here with a dream, and, I guess you take it heat by heat, and when you come, they just want to come here to experience the wave. Too many, that's the thing, and there's so much more to the IBA World Tour than just competing. I mean, there's the trip there and the trip home, all the free surfs that you have in and around the competition, and I guess at the end of the rainbow is you do well in the contest, but it's a really cool way to see the world as a young man, and meet a whole bunch of cool people, and and create a good network of friends around the world. And I was talking with Tom Rigby, and he was saying he was stoked when he sees a new venue pop up on the World Tour. He goes, well, that's another place that I'm going to be able to tick off my wish list, And
nice.
Speaking of Brahim Idoish before, I was talking to him and he said to me that, we want to have an IBA World Tour event in Morocco, Terry. And I said, really? That would be insane. Because they have an ETB event there, but they want to ramp it up into an IBA World Tour, not a Grand Slam, a qualifying series event. And he told me that the king of Morocco, his son is a bodyboarder.
Oh,
and he
man.
said the king wants to make it happen. I went, really? Bring that on.
Hey, that's what you call a serious connection right there. So, yeah, if that goes down, I don't know if we're going to bring in any of the webcasts down for the qualifying series, but put my name on there if that does go down.
Yeah, well, we've got Alex Leon. He's going to be talking with the winner of the former heat, and this guy was just killing it. It was Alan Munoz. Take it away, Leon.
Guys, and I'm down here with the winner of quarterfinal number 2, Alan Munoz. And because of his English and he doesn't understand the English that well, we've got Natty, the translator, for us. So, Alan, well done, mate. And we heard you hurt your foot yesterday and you fractured it. So did that play any part in winning that quarterfinal then?
Supimos que te fracturaste el pie. ¿Estás bien? ¿Cómo te jugó en contra esto para ganar?
Como era el sistema de prioridad, me beneficiaba porque podía estar tranquilo y esperar mi turno. Y no, el pie fue una pequeña fisura en el hueso del pie y no molestó mucho.
It was a fissure in the foot. It wasn't really a fracture, and it really wasn't that bad, but it did hurt. And they were doing the priority system, so that benefited him into being calm in the water and doing good.
Okay, and you're a local Chilean boy. You must be pretty proud, doing the country proud here, winning that one, moving into the semi-finals.
Me imagino que estás orgulloso de ser chileno y estar acá en la cuarta de final.
Semifinal, sí, muy contento, motivado a ver si puedo conseguir la mayor cantidad de puntos para el Trials.
He's really, really proud, and he's happy that he's here showing a face for Chile.
Okay, so there we see quarterfinal number 2 winner Alan Munoz from Chile moving into the semi-finals, and congratulations, and we'll see you in the semi-finals. Well done. Back to you guys in the booth.
Well, Alan Munoz, he has just been, in such incredible form here in this South American leg. He finished second at Antofagasta. I said to him down there, "You're going to go up to Arica?" And he goes, "Go to Arica. I'm going to win Arica."
Oh, nice.
I said, "Really? Well, this guy hasn't come here to muck around, man. He's come here to go one spot better than what he did at the previous event."
Yeah.
We saw some incredible waves whilst that little interview was going down.
Oh, my. Look at this on the outside, Teza. Big set rolling in, and it looks like they are all out there waiting for something to come through. All the riders are waiting patiently, and this is one of the bigger sets of this heat so far. There is a 4-man priority system, and it looks like White is going to paddle over, trying to get as much as possible on this wave. Dropping in, I believe that is, Brahim.
Well,
Idosh.
Oh, he just tried to thread it through that last little bit, but it just went so tiny. It just like closed up on him and didn't let him out. Currently, at the moment, though, we've seen some pretty good scores in this heat. Joe Clark's currently leading. Jones Russell in second. Idosh is in third, and Doug Smith's in fourth. But I can tell you that Doug Smith got like a big bomb. Actually, there it is there. Scores just came through on the live screen. So 6.5 for Dougie Smith. Got a big barrel while that interview was on. Jones Russell now back into fourth place, needing a 1.33. Braham into second, needing a 7.83 to take the lead off an informed Joey Clark. Always very consistent, Joe Clark, with a couple of mid-range 6 scores there, and sitting in first place in quarter number 3.
Again, these are 30-minute quarterfinals, and we're at the 19-minute mark. Jones Russell and Doug Smith only have one wave right now, but tons of time to come out with those scores that they are in need of. So Joe Clark, 2 solid scores, 6s right off the bat, so that's looking good for him.
Yeah, well, we've got about 19 minutes remaining in this third quarterfinal. Coming up in the next one, Diego Roberto from Brazil. He's been in just crazy form. He's been one of the real standouts here. Adam Morley, always super solid. Adam, of course, is one of our permanent alternates. He just missed a cut last year.
I know.
Along with Jones Russell. So Adam's always at the top of his game. Sergio Alonso, for my liking, Manny Vargas, one of the most exciting bodyboarders in the world.
Very explosive.
Sergio paddles for a wave, I get excited.
Yeah, very explosive, very quick and smooth lines. He's actually, the past year, just has grown in very smooth lines, and he's you're right, very exciting to watch.
Yeah, a lot of inventiveness and originality in his surfing. And Aaron Cabrera, well, he's so experienced. And he's so solid, you know, and he's so scary in the lineup. You know, you're not going to take away from that guy.
No.
Look at his priority.
I know, but yeah, these quarterfinals have all been amazing, and we will take the top 2 riders of the quarterfinals, and they will go into the semifinals. Unfortunately, only the 4th place rider in the semifinals will not make it to the main event. So we will see the top finalists. 1, 2, 3, and 4, and the 3rd place finisher in the semifinals advancing on to the main event. Those will be your 6 qualifying trialists to make it into the main event. So it looks like there is some scrambling out the back. White taking a look, yellow taking a look, but it is blue dropping in. Doug Smith taking a look at this one.
Yeah, well, the crew from Port Macquarie would be stoked. Dougie leans
Can he
forward.
come out? Yeah, he comes out. That was a deep hit.
Is a good deep tube ride from Doug Smith. And I tell you what, the crew back in PNBA in Port Macquarie in Australia be just frothing on that one.
Well, he's a new kid on the block. I mean, what do we know about him?
Well, Doug's always been a really good, strong competitor through the state titles, the club and amateur scene. Came onto the National Pro Tour. Got right up there and was right up there with the Sam Bennett's and Chase O'Leary's and the Jones Russells. But then Dougie went up to Queensland. He got himself a job and thought, I'm not going to chase the dream. Went up to Queensland. Realised then that Chase O'Leary and Sam Bennett got on the world tour and he went, what the hell? Threw the job in, came back to mum and dad's to live, did a bit of training, and he's back on chasing the dream. And I tell you what, he's really on track at the moment.
That's awesome, yeah. I mean, there's been a very strong group of bodyboarders coming out of Australia, and all of them are holding their own when it comes to the qualifying series and here in the trial rounds of the Grand Slam series. So very interesting to see these big group of, like, really consistent competitors coming out of Australia, Canary Islands, and it looks like all over the world, actually.
Yeah, it is. It's really becoming a global sport. There it goes. Doug Smith, the 6.7,
wow,
has taken Doug into the lead. So Joe Clark slides back to second. Brahim Idoish now in third place, and he's chasing a 7.83. That's a pretty good, hefty score, Manny, on a day like today. And Jones Russell's got first priority, needing a 7.16. Well, I'll tell you what, Jonesy, he knows what a 7.16 looks like. He's got 16 minutes to get it, and this thing is still wide open.
There's enough time for them to actually get two whole new good rides, but it all depends on Mother Nature and her consistency. So if the waves do come in, all these guys have the ability to get those higher scoring waves. But the first day of the broadcast, we have sunny skies in the mornings. It looks like there's a little paddle battle going on out the back. White and blue taking a look. Neither of them going for it. But look at the conditions. Perfect.
Yeah, amazing. One of the downfalls of blue sky around here is the fact that it's a true indication of onshore coming early.
Oh, no.
Yeah. But luckily, you know what? We're going to pull up stumps here at about 11:30 today as we see White scooping into this one for Brahim Idoish. And, whoa, the Moroccan just ripping that one around. And, well, Brahim was sitting in third place prior to that. We're going to wait and see what sort of scores come through and how that's going to fare in the big scope of things with about 15 minutes remaining.
Big air roll spin right there. And ARS is what all the boys call it. Brahim Idoish. He is he's holding up the Moroccan flag really high, and it'd be very awesome to have an event on the world stage come over to Morocco. I would love to see Morocco. A good friend of mine, Fred Compagnon from France, was one of the first guys that I know, bodyboarders, to head over to Morocco and expose some of their big, perfect right-hand point breaks and just beautiful waves over there. And you can see the next guys coming up in quarterfinal number 4. Diego Roberto in red. He's just been on a consistent, he's been laying low under the radar, but he's just marching through heat after heat with his consistent riding. Adam Morley, we just saw him in a previous heat. He is looking really good too. He'll be in the white jersey. The Venezuelan in the yellow jersey. Short, but very fast and very aggressive out in the water. And Airam Cabrera in the blue jersey. As you can see, they're all getting ready, sitting next to the keyhole where they will jump in and make their way out into the water.
Yeah, well, we've got a little paddle out the front here for White, and once again, Brahim Idoish. Well, it was almost a carbon copy of his previous wave, and let's see if we can just get one more. No, just one ARS, but he's trying to chip his way back into contention. It's going to be interesting to see these last two wave scores when they come through. Conditions definitely backing off a little now, and judges having to kind of readjust their scores. Earlier this morning, Benny, we saw a couple of 6-footers coming through. There's some kind of bigger ones, but right now, probably pushed down around 3 to 4 feet range, and just those good sets are few and far between.
One of the bigger waves I saw today was in the early rounds, I believe, maybe the first heat of the day. Liam O'Toole was just sitting on the inside thinking that, there's the big sets aren't coming, but sure enough, he got it right on the head. He had 2 big sets on the head, but Liam O'Toole is okay. As you can see, this place is no joke.
Yeah, and you know what? That's really bad news for Jean Nevers. He's heading off to hospital. I do believe he's dislocated his shoulder. And
you can totally see it.
The boys are going to take him to the emergency here. And we've already got one guy in hospital, of course, Diego Cabrera, who's watching today on his laptop. I spoke to him on the phone last night, Manny.
Oh.
He was in pretty good spirits.
All right, cool.
Of course, he had a pretty bad head injury, and they're going to keep him in there for a little while longer for observations. But he's in great spirits. He wanted me to say, tell the people of Spain, Terry, that I'm okay. I came here to do my best for Spain, but this time around he can't compete. And Diego, mate, our thoughts and our wishes and our hearts go out to you, mate.
Everybody who heard that Diego Cabrera got hurt was just wanted to drop everything and made sure that they gave his prayers. Made sure that this guy pulled through it because everybody heard it was something pretty serious.
Yeah, it was.
And to hear it of one of your own is a very scary thought. And everybody had a sigh of relief when everything came out okay, up and riding. Brahim.
Well, this is the third one on the inside that Brahim Idoish has snuck away under priority. He's been in 4th priority. He's got 3 waves in a row. Just goes to show that, you can either sit out there and use it or you can just continue to keep your rhythm going in the heat. Sometimes, I reckon when you sit and wait too long, Manny Vargas, you can get out of rhythm with stuff.
I think that was the police testing one of their sirens down there because according to our scores or our notepad here, we are at the 11-minute and 30-second mark. So still tons of time for quarterfinal number 4 out in the water. Or actually, number 3.
Yeah, number 3. Well, that's an ambulance.
Oh, okay. They're probably
it's an
taking
ambulance for Genevieve.
Man, he was on fire. It looked like he was on pace to make it through into the main event.
That is a real shame. We're going to throw to a quick commercial break, folks. We'll be back on. Hang on, we've got swell coming. We're not going to throw to a commercial break when there's waves coming through Manny Vargas.
No, here we go. Up and riding. Taking a look at this one, it does look like Doug Smith coming off the bottom, looking for a nice lip maneuver, but just gets caught up right there. Too much turbulence as he comes down for a landing.
Well, Smith just wearing the lip around the head like some kind of bizarre fashion accessory. He just got drilled on that thing. So, all right, well, doesn't look like any waves are coming through at the moment. So we might just take a quick commercial break, folks, and we will be back on the other side of this, live from Arica, the Chilean Challenge, final day of the trials. Well, there we go, back live now, Manny, and quarterfinal number 3 coming down to just on 10 minutes remaining. At the moment, it is the fellow in yellow out in the lead, Joey Clark. Jones Russell in second. Brahim Idoish once again picking off these insiders.
Man, I think he's gotten more waves just on the inside in the last 3 minutes than most of these guys, anybody, of all of them.
Well, you've got to watch his wave count. I mean, it is 30 minutes, 12 wave maximum. So you can hear... Yeah, you can hear Chico Garitano, head judge in the background, just warning Brahim Idoish about his wave count. You know, last thing you want to do is just catch a bunch of waves on the inside and have to come back and watch the heat from the rocks, which we've seen a couple of times in the earlier rounds.
So what's on tap for the rest of the live web broadcast and as well as for the event?
Well, we've got the semis and the final of the trials coming today, and then it looks like the swell is going to come up again tonight, Manny. It's perfect timing for the main event, which will kick off tomorrow. We're looking to try and complete at least round 1 of the main event tomorrow. That would take us from 7:30 to 11:30, and then we'll sort of just check conditions from there. We might even try and get into round number 2. But, yeah, big day tomorrow coming up, folks. In fact, it looks like really good waves for the entire period. If anything, next Thursday has a dip in the swell. We have 1 day spare up our sleeve. And if anybody saw this contest last year, you remember that, when we have a day off, we go and do the school promo.
Yes.
And that's like a real highlight for some of the competitors.
It's
because
crazy.
It's just like it's like Beatlemania.
It is.
Chile. It's crazy.
It's like the bodyboarders are all of a sudden a boy band going into, it's crazy. You go to these schools and they're just surrounded and hounded for autographs. And it's not that, and they know who they are. That's the crazy thing about it.
Yeah, that's right.
The bodyboarding fan base here is unbelievable.
Yeah, crazy. I don't even reckon Justin Bieber would get that sort of reception.
Jones Russell up and riding, bottom turning, sliding under the pocket.
That's better.
Nice clean barrel, and sneaks into another one. Comes out with a clean roll right there. And another one right out to the gurgle section. Oh, my. Jones Russell, solid wave. Definitely higher than a 7.16, which he needed for that first place spot. Look at him getting back out there as quickly as possible.
Well, that's fired up Jones Russell, and that was incredible. And there's the, the peanut gallery, the lounge jockeys, as we like to call them, in the old competitors area. They just thought that was pretty special. It was, mate. That was one of the better waves we've seen here today. He put himself in a position after that first part of the tube where that thing just sectioned off big time, and I thought, oh, my God, he's probably too far behind, but he found the speed to get through it, and then he managed to rip off a couple of rolls at the end.
You would see one roll at the end of that tube riding section, but two, when you're doing that second one, you're on the reef. So when they're landing, they're keeping their knees and their fingers up out of the water as much as possible.
Well, there it goes. It's 9.27, and that is a worthy score, and in fact, the best score of the day so far. Jones Russell rockets into the lead. Dougie Smith in second. Now Joe Clark's down into third and chasing a 6.87 to qualify and Brahim Idoish needing 7.43. The Moroccans will be watching, and they'll be hoping that their boy comes home. We're just on 6 minutes to go.
Oh, my. That last wave of Jones-Russell, total textbook. That's what you want to be able to advance on out of these early heats. Amazing.
Yeah, fantastic surfing, folks, and it's just the tip of the iceberg, really, because coming up in quarterfinal number 4, Diogo Roberto, Brazil, is going to take on Adam Morley, Sergio Alonso, and Aram Cabrera. But that is the current situation on the screen, folks. 6 minutes remaining. Russell, Smith, Clark, and Idoish. That's it from top to bottom. And, Joe Clark needing a 6.87. Braham needing a pretty good score as well. There's some of our Chilean spectators. Every day you get an army of hardcore supporters rocking down here religiously. They're a little slow in the mornings, the Chileans, I must admit. They're not real good at getting up early. But, say by 10 o'clock, what are we up to here local time? 10:13, yeah. I've noticed around 10 o'clock they start to mosey up a little. They have their little siesta in the afternoon, but they do go through to the early hours of the morning.
Oh,
so they've just got incredible energy levels. And we've been going out to dinner here at 10:30 at night. It doesn't seem like it's anything out of the ordinary. There's kids running around at midnight in the mall. It's crazy.
Yeah, I was talking to one of the club owners here from Soho, and he said, doors open at midnight and everything starts rocking around 2:30, and that's typical down here in South America. And I haven't taken part of that yet because my body is still trying to get over this jet lag or whatever it is.
Yeah. No, I really struggled this year. I don't know why, but it was only last night that I had my first distance sleep, and I've been here for the best part of 10 days. Mm-hmm. So there goes the boys into battle, the fourth and final of our quarterfinals, live from Arica, folks. Final day of the trials. Who are going to be the 6 to make it through to join the top 24 in the world and our 2 wild cards? Well, if you stick around on the webcast, you're going to find out in about an hour's time from now.
There's that infamous keyhole here at El Gringo. The locals like to call this spot Flopos, but it's world-renowned as El Gringo. And that little area right there. Wait a second. Out the back, pulling in under the curtain right there. And comes out.
God.
And a big roll through the lip. Solid wave right there for Doug Smith.
Well, Doug Smith, he is on the rocks, basically.
Look at that.
Watch out, man. That's it. Dive into the keyhole, buddy. Hey, I tell you what, Doug Smith is just...
Oh, my.
Dougie's just came over here, and I thought, good on you, Doug. You come and have a go at Gringo, but here he is, man. He's just, really taking on the world's best, and that way there is really going to, solidify his position in the semi-finals. That's got to be a pretty good score when it comes through. Wait and see. He was sitting in second prior to that. Okay. There it is, 8.1, and Doug Smith moves into the lead. Look at him clapping their hands in Port Macquarie, hey, with a couple of beers. That's insane. Jump for joy, boys. You've got 2 of your boys in first and second, so Doug Smith first, Jones Russell second. Jonesy needs a 5.53. He'll probably go back to first if he gets another wave. Joe Clark, he's got something to say about it, Manny. What's he going to do?
He tries to get into that barrel really early, but obviously he saw something down the line, knew that it was going to close out, so he bailed, hit the ejection button.
Well, that was a real lobster dive, wasn't it? It was just head first down into the reef. You've got to be so careful because the reef here is not flat back home. In Australia, when you ride a reef, pretty much if you look at the hush that's falling over the crowd there. Look at the little moment of concern. There's Jazz in the corner. Got some of the world's best riders just watching on. And, but the reef's totally different here, Manny. And, normally it's a flat reef, so when you get dragged across it, you kind of just go boom, boom, boom and slide across. It's not too much of a drama. Here, it's just like pyramids. It's just a nightmare. You can get jammed in there. Your foot can get caught. You can get, skin ripped off. We saw, 2 guys so far hospitalised in this contest, and this is as extreme as it gets when it comes to bodyboarding.
I was talking to Dave Winchester earlier when he was on the mic, and he said it's pretty much, it's not, like you said, you're not skipping along the reef. You're actually, it's like Mike Tyson giving you a body blow, and you don't want, that's what's happening out there. This is Brahim Aidush.
Well, he needs something special, and there it is. Oh, that was pretty well executed. Hey, I tell you what, that got the crowd going, and He was sitting currently in third spot. Well, we will wait and see. Actually, fourth. We'll wait and see what sort of scores come through for that. So, Brahim Idosh needed an 8.78 to go to second. Well, I don't know. We'll leave that one up to the judges. That's what they get the big money for, Manny.
All right, so we do have PLC on standby. He's going to be coming in and taking over your spot, so you can get in there and do what you do over there in the judges and, make the things happen. And I'll be sitting in here, but you'll be back for semifinal number 2.
That's right.
With Ben Player. And so if you want any last words, we'll get PLC in here so you can get rocking.
No, I'm just going to go back and, progress the draw, jump on the big mic and, pay some prize money, do all the stuff that I do. But there's a good little shot of some of the spectators. Mate, it's all happening here, and we'll get PLC in, and we'll talk to you guys soon.
You got it. Terry McKenna is making his way out. PLC is coming in, and stay tuned. We're going to get situated within the next 5 seconds. Don't go anywhere. Coming down to the last. That was the last wave of the heat as we're getting situated here. What's that? No. Not today, just this little thing. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was the end of quarterfinal number 3. And if the results here on our screen, yep, that's what we are looking at as well. Doug Smith coming out full charge and taking this quarterfinal number 3, along with Jones Russell in second place. So Jones Russell and Doug Smith advancing on to semifinals.
Still one wave to come from Brahim Idosh that we didn't see.
That's right. What was he chasing? I think he was chasing a 6.15.
And we're still waiting for his score. They got another barrel after.
All right, stand by. Yeah, let's hold off just a second. These are not your official results on your screen. So stand by 1 second. There could be a quick, possibly a little change at the end, but we want to make sure you guys are tuned in with the right information. So stand by on that. We are still waiting for the last wave of Jones Russell and Brahim Idosh. So, welcome. It goes like this. So PLC's trying to figure out how to use this headband thing. There we go.
Good.
Perfect. All right. Brahim, he's really close to you. I mean, he's down in Morocco. France is just over there, the Mediterranean. Do you ever get to surf or ride waves with Brahim?
Yeah, Brahim actually lived 3 years in Morocco. So I've known him for a while, and he's only been following the tour. So we're just listening the last call of Brahim Idosh from Morocco. So Brahim Idosh has jumped into the second place at the last minute.
Oh
my God!
We're still listening in.
Let me tell you something. Morocco will be.
Oh.
Yeah.
There it is. You're right.
Brahim Idosh took the lead.
Brahim pulling out all the stops. Taking the lead was Brahim. And in second place, it is Doug Smith. And in third, Jones Russell.
Oh, my God. That's a crazy situation. Yeah.
Oh, unreal.
Unreal.
All the boys back in Morocco will be stoked.
Yeah, let me tell you, I'm really happy to see Brahim Idosh advancing. He's got a massive support from the Moroccan people, and wow, they're going to be so happy. They are so passionate about bodyboarding there, and that's so good for him.
Well, once again, just to make sure everybody has heard, Brahim Idosh taking the quarterfinal number 3. He is in first place. He will advance on along with Doug Smith. the Australian in second place. Unfortunately, Jones Russell got knocked out of that second place position in the last few seconds of that heat. Joe Clark in fourth place. So, Brahim.
That was a crazy hit. John Russell got a 9.27 and still didn't make it.
Oh.
That was the best quarterfinal of the day for sure. That was the best hit of the day.
Unbelievable.
Well, Brahim Idouche, look at him. His last 2 score made him pass. That is epic. Wow. Insane.
Well, I haven't been to Morocco, and
yeah,
I know a few of them from being online and stuff. But how big is the bodyboarding culture down there?
It's pretty solid. It's actually where I learned bodyboarding. It's where I grew up on the foam, and here we are. Brahim Idouche, so happy. He must be so happy. He's actually staying in our hotel, and was really nervous, asking me a lot of detail, a lot of advices yesterday, and try to help him as much as I could. And well, that's amazing. Super happy for Brahim. Yeah, bodyboarding in Morocco is getting bigger and bigger, and yeah, you should come one day.
Oh, I'd love to.
Brahim was telling me he's going to try to have a Grand Slam next year. So.
Oh, that'd be amazing. The first video, the first photos and footage that I seen were from Fred Compagnon, where he went down there. Crazy man, Mushroom. He went down there and put a video together. That video alone it made me want to go. So hopefully if it goes down, I am in.
Sweet. Yeah, there are fun waves there. Actually, world-class wave.
Out in the water, quarterfinal number 4. All right, check this out. We do have Alex Leon downstairs with an interview. Alex, where you at, brother?
Yeah, g'day, fellas. Yeah, we're down here with quarterfinal number 3, second place there, Doug Smith from Port Macquarie. Breakwall, as we should say. Dougie, congratulations, mate. Pretty stoked?
Yeah, I'm super stoked. I just came over here just to take it all in, and I'm stoked I got this far. Just can't believe it. Stoked.
Well, mate, you started in round 5 of the trial, so, you've progressed through now a couple of rounds, so you must be pretty stoked leading into semi-finals now.
Yeah, in round 5, I didn't think I had the chance. Now I'm in the semis, ready to qualify for the main event, so... all I have to do is get third, and I'm in the event.
You don't want to finish 4th, though.
Amped. I'm so stoked.
And what's the conditions like out there? Do you enjoy the wave? What's it similar to? And do you find it hard out there, or are you pretty comfortable out there?
I heard so many stories it's so sketchy and that, and I come here, and I reckon it's a super fun wave. It's so much fun. Maybe because it's not a bit sketchy, but. Yeah, just peaky. It kind of reminds me of Mystics down the south coast. Just peaks everywhere, barrels, bowls, a bit of all of it. But I can imagine when it's bigger, it'd be so hectic on that inside.
Yeah, well, we might see that tomorrow. But we'll see you later on in the semi-finals today. And I want to say any shouts out back home?
Yeah, just like to say thanks to all my sponsors, my girlfriend that's watching at whatever the time is at home. Just, thanks heaps for all the support, all my mates and that. Yeah, thanks heaps. Yeah,
well done, Doug. We'll see you in the semi-finals. Back to you boys in the booth.
How pumped is he?
Yeah, he must be happy. For sure, he came such a long way. I think he started in around 4 or 5, and he's into the semis.
All right, you were talking about it just now during that interview. You do not want to end up in 4th place in the semifinals. Yeah. That means you've come all this way and you just come up just short, which means in the semifinals, top 2 will go to the finals, and 3rd place will also be invited to go to the main event. So 4th place is the no man's land where you want to be in the semifinals. But these guys out in the water can't even think about that yet. They have to be in the top 2 position to go into those semifinals. And right now, Sergio Alonso, you saw during the interview, he had a cool little right-hander and a big roll landing out into the flats. A little bounce there, too.
Yep. So Sergio Alonso, the kid from Venezuela, in the lead with a 5.5. We have Diego Roberto in 2nd place. We have Adam Morley in 3rd and Aaron Cabrera in 4th. And here we have red open riding. I believe this is Diego Roberto from Brazil. Here we have blue looking for that little left. Actually decided to go right. And let's see if he can find something. And boom, a little invert. That should get, that's not here we have white up and riding Adam Molly, the kid from South Africa. There's a nice little barrel and a nice little reverse.
Looks like he lost his grip on his outside hand, but was able to maintain. So quick little wave exchange right off the bat right there. Now Sergio Alonso, the lone rider on the outside, chilling in the foam, on his foam. The lawn ladies and the old man with his pipe. How's that? That's classic. Kyle Milagro would be proud. Are they going to take a photo with the old guy? They are. Oh, how's the American shirt? Oh, I love it. Oh, he's in heaven right there.
He
Old
is.
American guy. Probably retired down here.
Probably. He's here for holidays. Checking the Arica Challenge 2012.
Yes. Wow, last-minute charge from Brahim in that last heat. Just,
yeah, it was an insane hit.
Yeah. All the quarterfinals have been pretty much off the chain, so it's been pretty cool to watch. Thank you guys all for tuning in to the Stealth Arica Chilean Challenge presented by BSC here on the island, the Scorpion Island outside of Arica. Have you seen any scorpions yet?
Nope, I haven't seen any scorpions.
I haven't either.
Haven't seen any animals on land.
Except for the birds.
Except for seals in the ocean.
Where are you guys staying? In town or on the beach?
In town, yeah, in the center. It's a good spot to be, like to go eat, and it's good. Today the conditions are very slow, so it's things the hits are half an hour today, which is really good. And yeah, plus the Foreman priority system. That will help for sure.
Are you going to the parade afterwards? There's a big parade through the center of town.
I might go for a little surf, to be honest.
All right. No,
it's my last surf before the comp starts. So.
That's right. Well, if you do have time and the parade will, I think it's at 1 or 2 in the middle of town. It's
okay.
Today is like I want to say it's a national holiday. Dia de los Glorias Navelas or Navalas. Navales.
Yep. Yeah, it is a holiday. It's really hard to find a taxi this morning in town, so I understood.
Did you walk?
No, I had a taxi.
Okay.
Got lucky.
I saw Mike Stewart walking in the middle of the dark, turning the corner down onto the Scorpion Island.
Right.
In the middle of the night.
Here we are, blue up and riding Aaron Cabrera from the Islas Canarias. And he's looking for another section. Nice little roll to finish the wave. And he makes it. So he's going to have 2 score. And probably going to take the lead after the wave. But here we have a nice set coming right now. And he is red open riding Diego Roberto from Brazil. He's a nice little cover up and able to come out.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these waves, when you drop in and look down the line, they look like they're going to shape up.
Yellow, Sergio Alonso from Venezuela. It's a nice little bar. I've kind of pinched, unfortunately. Oof.
Just handed the semifinals number 1. Unreal.
Yeah.
That's going to be a tough one right off the bat. Sasha Specker, Alan Munoz, Damien King, Pierre Bartelier. Did I pronounce that right?
Bartelier.
Bartelier.
Bartelier. You don't. The H is mute.
Okay. Bartelier. Merci. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you guys for tuning in. We have about 20 minutes remaining here in quarterfinal number 4. Top 2 riders advancing. This is a 30-minute heat.
Here we can see the Aussie boys in the competitors area. Josh Garner, Ryan Hardy, Chase Soleri, and Nick Omrod at the back. Supporting the boys. Actually, there's only Kingy remaining from Australia. Which is pretty... yeah, if I'm right, seeing only Kingy from Australia remains in the event.
Wow, almost half of the field in the quarterfinals were Australians.
Yeah.
And now only Kingi is the only one to advancing on into the semifinals.
And here, look at this set. I think it's red going for it. That was a heavy takeoff.
That was Diego Roberto throwing his hands up.
And here we are.
But it was Airam Cabrera.
Look at this one at the back. Adam Morley was a nice little cover up.
Is he going to come out of that? Is he going to come out of that?
Boom!
He
nice
does come out with a roll. Adam
nice
Morley.
wave.
All the pieces are coming together for Adam Morley in this heat, quarterfinal number 4.
Nice. That was the best way of the last quarterfinal by far, and
that's gonna shoot him up to the top for sure.
Adam Morley wants to meet Sasha Specker in the semis. His mate from South Africa. He will be in the second semifinal meeting. If he makes it, he will be against Brahim Dush and Doc Smith. It's gonna be interesting.
So we're still waiting for the scores to drop for Adam Morley.
You tired, Manny?
Yeah, my sleeps have not been very good.
It's so good.
I think I went straight to bed right after the broadcast, and it was tough. But tonight, I think I will get a good night's sleep. I need to be, because tomorrow is when everybody sees you and the rest of the crew as we start the first rounds of the main event. We'll be going out most likely tomorrow, as if the forecasts are correct. The swell will be increasing. You got the first heat in the morning.
Yep.
With?
Michael Novi and Tamega.
Holy crap. All right, we will be doing the showdown format tomorrow, so there is no elimination in those first rounds.
Yeah.
But it will seed you in later rounds depending on how well you do.
Yeah.
So, wow, you better get a good night's sleep then.
Oh, yeah, I need to. I think I need a very good night of sleep before my hits.
So what have you been eating as far as the local delicacy? Have you been eating...
Nothing, because I actually got really sick last night because of the food. So there's one restaurant that will not go back.
Oh, no.
I think I know which one I got sick. So.
All right.
But it's mainly chicken here. So many chickens here.
Yeah.
I think that's I've been eating this like for midday and for night. So like a seal, getting pumped by the sets at El Gringo.
Oh no.
The real true locals of the wave. So we have the last score of Adam Morley come out of an 8.1.
Oh,
that's
nice.
an excellent score. And Aram Cabrera got a 7.17 on the ride before, I believe. Look at red open riding now.
Oh, denied.
That's heavy.
He's just frustrated.
Yeah, you can see his frustration in his body language. Here we have blue Adam Cabrera sitting in second right now, going for pretty much an RS takeoff, really. Didn't have much time to bottom turn, it just went straight into an RS. And here we have Sergio Alonso, kid from Venezuela. It's a nice barrel. And unable to complete the roll out of the barrel. It's very important to come out with a move out of those barrels. You will get at least an extra 1 or 2 points, and we saw the riders trying to get a move out of it. So that's why you see this a lot. Oh, there's a massive set coming at the back. You can hear the crowd cheering.
So what has it been like? You know what? Hold on to that question. Looks like there's a set
Here
coming
we
in
are.
out the back.
The Adam Morley, the kid
Whoa.
from South Africa. Look at this
Look
nice
at
wave.
this.
Nice little cover up.
Oh,
Unable to come out.
No. Something
And here
happened
you have
inside
one
of the
wave
barrel.
at the back. Red, Diego Roberto from Brazil. Let's see what he can do. That's a nice cover up.
That thing stays wide open for Diego Roberto.
And a nice little reverse. Oh, he's trying to look for another section. And I think we have yellow at the back. Sergio Alonso. That was a
Sergio
nice
Alonso.
set. Nice barrel. He's looking for that rollout, and unable to have the section. But that's a nice little exchange. 3-wave set. I think Diego had the best wave out of the 3. And he was sitting in 4th place, so he really needed a good wave.
So there is a priority system in place right now. So you can see these two guys, Sergio Alonso and Diego Roberto. first one to get out there will have priority over the next.
Oh, the next semi looks intense. I can hear Terry announcing the riders of the first semi-final.
Oh, my.
And all those guys, well, I think Kingy and Sasha are first and second right now on the GQS.
Yep.
So they will be very happy to qualify, obviously, to the comp, but a win would be very helpful for their qualification next year. So they're going to go hard, for sure. And they don't want to finish fourth, trust me. That would be heartbreaking.
Yes, look at this. Lines coming in out the back.
Look at this line, and I believe Adam Molly is going on the right. Nice.
How's that
nice
takeoff?
Nice barrel on the takeoff
He's
once
still
again.
in there, holding the brakes, and then unleashes.
Oh, look at this set coming at the back. That's going to be interesting.
Could be a sign of the swell that's coming in overnight.
Yeah.
That's pretty amazing. I don't know if you can hear it through our microphones, but the people, all the crowd on the seawall downstairs are cheering for a big set that's rolling in out the back. Unfortunately, it's hitting the reef at the wrong angle. It's not shaping up to be a solid wave, actually closing out on both life on the left and the right. So big wave, but not much there for the riders.
So we have Diego Roberto got a 7.33 on his last wave. So I don't think we'll be jumping into the second spot, but he will only need a 4.21 to get second.
Yeah, that 7.33 is his highest scoring wave so far.
Yeah.
And his next highest scoring wave is only a 1.77.
Yeah,
so he's got to build on that.
No, you just have to be patient. I think he's got first priority too, so.
So 2011 current world champion on the IBA World Tour. What's that been like? What's it been like so far?
Been amazing, really. It's been amazing. What can I say? It's like I said, it's a dream that came true, and when then that the tour has already started, it's kind of different, because I'm actually not number one anymore. I'm just the current world champion, but it's nice to be like first in the ranking. But oh wow. Here we had Arica Cabrera going on the inside one and trying to ARS out of the barrel, but unable to make it. But yeah, just being world champion.
Do you get more waves?
Or
do you get the attitude of like, oh, there's a world champion, I want to show off in front of him?
Probably the two, I guess.
Yeah.
Depending where you go. But yeah, it's been amazing, really.
Has there been a spot where you roll up and everybody's like, take any wave you want?
No, not really. That's hard to find a spot like this.
Yeah, you're right. They exist, though.
Exist, yeah.
Yeah, they do exist. Here's a current look at what is going down in the water.
Adam Molly got a... So we have Adam Molly from South Africa in first place with a 8.1 and a 6.27 as his two best scores. We have Arica Cabrera from Canaries with a 4.37 and a 7.17. We have Manny drinking coffee.
I
in
wish.
front of me.
I wish it was. It's actually. I'm staying away from the coffee until my body gets back. It's just.
And here we have Diego Roberto. He's gonna lose priority on this. That was a big mistake. Big mistake from Diego Roberto, who only needed a 4.27 to get the second spot. So yeah, we have Adam Moll in first place, Arica Cabrera in second place, Sergio Alonso in third, who needs 6.05 to get second, and we have Diego Roberto, who needs a 4.21 to get second, and it's 10 minutes remaining, so plenty of time, and we'll be jumping into the semi-final right after this.
Yeah, you don't want to go.
It's going to be interesting.
Yeah, you don't want to go anywhere. We have 30-minute finals and a 40. Is it a 30-minute final and 30-minute semifinals? That's all coming up. You don't want to go anywhere. You're going to find out who will be jumping into the main event. The top 6 trialists will be joining PLC and the rest of the seeded competitors in the main event. Look at this wave.
Here we have White, Adam Molly going for the right. And let's see what he can do. Unfortunately, was a really average wave. Besides having Michael Novi and Guilherme Tamega in my hits, I will have the trialist number 4. So whoever makes the final and finished last will be in my hit. And that's why a lot of riders are here watching who they're gonna have in the heat, because there's gonna be 6 guys coming into the event. So
Look at the
here are
Brazilians.
the Brazilians: Magno Oliveira, Yuli Baradao, Ede Luciano, and Roberto Bruno. We only need Guilherme Tamega, and we have all top 24, all the Brazilians from the top 24. The Brazilians are very dangerous here.
How excited are those guys going back to Brazil on the next event?
Yeah, they're gonna be so stoked and so psyched to have an event back to Brazil, and they're gonna be very hard to beat, that's for sure.
Magno Passos.
Magno Passos, he's very, very good at here at Del Gringo. He finished 5th last year, and he's a very, very good big wave rider, and it's very interesting to see him. I remember a couple of years ago him doing a massive roll here and got a 10, which was incredible.
All right, you know what? We do have a little lull in the action, so we will be back right after this.
Look at this
All
set.
right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back.
Splitting peak. And Adam Molly went on the right on that one. Let's see what he can find. Another nice barrel. Damn, he found a lot of good barrel in that hit. Here we have Manny Vargas hitting a cachorro. No, it's okay. I don't really want to eat at the moment. 7 minutes remaining, and the situation is still the same. Adam Moll in first place, Aram Cabrera in second place, Sergio Alonso in third, still needing a 6.05 to get second, and Diego Roberto from Brazil with a 7.33 and a 1.77. So he wants to get a second score as soon as possible, because he only needs a 4.21. So let's see if he finds it.
Diego's been doing this throughout the entire, in his heats prior, where he would get that one solid wave and then wait, and then towards the end of the heat, boom, come in with another solid second wave and advance on. He might be doing that again. He has 6 minutes and 30 seconds to do that.
Maybe,
yeah.
Actually, it's the first time I hear about Diego Roberto. Brazilians have so many riders, and it's not surprising to see a Brazilian so far in the contest that we never heard of before. And here we go. Out of all the Brazilians who were in the event, he's the only one remaining. So got to count from something.
Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Sergio Alonso needing that 6.05 and Diego needing a 4.71. There he is. This guy's been on fire.
Sasha Specker. He's been on fire. That's not including the fact that he's leading the drop knee.
He can't find that hole. He can't find the hole to get down to the beach.
Yeah. Sasha is first in the ranking of the DK was drop near world ranking, and he's sitting second on the GQS ranking. So a complete rider, that's for sure.
Yeah. And he's the IBA World Tour photographer.
Yeah, that's... he's busy, yeah.
Yeah, he's very busy.
Well, that next semi-final is going to be unbelievable. We're going to have Sasha Specker in red, Alan Munoz in white, Damien King in yellow, and Pierre Bartelier in blue.
Oh, my.
Pierre Bartelier from Reunion Island. His first time at Gringo. His first year trying to get some points to qualify for next year. He started by 5th place in Antofagasta, and he's already in semi-final here. In 2 comps, you can already jumped really far in the rankings. And he's only 18, so that's epic.
Well, I don't know who was handling camera 3, but obviously they were trying to show some of the fans that are making their way into the VIP area. And I don't know how they're sneaking in there, but it seems like they're figuring it out. All right, ladies and gentlemen, once again, welcome everybody. This is Manny V and Pierre-Louis Costes holding it down for the live webcast during quarterfinal number 4, and we're going to jump into semifinal number 1 for the Stealth Arica Chilean Challenge presented by BSC. Currently out in the water. Leading the charge, Adam Morley in the white jersey, the South African. In blue, Airam Cabrera in the blue jersey from the Canary Islands. And looking for a 6.05 in the yellow jersey, Sergio Alonso. And in the red jersey, Diego Roberto. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the Stealth Arica Chilean Challenge presented by BSC.
So only 3 minutes remaining. The situation is the same. Adam Morley in first, Airam Cabrera in second, Sergio Alonso in third, needed a 6.05, and Diego Roberto in fourth, needed a 4.33. And there's not much time remaining. And yeah, that's why we can see Diego Roberto piling for the inside one. But
there's the next heat right there, semifinal number 1, Sasha Specker in the red. Alan Munoz will be in white, Damien King in yellow, and Pierre Batilier in blue.
Oh my God, you don't want to finish fourth.
Yeah, finishing fourth in this semifinal number 1 is where you don't want to be. That pretty much says your competition run has ended.
And here you have Diego Roberto in red. Look at this wave. And boom, nice big roll. Oh, that could be very dangerous.
Get out of there, dude. Get out of there. Look at that.
That would be dangerous for Airam Cabrera. Because he only needed 4.33, and I believe if they counted the roll as a make, he will get the score. That's why we see Airam Cabrera going for the next one.
Yeah.
And look at his barrel. That was a really nice little wave. And he's going for a roll out. Oh, that's a nice little exchange right at the end. And here we have yellow piling at the back. Wow.
Airam Cabrera making his way back out into the lineup. A lot of these heats are coming down to the wire. The last couple minutes of the heats, wave exchange is going down, so you don't know who is going to make it or who's going to get knocked out. We just saw in the last heat, I believe it was quarterfinal number 3, where we had to wait just a few minutes afterwards until all the scores were dropped. And it was Brahim Idosh who came out on top in that quarterfinal number 3. But now here we are, quarterfinal number 4. Wave exchanges coming down in the last couple minutes.
Nice. Yeah, we saw Brahim Idosh at the last minute getting the score he needed. And I think John Russell was not expecting at all this after getting the highest score of the event today. So I'm sure he would be very disappointed. But that's the competition. That's the way it is.
Yeah. All right, ladies and gentlemen, again, this is quarterfinal number 4. Top 2 riders advancing on to the semifinals. And there's less than 10 seconds remaining. Adam Morley and Airam Cabrera looks like we'll be advancing on.
Yeah, that will be it.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, here we have the final results, Manny. Adam took the lead. Airam Cabrera is in second place. Diego Roberto in third and Sergio Alonso in fourth. The scores of the last sections came, and Diego got a 5.4. So took the second place, but Airam, right after his wave, got a 7.1 and finished second. So Aram Cabrera and Adam Molly into the second semi-final. And here we go.
There's your results for quarterfinal number 4 on your screen. And I don't know if you can hear the horn in the back, but we are starting semifinal number 1. Again, 30-minute final. Top 2 waves will be scored. 12 wave maximum.
I believe it's Kingy
right off the bat.
With a nice little cover-up. Unable to come out of that one. Oh, that's really stressing, this heat. We have a lot of people chasing the points for the GQS ranking and a spot into the Arica 2012 challenge. So that's where you want to be, really.
How's the international contingent in this semifinal? South African Sasha Specker, Chilean Alan Munoz, who just got second at the GQS down in Antofagasta last weekend.
Yeah.
Australian Damien King and Reunion Island ripper Pierre Batelier.
Yes. Yeah, it's true. We have, if I look at it like this, I think we have 6 different countries in semifinals. We have South Africa, Chile, Australia, Reunion, Isla Canarias, Canary Island, and Morocco. So bodybuilding is an international sport.
Yeah, incredible. And then we're going to see the rest of the seeded riders, all the big names in the game, in the main event, which possibly will go down tomorrow, at least for the first round of the main event. So that will go down tomorrow. Semifinal number 1 out in the water. Sasha Specker in red, the South African. Chile's very own Alan Munoz in the white jersey, and Damien King, number 1 on the GQS series right now in the yellow jersey, the Australian. And from Reunion Island in blue, Pierre Batelier. Merci.
De rien. Yeah, I hope Pierre Batelier makes it. Obviously, he's the last French guy remaining in the event, so I would be happy to see him advancing.
Not of the event, of the trials.
Of the trials, sorry, yeah. So.
Well, who did we have? We had Pierre. We had Charlie Chapelet.
We had Charlie in the trials. We had Mathieu Visto from Reunion 2, who lost first heat. Unfortunately, in round 1.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, and we had Charlie Chapelet, who lost today in the quarterfinal. And we had Johan Florentin, 2 from Reunion. So we had 4 guys from Reunion in the event, and only Pierre Batelier left. And he's in the semis with a really strong chance to get into the main event. He got 75% chance to be in.
That's it.
And here we have Kingy. Look at his wife.
All right, Damien King. Nice, clean pocket ride. Gets into the barrel. Gets even deeper. And he comes out of the barrel. And he gets out of there. And now on the right, it is Sasha Specker in the red jersey from South Africa with a big invert on the right-hand side. So big invert, big barrels, both of them. Each scoring some good waves.
So I believe what we saw was Kingy and we had Kingy on the absolutely cracker, and Sasha Specker on the right with a massive invert. So that's a really strong start for those 2.
Wow, what a great start. That's only just to...
What a great start from Damien King.
Sorry, Pierre.
Yeah, just I believe if Kingy makes this heat, he will pretty much be already qualified for next year. So is Sasha Specker is advanced to the semifinal. So
this is a big,
very important hit for those 2.
How's Sasha Specker?
On the
possibly DK World Champ, up for grabs. I mean, he's closest one to be a DK World Champ, and he's second currently on the GQS. And last year he was just he would compete here and there, but now he's like, okay, maybe I can do this. He's not stressed at all. I think that's a huge thing.
Yeah, he entered through drop in the event, won the 2. He's been doing all the trials so far, and here he is. He's second right now in the rankings, and pretty impressive, I guess.
So let's get back to you. Are you only doing the Grand Slam series? Are you doing some photo shoots on the side? Or are you doing GQS? What's your plan for 2012?
Yeah, you pretty much say it. Doing doing all the Grand Slam events, obviously. Doing a couple QSs too, where whenever it's on my way, really. And and also doing some free surf trip, just being just the life of a professional bodybuilder, I guess.
When was the last non-pressure trip that you've taken?
I think the last one was in Indonesia, but because it was a free surfing trip, but that was pretty much as stressful as a competition, if not more, because the waves was so big and so heavy that was really, really, really intimidating. It was the most dangerous waves I ever surfed. So here we have Pierre Bartley in blue.
Sasha looking at the right.
And we have Sasha on the right. Let's see what he can find. And boom, massive ruffle, Sasha.
Well, Pierre pulling into that left and just getting annihilated.
Look at Kingy again. Nice,
Kingy.
Perfect scoop. He's on fire. He's on fire. He was so upset last year to get knocked out of the top 24. And well, he wants to be back, and he will. Let me tell you, he will. He won 2 world title.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, sorry, Pierre, but we do have Alex Leon downstairs with the competitor of the last heat. Let's go down there with Alex Leon. Alex,
thanks, guys. Yeah, I'm down here with Adam Morley again. He's just won the quarterfinal number 4. He's getting more airtime than the Beatles. Adam, your game plan then, mate, was on the right-handers, eh? You sat on the right-handers, you picked them off, and what'd you do on those?
Oh, just kept it basics, just pull in and do rolls. I saw everyone sitting on the left and getting at the back quick, so I thought maybe sit a bit wider and just pick off the bigger ones, the ones that's clean. So it worked out for me at the end.
That's it, yeah. You must be pretty stoked now, mate. You keep coming back up here on the podium, and now you're into the semi-finals, and the minimum you need is a 3rd place to qualify for the main event, so you must be pretty stoked.
Yeah, I hope I can make it into the main event, but I just want to actually try to go to the final in the trials and maybe even try to take it to qualify for next year. But I'm happy for this.
Yeah, well, you're going well, mate. The crowd's loving it. They're cheering you on, so good luck in the semi-finals. Back up to you guys in the booth.
Adam Morley, he is stoked. He's only got one more heat to deal with before he can get into that main event. He would love to be there. Look at this, Sasha Specker, the South African, and blue. It was Pierre taking a look.
What an incredible semi-final. And Kingy started really, really strong. Let me tell you, he got an 8.27 on his second wave and a 5.93. So he already got his 2 scores. So what he can do now is just wait for another set wave, but it's probably really confident right now.
Well, these are 30-minute heats. There's about 21 minutes remaining in semifinal number 1. And Pierre only has one wave of a 1.43.
And Alan didn't catch a wave yet, so...
Oh, yeah, that's right. Alan has yet to catch a wave.
And Alan's seeing his first priority, and looking for a set wave.
Well, you know what? Alan Munoz still is capable of coming back and grabbing a couple solid rides. Again, these are 30-minute heats. Top 2 waves will be scored. There is a 12-wave maximum when it goes to 30 minutes, so each rider can catch up to 12 waves, but only the top 2 waves will be scored, and the combination of those 2 waves will give you your total scores. Right now, Damien King has an 8.27 and a 5.93. He's in first place. Sasha Specker.
Here we are, Pierre Bartley losing his 3rd priority. So it was a little bit of a rookie move right now.
Oh, no.
But there's plenty of time remaining, so...
Look at this out the back.
Oh, it's a nice set at the back. I believe Alan Munoz is first on the first priority, so let's see if he decides to use it on this wave. Looks like no.
They're a little bit too far inside and to the right.
That's a nice set.
There's another one on the outside, and they don't see it yet. As soon as they pop over this wave, they'll see what's coming up.
I think Alan saw it, and this is my chance.
All right, let's see what he can do.
And look at this wave.
Is it gonna be able
my
to
God.
handle? The crowd is erupting as
my
Alan
God.
Munoz from Chile
Oh, my
pulling into a
God.
deep pit. Comes out, nice carve right there on the inside, but a deep barrel is what it's all about on that wave for Alan Munoz from Chile. He's actually lives, I'm guessing, maybe 5-6 hours down or 10 hours down the coast from here. But he's representing Chile, getting second in the last Grand Slam, or actually qualifying series down in Antofagasta last weekend. And here's some more fans sneaking into the VIP room somehow. I don't even have one of those passes. I think I need to carry around a camera. But yes, Alan Munoz. Nice deep barrel. We're going to wait for that score to come in.
So Alan Munoz last wave was 7.5. As his first wave was 7.5. So while he's still sitting in third, but only needs a 3.77 to get second. Nice move from Alan Munoz.
He waited about a little over 10 minutes to catch his first wave.
Yep.
That is, I mean, it worked in his favor, but again, that's a lot of time to wait for one wave.
It is a lot of time to wait for a wave, but pays off. Look at this replay. Nice cover up, and then little second section. That was a cracker. A nice little cutback to finish off the wave. Nice wave from Alan Munoz, the Chilean rider, the only Chilean rider left in the semi-final in the event, in the trials. So nice to see.
All right, Sasa Specker in the red jersey needs an 8.43 to get in that first place spot. But again, top two riders will advance on. Alan Munoz now needing a second wave of a 3.77. Look at this. More waves out the back. Mother Nature has woken up.
Yeah. Well, the swirl is meant to pick up, so it's not surprising to see more sets coming right now. And who is going for this one? Pierre Bartelier. Oh, yeah.
Oh, no. That's two waves that he went for that both of them did not shape up to what he was looking for.
Not at all. But it's strange because he actually really has zero pressure, and it's very strange to see a guy like this. But there's a lot right now in the game. Like he can have a spot in a Arican challenge, and it looks like he's actually falling under pressure right now. We've seen him paddling on 4 waves that we're just closing out.
Again, this is the semifinal number 1. Only the top 6 riders in the trials will advance on to the main event. And that means the person in 4th place in semifinal number 2 and semifinal number 1 will not go through.
Yeah, it means this exactly.
Doug Smith getting ready.
A bit of an Australian crew downstairs. Doug Smith, actually Doug Smith is another Australian remaining in the event. So we have Kingy and Doug Smith, both from Paul Macquarie, in semi-finals. So next heat, Doug Smith, Brahim Idush, Adam Morley, and Aram Cabrera, another international hit.
Wow, look at Doug Smith. I don't know if it's me, but he's making me nervous. He looks a little tense, a little nervous right now, but maybe that's who he is. I really haven't got to know Doug Smith, but he's coming up next. Here's where we are currently with 16 minutes remaining.
So here we are, Pierre Bartelier paddling for that wave. With a nice little barrel, but unable to come out. Oh, he does, actually.
Oh, he does pop out of the whitewash there, but not...
Not really.
Well,
he was force priority anyway, so...
He needs to, step back, relax, and we're halfway through the heat, 15 minutes remaining. He can still pull it off. 2 solid waves is what he needs, but he's got to contend with those 3 guys right there out in the water waiting patiently. Alan Munoz in white, Sasha Specker in red, and that is Damien King in the yellow jersey.
Yeah, for the moment, Pierre is sitting 4th, and he's the guy that is not going into the main event so far. But there's still 15 minutes remaining, and we're halfway through the heat, and there's a lot of things that can happen.
I heard a whistle on the seawall, and sure enough, there looks like there could be a set coming in out the back.
And
Sasha Specker in the red jersey taking a look at this one.
Let's see how's that wave. We can see him racing. Or is he going to hit that wave? Looks like he wants to. And get a nice little barrel. He's a little bit frustrated. That's not what he was really looking for. And I think we have Alan Munoz at the back. Look at this wave. Wow.
There's no way he's going to come out of that.
Oh, he does.
Wait a second. I thought he bounced too hard as he pulled in and had no speed,
God.
but he came out of that one.
That was insane. Alan Munoz.
Jeez. How did he make it out of there? He has the entire beach behind him, supporting him.
The
Alan
entire
Munoz.
country.
Unbelievable.
How's that wave?
Look how deep he was. I thought he was done. I thought he was gone. Look at how he chops. That little chop right there, I thought it was the end of the road for him. But look at that. Just drives through the barrel, runs over Sasha Specker, and that is a solid barrel ride right there.
Small, intense, deep barrel, let me tell you. And he will probably jump into the lead, I believe, after that wave. Let's see what the judge has to say.
Yeah, Alan Munoz was only sitting on one wave of 7.5, and that second wave coming in at a 6.93. And you're right, straight to first place for Alan Munoz.
Yeah. So
knocking Damian King down to second. And Sasha Specker now in search of an 8.43. Oh, no.
Oh, my God. Well, he's still third, so he's still in the main event so far.
That's right.
But Pierre is fourth right now. Need a combination to get the second place.
Oh.
He's in a very annoying situation, let's say. Oh, and here we have Sasha Specker. Look at this little inside one.
Sasha finding these little inside nuggets.
Come on with a roll. Let's see if you find another one.
Oh.
That's pretty...
We saw him in an earlier heat, the quarterfinals. He picked off a couple solid little inside right-handers that were doing just that, draining off the inside reef, and was able enough to pull off a maneuver there, too. So Sasha Specker having fun on the inside.
Sasha Specker. Let's see the score on the last wave for Sasha Specker. All I know is they're going to put even more in trouble Pierre Bartelier from Réunion, as he still doesn't have any waves really that will help him making this heat. So he really needs to get a first decent wave and get another second one. Let's see the score for the last one of Sasha Specker. Last wave of Sasha Specker is 6.43. So
wow, amazing run right there for Alan Munoz. All right, we did post something on the Google Plus profile for the IBA World Tour, but take another look at Sasha Specker's right-hand little barrel.
That was such a fun wave to read. Got his nice little barrel, deep and clean, and come on straight with a big roll.
Unreal.
Arms extended. The only reason he didn't get the 8.4 is because it was a really small inside wave, but you couldn't ride that wave better.
Yeah, that little wave was perfect, and the conditions are perfect. Still, the wind is still holding off a little bit, but I mean, yeah, the size is not there, but it's still perfect. El Gringo.
It is. It's amazing this condition for a competition, really. It's by far the best event we have on the tour, and in terms of waves, and look at this set coming right now.
All right, looks like there's some
who is first priority. Looks like Kingy's first priority, but they are a bit too far away from that wave.
All right, really quick shout out to Zach Dean from Robe South Oz with the Robe crew tuning in. Zach Taylor all the way from Sydney going for Joe Clark. Sam Judd from the Gold Coast. So a lot of Australians tuning in to the live broadcast. Cicero going for the Brazilians. JP from Atlantic City, New Jersey. Thanks for tuning in. And Luis Caminero. What's up, brother? Lias from Morocco. Good job. Your boy Brahim is absolutely killing it. He will be coming up in semifinal number 2. Steve Jackson, what's up? Thank you for tuning in. Ricardo We know you're watching. Thank you from Vancouver Island. What up? And there's what you have on the screen. We got Haig from Tinton Falls, New Jersey. Luis, we know you're watching. Yosef for the Morocco team. Brahim is pulling it off for you guys. Art Fisher, Newport, Oregon. Joao tuning in from Portugal. We appreciate you guys, all of you guys, for tuning in. If I can't get to you guys, thank you guys for tuning in nonetheless. Adam Grant, Adam Morley is coming up.
Yeah.
And PLC, we got everybody watching from all over the world.
That's amazing, yeah.
JP Define, go Specs. Again, semifinal number 1. Only the top 3 will advance on to the main event in this semifinal. The top 2 will go to the final of the trials, and the third place will be
in the main event,
advancing on to the main event. All right, looks like we got a little lull in the action. We'll be back right after this.
Look at the sets approaching. And we have Sasha Specker taking off on that wave. And now it's Alan Munoz going on the right. Let's see what he can find on that wave.
Can he hold his speed?
Let's see. And boom, nice big ARS. That was insane from here, Pierre Bartelier. Boom, backflip on the right. Sick.
That's amazing, man. When Alan Munoz is on a wave and he's doing anything from a big deep barrel ride to a big backflip or ARS, the crowd just erupts. It's amazing.
You can listen. That's impressive. So we had Alan Munoz on our first ride. It was a big ARS. And at the back, we had Pierre Bartelier with a decent backflip on that wave. So that's a good news for Pierre Bartelier. I think Alan Munoz will just extend his lead. And I think just more about Damien King and Sasha Specker right now.
As you can see, Alan Munoz only 2 waves right now, and that third wave still coming down the pipe. Zach Taylor, we know you're tuning in from Sydney as well. Ryan O'Connor, South Florida. What? Jake McMullen.
So.
Ricardo Silva. Ricardo's asking some advice about a wetsuit. You know what? I got you online right now. There's no really big sets coming through. He says he doesn't have the rubber on the front of his wetsuit, but he's still slippery. How do you fix that? Is it wax?
Doesn't have the rubber. Wax?
Wax is the solution.
Get a decent wax.
But not too much.
But not too much.
You want to be able to move around, I believe.
Yeah. But we had Alan Munoz getting a 7.5 on that big ARS.
Oh, nice.
So he just extended his lead. We still have Damien King in second place, who needs a 6.75 to take the lead. We have Sasha Specker, who needs a 7.78 to take the second place. And we have Pierre Bartelier, who needs a 9.2 to get second.
Taking a look at semifinal number 2, preparing on the rocks here at Scorpion Island, just outside of Arica. Brahim Eidosh from Morocco in the red jersey. A lot of Morocco riders tuning in from Morocco on the live feed. Doug Smith, ready to rock and roll in the yellow jersey. Airam Cabrera, somebody you don't want to see in a dark alley late at night. He will be wearing the blue jersey, and Adam Morley in the white jersey.
Yeah, so there's only 6 minutes remaining in this heat. We still have Alan Munoz in first place, Damien King in second place, Sasha Specker in third, who needs a 7.78 to advance to the final, and Pierre Bartelier, who needs a 9.2 to get second. Here we have Alan Munoz on the inside.
Listen to the crowd.
Listen to the crowd.
Nice little pocket ride, and they're not going to cheer for that. He absolutely just got blasted off of his board on that one.
And here we have, I believe, Sasha Specker at the back. on another inside right. It's very hard to find those waves, but look, he finds all of them. And what he's going for.
The anticipation was there. It looked like he had enough speed, but the wave did not deliver that lip that he wanted to annihilate, either with a big move or a carve or whatever. So we're coming down to the wire. 5 minutes remaining in semifinal number 1. Again, top 2 riders will go on to the finals of the trials. The person in third place will just make the mark and advance on to the main event.
He needs to go big on this wave. He needs to. That's a nice little invert, but unable to make it. And Pierre is in trouble right now. He needs a 9.2 to get second. A third place would be enough for him to advance in the main event, but this we don't know how much he needs.
I mean, he was doing very well in the previous heats, and it looked like the pressure is getting to him. The wheels are starting to fall apart for Pierre Bartelier.
Especially against more experienced competitor. Like, we have Devin King, 2 times world champion. We have Sasha Specker, who proved himself in competition lately, and Alan Munoz, who just got a second place in Antofagasta. So let me tell you, if you got a second place at Antofagasta and a final here, that's a lot of points for the GQS rankings.
Yeah.
So I hope we see more of Alan Munoz in the next contest.
Can you imagine Alan Munoz being on the World Tour next year? I mean, the first Chilean to do so. That would be unbelievable. Instant superstar status.
That would be another big threat for the top guys. And, I mean, why not? All he needs is a bit of he's got everything. He's got the skills. He's got the motivation. He's a super nice guy. He's got everything. Just needs solid sponsors and, well, if I was a sponsor, if I was a brand right now, I would be putting Alan Munoz as an option for sure. So there's only 3 minutes remaining, and well, Alan Munoz in first, King in second, Sasha in third, and Pierre Bartelier in fourth. Pierre needs a 9.2, and Sasha has 7.78.
All right, it looks like we are going to have Terry McKenna and Ben Player, I believe, for a heat or two, but I don't see them standing by. So
Pierre Bartelier going right on this wave. There's a roll. And what else looking for? Pierre needs to get one of this left. He practiced at La Tortue and Les Archers in Réunion, and he knows how to ride this left very so well, and that's what he's been doing lately. And for some reason, his highest score right now is from the right, and we saw him once again on the right. He's changing his tactic right now, and I don't think it's a very good idea.
Wow, that's going to hurt. I mean, getting fourth place in the semifinal, you've come so far and just being so close to advancing on to the main event, and I'd be pretty bummed.
And look at his set at the back. And we have Alan Munoz on the right and Kingy on the left. Let's see what Kingy cross leg bottom turn.
Whoa, finds a little pocket ride right there. Nice little cover up on the inside. Damien King always able to find a barrel anywhere. Wow. 1 minute, 20 seconds remaining in semifinal number
1.
Yes.
And
yeah. Again, welcome everybody. This is the Stealth Arica Chilean Challenge presented by BSC. Little wave exchange going on out the back here in semifinal number 1, winding down
and
with less than a minute to
Pierre
go.
Bartelier on our left. He's going to go big. He is going to go big, trust me.
Oh!
Bam! Look at this. That was
right.
huge.
He's not going to go out in vain. He will throw a big flip before heading.
1 minute remaining. Pierre went for a massive backflip. That was going to be dangerous for Sasha Specker. I don't think he's going to get the... Look at this. Nice bottom turn. He knows he wants to do a massive move, and boom, massive. It was more of an RS, but that was still pretty big. And let's see if he get the score. I don't believe he would get a 9.2.
You and Tessa.
But he could jump into the third place, depending on what Sasha do on this wave. It's a nice little barrel. Look at Sasha trying to make that roll.
Get out of there, Sasha. Oh.
No, and this is the end of the semi-final number 1.
Grab Tessa.
Alan Munoz and Damien King will be advancing into the final. And it's all about now whoever is Sasha Specker or Pierre Bartelier who advance into the main event. It all depends on Pierre's last score.
Alan Munoz taking charge.
Alan Munoz. And Pierre got a 5.83. So Pierre will not advance in the main event, and he will be very disappointed. So we have Alan Munoz, Damien King, and Sasha Specker in the main event, with Kingy and Munoz advancing in the final and scoring precious points in the GQS ranking.
Yes. All right, Pierre, Terry McKenna and Ben Player are going to step in for us before we head into the final. That was amazing. Alan Munoz is on fire right now. Can you imagine if he takes the trials?
If he takes the trials, and he's going to jump very high in the rankings. That's going to give him confidence to go all the comp for sure.
All right, so Pierre, thanks for kicking back. And Terry McKenna and Ben Player are going to step in, and there are your results for semifinal number 1. You guys hang tight. Semifinal number 2 is in the water.
Alrighty, Beeps, how are you, mate?
Good, mate. Good.
How was
a
that
pretty
first
good
semi-final? That was hectic, wasn't it?
Yeah.
No, really nice to watch. And
I had a bet on that with Mark. I betted for both those guys.
Oh, okay. So you won your bet?
Yep.
Good on you. You know your stuff. Well, a bit of bad luck for Pierre Bartelier because he's been, real talent leading into this one. But, he'll probably be first or second alternate. And, maybe the place like Gringo and the Rocks and stuff. You want to have reserves at a joint like this, don't you? Because we've seen
big time.
2 guys hospitalised so far. Joe Nevea pulled his shoulder out, mate. And,
yeah. Is that what happened? I saw him struggling when he came in. He was holding his shoulder and he was in all sorts, eh?
Yeah, well, he ended up with a dislocated shoulder, so, he'll join Diogo Cabrera down there at the hospital. But welcome along, folks.
Hey, guys.
Terry McKenna, Ben Player, taking you through this next semi-final. That first one was just insane, wasn't it, Ben?
Oh, it was amazing, yeah. The level of surfing is so high when you get to these later rounds. Like, everyone's ripping and everyone's really willing to put it on the line to get the scores, Like you saw just then in that last heat, Specker with that last wave, was pretty much rolling on dry rocks, just trying to get a couple extra points or even like a 0.5. And in these conditions, that can make all the difference between you advancing or not.
That's right.
Pretty crazy, isn't it? But this next heat looks pretty far out. All these guys are really capable and all kind of rip, and they're all wanting to get away from that 4th spot because you have to get the top 3 spots in both these semi-finals. The top 6 guys of this qualifying event go through into the main round. So
yeah, that's right. So, it's been a lot of blue sky today. We always thought that the wind was going to come up, and it's just starting to kick in now.
Oh, yeah, it's a beautiful day out there.
Let's hope conditions stay pretty good for this one as we go to the back to the lineup, and we've got some little waves approaching now. Let's see what the boys are going to do with this one.
Hope so, anyway.
There we go. Whoa.
Look at that. That's just like a little wave coming through on the inside. It's just perfect, isn't it?
So unreal. If that was anywhere else in the world, you'd be so stoked.
Oh, yeah.
But that's the lineup that we got here at the moment, folks. It's Brahim Idoish from Morocco in the red. He's been rattling some cages lately, that kid, eh?
Yeah, he rips.
Yeah, he goes good. He was telling me before that they want to try and get a World Tour event in Morocco.
Really?
Yeah.
That'd be amazing.
And also, interesting enough, Benny, was the fact that the king of Morocco, his son's a bodyboarder.
You're kidding?
No, I'm not kidding. And
the Prince?
The king said, yeah.
Wow.
He said, let's bring him over here. I'll sort it out.
Hey, g'day there, Prince. How's it going?
Of course. I hope they're watching. Adam Morley from South Africa. Well, he's always so solid, isn't he, Adam?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, always a really solid performer. Always competes really well and a smart guy as well. And then Doug Smith in yellow.
Well, Dougie's been like it's always great to see the underdog come through and take on the warm favourite to come out on top.
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
He's always been a good surfer, Doug. And, interestingly enough, he came through with that same pile with Chase O'Leary, Sam Bennett, Jones Russell. Like, he was right on par with those guys. In fact, he was probably a little ahead of them when they were all younger.
Mm-hmm.
And then Dougie went up and got a job on the Gold Coast. And then he saw Sam and Chase make it onto the World Tour, and he just thought, screw this, and he threw in the apprenticeship and came back to Port Macquarie and got himself back into action.
Yeah. And so he moved down from Port Macquarie down to Shell Harbour now, lives in Shell Harbour, and surf's really great. I mean, you have to be a great surfer to make it this far. You have to surf really well. And then Aram Cabrera, really talented competitor, just taking off right here. Having a little look at this one, nice little barrel, and probably looking for a bit of a move out. Kind of gets caught up in it a little bit, but, for a starting wave, it's not too bad at all.
Well, out the back, we have a bomb set.
Oh, look at that barrel. God. It's just running so perfectly. Nice roll out. Well done.
Dougie Smith.
Ripping.
He is just ramping it up.
Yeah, good on him, mate. That's a good start to a heat to get that one.
Oh, my goodness. That was crazy.
Yeah. So there we go. First exchange, yellow with a nice barrel to roll out, and Aram with a little barrel on the inside with a spin in the barrel on the way out.
Well, the boys get off to a good start in semi-final number one. If you didn't hear, folks, in that previous heat, it was Alan Munoz first, Damien King second, Specker third. They're all going through to the main event.
Yep.
And Pierre Bathelier, well, he'll be one of our reserves, either first or second reserve for the main event.
Gotcha. Yeah, this is going to be a really exciting heat to watch. These guys are going to go pretty hard in this next heat, I reckon. If you were these other two guys out the back, and for Doug to get that wave first up, you probably get sevens for that first wave, and they're kind of behind the 8 ball straight up, so they know they're going to have to push it pretty hard. And so Brahim, it's not a really good wave to start with, but he's doing all right, so it should be pretty good.
Yeah.
But the heat's on. The heat's on for these guys. They have to perform pretty well and stay away from that fourth spot.
All right, well, while there's a little break in the action, let's throw on down to Alex Leon. He's down on the main stage. He's got Alan Munoz, winner of the previous heat, for a bit of an interview.
Thanks, fellas. I'm down here with semi-final number one winner again, Alan Munoz. Congratulations, mate. You must be pretty stoked.
Thank you very much.
Felicitaciones, debe estar muy emocionado.
Emocionado para conseguir los puntitos y tratar de sumar la mayor cantidad en la final del trial.
He's trying to get as many points as he can for the trial, for the ending of the trial.
We saw you take a nice left-hander, scored really well. You got a 7.5 for it, incredible barrel. Must have felt pretty good coming out of that one.
Se sintió bien salir del barrel ese que sacaste 7 puntos y tanto, y que ¿cómo te sientes con eso?
Muy feliz porque fue la primera ola y me dio la confianza porque no tenía olas y lo bueno es que ya estoy adentro del main event. Go main event.
He feels really confident because it was his first wave. He was feeling kind of insecure before that, but after that wave he felt really good.
Oh, that's good, and now you've qualified for the main event. You've got to be stoked with that. You're holding it down for Chile. You're a Chile boy, so you must be pretty proud, eh?
Estaba feliz, contento y orgulloso de ti mismo por ahora que entraste al evento principal y dar la cara por Chile.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Go for a main event.
Está orgulloso de ser chileno y que estar acá en la final. Po.
Muy orgulloso. Un saludo al Tavo y a toda la quinta región y todos los chilenos que están apoyando y motivados que todos vamos a ir, y también darle la fuerza a Danton Correa que él tiene el wildcard para el main event.
He wants to do a shout out to all the Chilean people that are supporting him and all the Chilean boys that are riding.
Cool, thank you. That was semi-final number one winner, Alan Munoz, and he's qualified for the main event now, but we'll see him in the final straight after this next semi that's in the water. Back to you boys upstairs.
Thank you very much. We got Alex Leon doing a great job down there on the main stage, and Alan Munoz, isn't he really developing into a world-class athlete?
Oh yeah, he's ripping, and I'm really excited to see him surfing so well as well. to see a guy from Chile like coming along and pushing it like he is, it's great. It's great for the sport, and the same as Brahim, who's in this next heat right now. Like, it's great to see the sport's diversity and like all these different regions, picking their game up and getting really high quality riders coming through. And here we got a replay. That's Adam Morley.
Yeah.
Adam Morley from South Africa turning up, and he does a nice big clean roll off that. Yeah. Judges tend to love like nice clean moves like that, where they can see you push through the move the whole way through it instead of kind of going through the lip and all that kind of stuff.
Well, that's what you missed during the interview, folks. That was a great little wave there for Adam Morley, who managed to pick up a 5.67. Dougie Smith in the lead with a 7 and a 1.57. It is pretty early days at the moment, and you can see red and blue sitting out the back there for Brahim Idoich and Aaron Cabrera. Well, Aaron Cabrera, he's so strong, so solid, isn't he?
Yeah, he's a solid competitor. He's the kind of guy you never want to underestimate in the heat. Like, he's always pretty capable of getting pretty high scores, and a dangerous guy to have. And he's from the Canary Islands. Those guys surf heavy waves all the time, gnarly heavy waves like this. So
Yep.
He's accustomed to this kind of surfing. And here we go. The guys having a bit of a paddle battle for this next wave coming through. And we're dealing with priority too. From these rounds, the last round and this round, we've got priority in the heat. So the guys actually have priority, and it's a complicated game that you play. Like, sometimes if you're in first or second priority, you try and like tease the other guys to go or whatever, or like it's a full-on game. It's a tactical game they play. And so looking at that pack right there, I can't actually see who's got priority, but I have to say Blue would have it.
Yep.
Because he's sitting furthest out, he's just waiting for the best ones. And
I think it's blue and red. Blue first, red second. And it looks like he's going to use it up here now. Benny, take us through this one.
Yeah, so he's probably looking for a nice little ramp on the end here. Gets a little barrel and looking for something out. Unfortunately, it doesn't offer him too much, and he's in the white sauce. Judges don't like the white sauce. You want to get the hell out of there.
The white sauce.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's funny, like that's that kind of like I was talking a couple of days ago about the X factor of a wave. Sometimes it can go your wave, sometimes it can't. You can take off on the most perfect wave, that one wave that just looks amazing, and it go into the white sauce like that, and you kind of get judged down for it. So it can work against you sometimes. Just like these unexpected things that happen to waves, or sometimes it can work with you. Like, you could be taking off on a wave and something, unexpected happens, like the barrel goes longer than what you anticipate, or a wash down comes down.
Yep.
And the judges love it, and everyone's like cheering and hooting, and so it's that kind of unexpected element of wave riding that definitely comes into play in heats.
Yeah, it's the unpredictability of the surf that gives it a magic, isn't it? Well, there it is at the moment. Dougie Smith off to a great start. The crew from PNBA, they're awake in the morning. It's probably about 3:30, 4 o'clock in the morning in Australia. You guys would be cheering for Doug, because at the moment he's looking like making the main event. Adam Morley started very strong as well, but when you've got someone as competition savvy as Aaron Cabrera and Brahim Idoich, both holding priority and looking for kind of mid-range scores, this thing's still wide open.
Oh, definitely wide open, yeah. And it's still early on in the heat. We've still got so much time left. We've, only gone through 18 and 24 seconds. No, that's what we've got left, I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen, which is a long time to go. Like, a way that I kind of look at, my time versus waves is like, usually you can get a really good wave every 10 minutes. So, even Ibrahim right now, like if he's looking at it like that, he can definitely still win this win this heat. And here we got the guys having a bit of a paddle around for this set wave. Looks to me like it's going to be a bit of a split and a bit of a pinchy one, but here we got Dougie taking off anyway, having a bit of a charge through it, and just kind of pinched down on him.
Well,
he actually ended up coming out there, Tess.
He did. You couldn't see it on the webcast, folks, but Doug Smith did push out of the suds at the end there. But what happens is, your scoring goes down at the end there. The judges like to see a clean exit from the barrel.
Totally. Yep. That you want something like where someone's coming out with a lot of speed and good like kind of direction going into the next section. They love that kind of stuff. I think the judges have been doing a really good job this event. Like, every score that I've seen has been pretty justified. We saw in that last heat with Alan, he got a cracker of a wave and got a really nice barrel, but I think everyone was kind of anticipating to flip or roll out or something like that. So he didn't get the score that he could have got. Oh, here we got Brahim taking off. Oh, unfortunately, gets a little bit too deep on that second section and decides to doggy door it, but it's a small wave. Probably won't score that high. Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
it was Brahim.
Yeah, you can tell the Moroccan.
Sorry, brothers and sisters out there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, they don't speak French. Have you ever been to Morocco?
No, I've always wanted to go. I always talk to guys on Facebook, who are from Morocco, and they love bodyboarding over there. It's a massive thing, and you know, it just really would love to go to a Islamic country like that with all that kind of Persian kind of culture. You know,
Yeah, sure.
it'd be really, really exciting to go to, but I never have.
My sister used to live in Morocco for a couple of years, and all the pictures that she used to take of herself at the beach and stuff, I didn't look at her. I just looked beyond her to the points and reefs in the background.
Yeah.
There was always the most perfect setups.
Yep, there is.
And I used to just write back to her and go, "Oh my God, is anyone surfing over there?" And she goes, "Nah."
Yeah.
This is like 10 years ago.
Oh, here we got Morley having a bit of a paddle, decides to pull off.
Well, is he going to lose priority in that situation?
For sure. And we got Brahim there looking at his hand. He looks like he might have hit the reef a little bit. It's always a problem out here. And here we got Aram having a bit of a sniff at this one. Decides to go and dropping into the barrel. That's a nice tube. Come on, mate. Come on, push through that. Yes, well done. Not a clean... Oh, unlucky,
he
brother.
made it. He's such a strong fella too, Aram Cabrera, isn't he?
Yeah, you wouldn't want to fight the bloke, that's for sure. And then we got Yellow Dougie taking off. Having a bit of a push through. Oh, geez, mate. That was what you call grovelling, ladies and gentlemen. Grovelling is a term that we use as Australians for doing that little bit of extra to try and get a score. But, yeah, it's like kind of grovelling to your master, you know what I mean? Sometimes it can definitely work against you as a brand. But, yeah, the guy's having a bit of a paddle out the back. You can see them moving quite fast to try and get into a better priority system. So Dougie's trying to beat Aram back at the back to get priority ahead of him. And it looks to me like there's a bit of a set kind of coming through at the back. So seems kind of exciting. I love seeing these waves. What you can't see, the spectators at home can't see, but we've got a window to our left right here, and we can just see out and see when the sets are coming. And, we've got a TV screen in front of us, and we can kind of see what's happening there too. And so you get to see the sets coming. It's really exciting. And Morley saw this set right here, and he's having a bit of a turnaround, going to scoop up into it. And he's got a nice little foamy barrel, the white sauce, and goes for a forward air, which was very nice. That was a nice move, pretty technical riding right there. Shows diversity and how talented he is at a rider. That's a extremely hard move to do, and he did that really well.
The only problem, I guess, Benny, in that situation was he needed to do something like that, probably on that outside section, hey, because it was pretty close on the inside. I guess it's not going to be a super score, but nonetheless, it's another wave for Morley. Let's go through the replay. Yeah, so he's pushing down it, goes for a nice, solid bottom turn. Judges love those kind of bottom turns, but the whitewasher was kind of working against him right there. But he did really well to get a nice line up to it and pushed through the section and did a little air forward. Even though it was only small, technically that was a pretty hard piece of bodyboarding. I don't think he will get big scores awarded to him for that, just because, it was on the inside and a pretty small wave. But, he gets my kind of vote for it, so good on him, I reckon. Yeah, he's a super talent, Adam Morley. Always has been. Good bloke. He's been, I remember when he first turned up in Sopalana about 3 years ago with his long fringe and his cap on and that, and all the girls are going crazy over him. Yeah. He said to me that he rocked up to a bar in Sopalana, and he said, "I'm just looking for the accommodation." And ended up going back with the waitress.
Oh, so he found the accommodation down the girls' undies.
And
here we got Red taking off. He's at Brahim, yes.
Yep.
And looking for a nice section. Brahim!
Oh, my God.
That was amazing. And he's on dry rocks, and he doesn't care because he wants the points.
Yeah, he wants it.
Oh, well done, buddy. That was really
Out
nice
the back,
flip.
blue.
Here we got Aram Cabrera taking off, looking for a nice air section. What's he got? Big El Rolo. That was nice and clean. Judges could see him the whole way through the rotation. They were both high scoring waves, and I dare say they would change the results in this heat to date.
Wow, that was best exchange to date in this second semi-final, folks. You are watching the semis live from El Gringo in Arica, of course, the final day of the Arica Chilean Challenge, all thanks to the guys at Stealth, our major sponsor, and proudly presented by BSC and Tamachi Surf Shop. There's 3 of those things around town.
Yes.
Let's go through the replay, Benny.
So here we got Brahim got priority. He's going to be pushing down. Look at this thing just bowling in so nicely. He's pushing up to it, hits it perfectly. That's
my God.
Big flip. That is
what?
a big...
How
Whoa.
was the projection on that?
That was
crazy.
amazing.
Yeah, he got some height on that thing.
Yeah. That would have hurt
and he just rode it all the way, like you said, onto the rock.
Yeah.
Said, nah, I'm not going to leave any question about whether this is completed or not.
Yeah, that was really amazing. I bet the Moroccan guys back there are just hooting for that thing because that would be a big score. I'm looking forward to seeing that score for that one. That was amazing, wasn't it? Yeah, anyway, that's the kind of level of commitment you got to have for you. Like in this event, you got to push through. You got to try and get that score. You got to go hard because if you don't, you're not going to get the score, and the judges aren't going to be too stoked on it, and you're going to get knocked out. That's kind of where you need to look at it, though. You need to look at it. What am I going to be more pissed off about? Am I going to be more pissed off about getting cut up, or am I going to be more pissed off about getting knocked out? And any one of these athletes out here, including Damien King and Andrew Lester and Ryan Hardy and Chase O'Leary that we see right there,
yeah,
they got the will to be able to push through and go onto those dry rocks in order to make the heat. That's how much
right.
they want it.
That's
you know.
right.
Yeah.
Okay.
But Damien King was in that last heat, managed to make it through, and we got a couple of sets kind of coming through. This should be pretty exciting. I want to see this exchange. Things are starting to light up here, ladies and gentlemen. And here we got Morley pushing down the section. He's going high. That's really well rid. See how he tried to push through that section? Unfortunately, foamy little monster. You hate those foamy monsters. They have a tendency to want to gobble up your rails and lose all your speed. Foamy monster. Rawr.
All right, well, Dougie Smith, well, he's got a 7 and a 4.33. Morley in second. Let's try and refresh these scores and get the latest from the judges. And, well, I'll tell you what, it's all happening. Doug Smith, well, looks to be still in the lead. We do have a wave coming through from Morley. Brahim Idoish, 6.67. Could that be for the flip?
No, it wouldn't be because Aram hasn't caught a second wave yet and his score hasn't come through
there
yet.
You
So we're still waiting for scores, ladies and gentlemen. But when they drop, I dare say it's going to change how things look. Yeah, no, we still haven't got results. But, yeah, there was amazing surfing that we just saw in that last exchange. And the guys are pushing it pretty hard out there. Oh, I love it. I'm so excited that I'm commentating the semi-finals and finals today with Teza McKenna.
Thanks, Peeps.
Legend, eh? Legend of the IBA. Right here.
Thanks, mate.
That's all right, mate.
Well, we've got the final coming up. So far, we've got Alan Munoz. Speaking of legends, there's a Chilean legend in the making. He's already secured a spot with Damien King. We saw Kingy on camera just a moment ago with his little red drink, and he probably needs a little bit of sugar right about now.
Yeah, I dare say he needs to give it 110% this next one if he wants to take it out. And here we go. Brahim, he's looking for another second score, and he's looking for a section. Unfortunately, it bends away from him at the last second. Pretty well, smart play to go that, though. That's tactically pretty smart because he knows right now that when that score drops for that big flip that he did, it's going to be a high score. And if he gets a second wave, he could well and truly be in the lead. And so we're hearing this over on the other speaker right now that there's been a situation change. Scores are starting to drop, so we're pretty excited to see what they're going to give us. Hang on. I'm just trying to overhear. Have the scores dropped yet, Tez?
Well, Brahim Idoish, maybe that was a 6.87, but we, in the replay, saw a different angle on that. And it kind of looked a bit more radical. But,
maybe the judges didn't count it as a make because maybe he didn't pop out through the foam from front on perspective, or we only saw the side on perspective.
Yeah, and quite often, you know what, I really believe with the webcasts now that sometimes the viewers and us here in the commentary booth almost have a better view looking at the monitor than what the judges do watching it live.
That's completely correct, yeah. Well, I'm stoked for Dougie. He's an Aussie, and you can't help but go for your countrymen, so I'm stoked that Dougie's in the lead with a 7 and a 4.33. So his total wave combination is 11.33 right there, so he's in the lead. Adam Morley's in second with a 5.67 and a 5, which gives him a combined score of 10.67. Aram needs a 10.6 combination score to move up, and Brahim needs a 9.84 to move up. And it looks to me like the onshore is starting to come in a little bit, which is a bit of a shame. But the guys have had a pretty good run this morning, and there's been some amazing waves ridden. Make sure that you guys out there watch the highlights clip from today because it's going to be unbelievable with the level of surfing that's been going on.
No, the IBA media team does a fantastic job. In fact, they were the total scores, Benny, not the score required. So Aram Cabrera only needs 4.57, and Brahim Idoish needs a 4.
Well, that's pretty minor.
Yeah,
that's
now
nothing
that
for the
brings
boys.
it back into reality for both. Here's Idoish out wide in red. Let's see what he's going to do on this one. Here he goes.
Good decision, mate. But he's a smart guy. Look, he knows he only needs a 4. He could get that quite easily. If he just punted through that and did a big roll or something like that, he could definitely get that score right there.
He hasn't come all the way from Morocco to miss out by one spot, that's for sure.
And he's mates with the Prince, and he's doing it for the country, which is great.
It is awesome.
Yeah. I'd love to be able to compete for my country like that, where you're the only guy, And here we got yellow taking off. Dougie Smith, this is a nice wave. Good tube, nice and heavy. Roll out. That was smart surfing.
Well, Doug Smith, that was very Kingy-ish, wasn't it?
Yeah, Kingy-esque.
Kingy-esque.
Yeah.
King-esque.
King-esque. Yeah, that was good surfing, really smart. Well played with the roll out as well. That should be a pretty good score as well. He's consolidating on his 7. He had a 7 7th score flat for his first wave, so he's consolidating on that, and he'll probably get something around a 6 for that second wave. So definitely building on it, and that's what competitions are all about, Tez, is you want to... Oh, hang on. We got Brahim taking off here. He's looking for his 4-point ride. Does a nice clean flip. Well done.
Wow.
Is it a 4? I don't know, Tez.
That's going to be super close, man. I reckon he might have got that.
You reckon?
I reckon he might have. It was only a smaller inside wave. Going to be super close, maybe 3.8. Maybe he just fell a bit short.
It's tight. This is a position that stresses the hell out of me when I'm in a heat. You know, you just need... If he just gets a 4.2 or something, he's through, you know. And he might not get it or he might get it. It could go either way.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not favouring anyone, but, you know, I would... he's been such a good surfer leading into this round, as have all these guys. I mean, I hate to see Adam Morley miss out. He's been incredible too. Aaron Cabrera. But this is going to be super close.
Yeah, it's going to be super close. Yeah, so going back to strategies of heats, like you want to look at a heat like you're building a little house. You want to make sure your foundations are nice and tight. You know, you got big bricks down there, and it gets smaller and smaller towards the top. So you want to make sure that you've got your foundation set up. You got one big score, and then you build on that. You get a second big score, and get into a good position. Then you keep building and building and building, making it stronger and stronger and stronger. You know, you can afford to go a little bit more crazy towards the end of the heat if you set yourself up like that.
Well, hey, look at that, 5.83. Brahim
There we
Idosh
go.
has gone up, and he's in second. Adam Morley in third. Now we've got Cabrera on the back foot, the bloke in blue. Well, he's in danger of missing out, and he now needs a 6 point. Is that a 6.41? It is.
It is a 6.41.
That's kind of a hefty score.
That is a hefty score. That's quite a hard score to get, but he's definitely capable of getting that out there. We've seen his talented riding at places like Fronton, Pipe, you know, all over the world. So he's definitely capable of getting that. He's a well-experienced competitor.
I'll tell you what he is really
couple
good
of
at.
land chicks for the boys.
Woo! Chicas,
Guapas,
femenino.
chicas. Creepy dudes, aren't we? Hey, we're Australian after all. You can't blame us for that. It's part of our heritage, ladies and gentlemen.
Of course.
Yeah. Yeah, so the guys are just waiting around for a couple more waves to come through. I'm putting strain on my vocal cords and Tez's because you have to fill this dead time with plenty of stories.
Yeah.
So let's talk more about the girls in the area. There is some amazingly pretty girls that come down here to the competition at Arica Chile. You know, they all come down here and check it out. It's quite a big event down here. Like, it's bodyboarding's pretty big over here in Chile, and you know, people come down here to participate and spectate and be a part of it. I remember there was a couple of years back, and everyone was wagging school. Wagging means, like, you know, not going to school and taking it off against your parents' will. And a couple of years back, all these kids kept coming down. And the cops, the police were waiting down the street, and anyone with a school uniform on, they were turning them back and they said, no, you're not allowed to come.
That's funny.
It is funny.
Yeah, that's gold. They love it here, that's for sure. They're absolutely mad on bodyboarding, and, you know, the main event starts tomorrow, and I can only imagine that, you know, we're going to have a massive crowd down here. I do believe today is some kind of a special public holiday in Chile, some kind of independence kind of day.
Correct.
Some kind of, celebration.
Yep. Arrivederci.
And it's got a rich history, of course, the hill. Okay, we do have a 10-minute break between this and the final. We'll just start talking to Alex Leon, who's been helping with the technical direction and running around.
Oh, here we go. White taking off, which is Adam Morley. He's looking for a nice bowl to kind of come back in on him here. Oh, this is all right. I don't know. Like, I don't actually know what he needs. What does he need? He needed a... I can't even see. It needs a 6.83 to move up.
Well, I don't know if he's going to get it on that one.
Yeah, I don't know if he's going to get it on that one.
But you do love your air forwards, don't you, Benny?
I do. It's one of those moves.
It's a technical move, eh? I reckon it's... A lot of people don't realise, like you said, the difficulty in that manoeuvre, and sometimes it can kind of semi-look easy, but it's so hard to do.
Yeah, well, you speak to you know, a lot of top guys on the world tour, and they can't do air forwards. You know, like a lot of guys can't do them. They're such a complicated move because you have to drive really fast into the section with plenty of speed, and you have to hit it absolutely perfect. If you're off by 1 millisecond, you're going to go into the flats or you're going to go off the back. And then we got Alan Munoz thinking about doing some air forwards in this next heat. I bet some grandiose ideas going through his head right now.
That's a classic shot of Munoz, isn't it? With the blue sky in the background, and there he is, waving to his friends in Chile. Viva Chile!
Viva Chile!
Hey, amigo.
Viva Chileano!
No problemo?
Yeah. Having a little sip up. Hey, look at him getting ready, getting primed.
Zumo de naranja.
Oh, zumo de naranja. Por favor.
Dos.
I wouldn't mind one right now.
Yeah,
after all
same.
this talking, mate, it makes
I
you a bit
know.
parched, doesn't it?
And it's such a dusty environment. Here we go, Benny.
Oh, a rum Cabrera driving into the section. He's probably looking for a bit of a flip. Come on, mate. No, unfortunately, the wave does not cooperate with him. But he's tactically a little bit silly going that wave, I have to say, because he needed a 6.41. And that's a pretty hard score to get. You probably need like a kind of medium-sized wave, not a small-sized wave.
That was a
really
meltdown from Cabrera because it's a minute and a half to go. Now he's gone on to fourth priority.
Fourth priority, yeah. And that's not a position that you want to be. You don't want to have to get a score and in fourth priority with the time getting away from you. It's a dangerous position to be in. So, wait and see, though. Wait and see. He's known for his big flips. He does some big buggles flips and does some big buggles rolls as well. So, he's looking for it, but I think the time's going to get away from him, Tez. I really do. We got guys hooting. There's plenty of guys hooting for the guys.
Cabrera on the inside, looking for the score, Benny.
So he goes for this flip, turns it around, but he didn't make it, Tez. And here we got red, which is Brahim. He's going to be going for it. No, unfortunately, pulling out as well. It's a flurry of wave riding going on right here.
Well, Doug
People trying to
Smith
consolidate.
has won that heat, and that is a good win for an underdog like Doug Smith.
Yeah. Woo, woo, woo. Underdog, yeah, just like that. Hopefully no one thinks I'm kind of crazy out there. I'm not actually crazy. I'm just having plenty of fun commentating here at Arica.
All right, well, in the end, it was Dougie Smith first, Brahim Idoish in second, and Adam Morley in third. Morley is going through, and Cabrera is going to be on the sidelines.
Unlucky,
along
buddy.
with, of course, our other fourth place getter, who from the previous heat was, of course, Pierre Barthelier.
Unlucky, boys. Unlucky. All right,
I'm going to step out and let Manny V in and have a chat with you, mate. You guys just take us through. We'll try and keep this break as short as possible.
Oh, are you kidding me? I've got to speak for 10 minutes?
Not 10.
What am I going to talk about?
You guys can just have a bit of a joke around. You know what to say.
Yeah. Well, how about I talk about Yo-Yo right there. Yo-Yo looks after the local little surf camp. He's a brilliant dude. Helps out with the competition and stuff like that. And so what I'll talk about, how am I going to waste 10 minutes? I'm going to tell you all about El Gringo and the wave itself. It's a gnarly wave. It's a shallow little piece of reef, but the thing that makes it really dangerous is that it's an uneven piece of reef. It's unlike any other reef that you probably surf in the world where, it's probably goes from being a couple of meters deep in some parts to being 10 centimeters deep in other parts. And what that creates is the wave does not lose power when it pushes over these sections. It hits these little pinnacles with full-on speed. So if you're stuck in this whitewash, in this wave, and you haven't made the wave, and you hit one of these pinnacles, you're going to get seriously hurt, which we've seen with Diego Cabrera, who is a seasoned bodyboarder, seasoned competitor, really good bodyboarder. And he was having a free surf out here the other day, hit a section, did a big air reverse, and landed in the wash and got flipped off, hit his head, and actually had to get rushed into hospital, into the operation theatre. They thought they might have to go straight into surgery on him because he had swelling of the brain. And he's still in hospital now, but he's going to be okay, which we're really stoked about because he's a great guy, and it would be a shame if we lost him. And, like most guys who are in this competition who are free surfing right now have hit the reef really bad here, and it's always on your mind, It's always kind of nagging away. You kind of stress out and you think, am I going to really hurt myself on this wave or whatnot, It's a scary, scary spot. So what I was talking about with Manny, who just joined me just now, what we were talking about the other day was you got to go into these heats with the kind of tactic of, hey, here he is, Manny V. Hello, mate.
I got too many wires connected here, so let me get a little bit more situated. But the rider in red in that last heat,
Brahim,
he actually hit his head on the reef.
Did he really?
They almost had to pull him out.
What, after that flip?
I don't know which wave it was, but he was touching his head and looking at it.
Oh, I saw him. Yeah.
But,
okay.
I didn't get the full report, but he's okay, obviously.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's like I said, that's what we're dealing with here,
This place is pretty heavy, and I've said it before. This is no joke. Guys are doing moves on the inside section when there's almost 1 feet, 1 feet of water, and it's not a flat reef, as Terry McKenna was saying.
Yeah,
it's like if you hit something full on, you're going to get hurt.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, I remember a couple of years back, I tried to right out of a crappy little invert on the inside just to get a couple of points. And I ended up going straight into a rock, one of these pinnacles, and I corked both my legs. I couldn't walk for 3 days.
Yeah.
It was absolutely agonising, and that's kind of what you're up against. Like, you're trying to push out of the foam, trying to get the score, and it's dangerous. It's really dangerous to do. And then,
but I mean, and it's the guys. It's not the beginner guys that are going out there and getting worked. It's the top level guys who are physically fit, who know what they're doing out there. Those are the guys that are getting hurt.
Yeah. It's a gnarly spot. You know, like I'd put this event up there with the fear factor of somewhere like Shark Island or even Backdoor or something like that in Hawaii, where you know there is that level of commitment you got to have in order to ride it. Like, you can't ride it half-assed. You got to go for it, and you got to go for it with 110%. If you got any kind of level of fear or any kind of feeling that you want to pull back, that's when you get really hurt, and you got to go into it with 110%. But the byproduct of that is these injuries that everyone's getting. You know, I remember a couple of years back in the CT event, the World Surfing event, the ASP one, stand-up surfers, and they had an event here, and they were all talking about how heavy it was and stuff like that. And what probably the spectators don't see at home is how close the wave actually breaks to the dry rocks. It's like a couple of meters from dry rocks, pretty much, isn't it?
Well, you know what we have on the dry rocks right now is an interview with Alex Leon and the winner of the last heat. Where you at, Leo?
He's just won that second semi-final, so now he's into the final, the trials. He's qualified for the main event. Doug must be pretty stoked, mate.
Oh, like, words can't explain. I'm just on the biggest high right now. Stoked. I just want to keep surfing and surfing. So happy. Yeah.
Yeah, well, you're the second Port Macquarie boys qualified, you and Kingy, and we've had all the Port Macquarie people writing in and stuff on the Facebook and on the Twitter and everything, and they're just following you guys, and you must be pretty stoked. You got a good backing at the moment.
Yeah, I'm just stoked with so much support that's going on. Like, just must be something in the water around there, eh?
I've seen you splash in the water once you've seen those last results, just got read out, so you've qualified for the main event. You come over here, you start in round 5 of the trials. You know, you're overwhelmed, aren't you?
Oh, as I said before, I'm just words of speech. I'm speechless, I'm just stoked.
Well, we're going to see you in the final now. Go and have a quick water or rehydrate, mate. You got the final coming up now, but you've already qualified for the main event, so congratulations, and we'll see you in the final. Try and take this one out, eh?
Yeah, I'll try. Thanks heaps. Thanks to all my sponsors and everyone. Woo!
That's Doug Smith qualifying for the main event. Back to you boys up in the booth.
I wouldn't have the faintest clue. It's got one of those faces that you can't really tell.
Exactly. I think he just turned 15, and here he is halfway across the world, making it into the trials finals. He's going to be in there along with the Chilean Ripper, who's definitely making his name for himself on the world circuit.
Yeah.
That is Alan Munoz. He's going to be out there in the red jersey. Damien King pushing through. He's feeling really good.
Yeah.
No, he's walking around like there's no pressure. He's out here having a good
Doesn't
time.
he? I noticed that too.
I saw it the other day, and I'm like, whoa, what's going on?
Yeah.
And obviously, it's working for him.
Yeah.
I mean, here he is in the final. He'll be out there in the white jersey. And then we got Doug Smith. You just saw him. And then Brahim from Morocco.
Yeah, it's going to be really exciting to watch.
Yeah, I mean, as I've been saying throughout the entire day, I never thought I'd be saying, and in the final from Morocco.
Yeah.
So there's a huge following, actually a huge crew of bodyboarders in Morocco. So Brahim.
Massive, yeah. You went there a couple of years back, didn't you, Manny?
I haven't been there yet.
Haven't you? Oh, okay.
No.
Yeah.
My good friend Fred Compagnon put out a video of him going to all these spots in Morocco,
really?
and I definitely want to go, so it's just a matter of time.
Yeah, it looks like a great place. But what a diverse field. I mean, we've got a guy here, Alan, he's from Chile, right? I mean, like a guy who's ripping, like a local talent that's ripping. It's an amazing thing. We've Christian Fernandez has been on the tour in the past, competing in a couple of IBA World Tour events. And, the level of riding's getting really high here, and it's great to see that here. Got a guy like Alan in the final. And then we've got Brahim too, who's from Morocco. There hasn't been any Moroccans on the IBA World Tour previous to Brahim, has there?
No, there hasn't.
Yeah.
But check this out. Alan Munoz is on the cusp of probably even being seeded.
Yeah.
I mean, he won. He got second in Antofagasta.
Yeah.
And he's on the brink of possibly getting. I mean, he's getting more points on this event here.
Yeah.
So it's just a matter of his consistency.
Building. Yeah.
It'll be pretty cool to see a Chilean.
But then we got Damien King. Speaking of points on the qualifying tour, Damien King is currently winning.
That's
the
right.
qualifying tour. So you're talking about pressure and stuff like that before. I mean, that's probably his headspace right now. He's going into this thinking, I've got no pressure. I'm pretty much going to qualify for next year, and I can just cruise and have a bit of fun and prove to everyone that I'm absolutely tearing the bag, which he's doing. You know? I don't know if you saw, but Kingy does these series of these Joker podcasts that are really funny.
Oh, yeah. He just put one out last night,
Yeah.
and if you haven't seen it, go ahead and... How would they search that?
Just put in the Joker, Damien King,
Bingo.
into any kind of search engine, and I'm sure it will come up because he's such a famous guy. Yeah, like he's such a practical Joker. You got to check it out. I don't know.
Did you see the highlight from yesterday?
No, I didn't see it.
He walked in front of the camera twice.
Me?
No.
Damien
Kingy,
did,
yeah.
just being
We were doing the shoot, and he happened to be there, and I'm like, do you want to do this? Because Kingy's here, something's going to happen.
Yeah,
And
for
enough,
sure, always.
He did. So
imagine being Leota. He's his wife back home. He's probably watching right now. Hey, Leota. Imagine living with Damien. Like, you'd just be bag of laughs all the time, just doing crazy stuff at all times. So.
Yeah, he's well. Obviously, it's working for him. No pressure, and he's making it here into the trials final.
Yeah.
It's going to be interesting to see how he's going to face off back into the cream of the crop in the main event. So that's going to be cool to watch.
But looking at how well he's been riding, I'm sure he's going to do well.
So the swell forecast. What have you heard?
To be honest, like during an event, I don't really like to check swell forecasts, especially at a place like this, which is good pretty much every day. Like, what's the point in knowing what it's going to be? Like, you may as well just turn up. Otherwise, you anticipate things and overanalyze it and think too much about it.
Yeah.
So I'm just kind of thinking I'm just going to turn up tomorrow. But I have heard people talking about how good it's going to be and how big it's going to be and all this stuff and that. They're kind of talking like 6 to 10 foot range tomorrow, which for this spot is ideal. Like, it's pretty much a perfect size for it. Big barrels and all that kind of stuff. I'm a little bit scared though myself, Manny, because the day before I came away, I stupidly corked my thigh. So it really hurts. It means like that it's a contusion.
Is that
or
some
something
kind
like
of Australian language? That
yeah, it means I hit my thigh really hard on the tail of my board, and it's really painful. Like, as a result, the whole thing is tightened up, and it's killing. Oh, here we go, Dougie getting ready for his little heat. Hey, look at him, 15 years old. No, he's not really 15, but he looks like he could be 15. We've got the onlookers taking a couple of photos of him and stuff like that, showing a bit of support, which they do. They love it here. You have to, when you walk out of the event area here, at the end of the day, you get held up for an hour or two just taking photos.
It's amazing. The vibe here is, we've been saying it throughout every day, but the vibe here, a bodyboarding vibe here, is alive and well.
Oh, yeah.
And my first experience of how in tune the fans are here is going on these school tours that you guys are. I mean, they get mobbed like if they're Backstreet Boys. Or something.
Man, I went crowd surfing the other year.
Did you?
No word of a lie. These kids were everyone like, yeah, I'm going to go. And just jumped on them, and they're like, woo, just like crowd surfing.
So we're going to probably see that again.
Oh, yeah, I hope so. It was really good fun. It's not everywhere, not every day that you're able to do that, so it's pretty cool.
So if you're a bodyboarder, you want to see what it's really like here, book your ticket for next year because this place is going to be insane. You got to see the first-hand look on how dangerous, how peligroso this wave is. I mean, it's breaking no more than 100 yards out on shallow, just barnacle-covered, urchin-filled reef, and it's heavy. The wave is heavy.
Yeah, it's heavy.
And when it gets big, it's even heavier. I mean, it's just a crazy wave. Put that together with an awesome, like a little grandstand, the seawall, and you're watching bodyboarding at its finest 100 yards out, and it feels like you can go out and touch them.
Yeah, that's right, especially from our perspective up here. Like, we're looking slightly down on the break, and you can see everything that's happening. You can see facial expressions and everything, so it's really cool, hey? Like you were talking about Brahim previously, how he hit his head in that last heat. Like, I could see him, how he's reacting. I could see him looking at his blood on his hand and everything like that. You pretty much, it's like a gladiator sport kind of, isn't it?
Well, right now we are standing by for the next heat, the final heat. The final heat of the trials is getting prepared to head on out to the water.
Yeah.
I'm looking over the fence here, and you can see the riders. Yep, there they are. These are the finalists of the trials preparing to go battle in 3 to 4 foot, occasional 5 foot wave coming in here at El Gringo, as the locals like to call it, Flopos. Here on the Scorpion Island, just outside of Arica.
Is that what it's called, Scorpion Island?
Yes.
Wow.
And here it is. We have in red, you're going to see Alan Munoz from Chile. He is, once he gets on a wave, the whole crowd on the beach is going to start yelling and cheering. This is the local favorite for sure. In red, Alan Munoz. And in blue, you're going to see, okay, in yellow, you have Damien King from Australia. Look at him. He's smiling. He's happy. He's no pressure at all. He's already into the main event. Now it's all about getting those extra points on the qualifying series. Here is Doug Smith, the young gun, in the white jersey, and the keyhole.
Yep, the keyhole. It's probably about, I'd say about a metre across, and it just rips you the whole way out. It's an amazing little area that you can get ripped the whole way out to the back of the lineup through. It's pretty scary, though. Like, sometimes you can get, like, 6-foot waves that kind of push on down into that little well there.
I want to know how these people are being able to sneak into the VIP area.
Yeah, it's dangerous.
It's just a cute smile and you're in.
Yep. Yeah, that's what happens when you're hot.
So if you're...
Access all areas, Manny.
But isn't that like the private competitors area?
Yeah. That's what, when you're hot, everything, life just opens itself to you. That's what happens.
All right, so there you go. Ladies, if you do turn up, you are allowed into the VIP exclusive area. Just smile and you're golden.
Yeah, like,
obviously, the security guard is a male.
Yeah. You probably need to make her a female and not a lesbian female. That'll probably be best.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are just minutes away from starting the finals of the trials here at the Stealth Arica Chilean Challenge presented by BSC and our friends at YouTube, Tomate Surf Shop, Panamericana Movie Star, and LAN Airlines.
Speaking of hot chicks, there's a couple of LAN Airlines girls getting around. They're pretty hot. And then we got Ryan Hardy and Jeffrey Dean Hubbard. Some of the best guys on tour right there.
Well, the reason why these guys are still here, including yourself, is because now it's all about where are these top 6 riders going to be placed.
That's completely right, yeah. And they want to see who's going to be going into their heat, it sucks because these guys, some of these qualifiers, as you've seen in this event, can be like better than the guys in the main event. So, yeah, it's pretty scary when you get these guys that come into your heat. Like, I don't want Alan. I don't want Alan in my next heat,
Yep.
He's riding so well and so confident.
And he has the support of the entire beach.
Yeah, he definitely would get an extra couple of points every move he does,
Well, check it out. In 2006, it was Jeff Hubbard versus Guilherme Temega, and it was Jeff Hubbard who came out on top here in the Arica Chilean Challenge. 2007, Ben Player.
Whoa. That was this guy, hey?
Facing off with?
Manuel Centeno, yeah. That was a good final. That's actually, I had to go into that final with 2 corked legs. Couldn't even do any moves, so I just had to get barrels.
Oh, how big was it during that final?
It was only about 4 or 5 foot, so it was pretty good.
But you came out on top. So you're only a part of a select few that can hold that Arica Chilean Championship trophy up high. Yeah. There's only one guy, Guilherme Temega, that has won it more than once.
Wow. Yeah.
2008 and 2011 last year. We all know he was a possessed man last year.
Oh, wasn't he? Yeah. But that's what these people are here to see. They're here to see that crazy kind of stuff like what Guilherme offers. Crazy death rolls onto dry rock.
Is it me or do I see 2-to-1 girls to guy ratio down on the beach and everywhere you go in Arica?
Ladies and gentlemen, it sucks to be here if you're a guy, I'll tell you. Sucks. You try focusing on an event when you got that.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. The horn has sounded. The start of the trials final is underway.
Here we got King having a bit of a paddle, going to push down. It's a nice, clean wave. He's probably looking for a bit of a flip. A little forward off the top. That was pretty bad. I can laugh because King is my mate. But, yeah, he kind of stuffed that up. He's probably just going to shake it off. Look, he's having a bit of a laugh about it already. That's great. That's a good way to start. Sometimes you've got a bit of nerves. Best to go into it. You stack something and you're like, I've got nothing to lose. I'm just going to go hard.
Yeah.
It's a really good way. But these guys are really lucky. About 15 minutes ago, it looked like the wind was going to come up. It started to kind of push in. And when the wind comes up on this spot, it makes it quite dangerous because you get a lot of ruffled lip lines. It's harder for airs. It's harder for tubes. But it looks like the gods are smiling on us and the wind's kind of backed off and it's nice and clean right now. So fingers crossed that we're going to get something really good happening in this final. A couple of good tubes, a couple of big airs and stuff like that. It's really cool, isn't it?
28 minutes, 50 seconds remaining in this 30-minute final. Alan Munoz in red, Doug Smith in white, Damien King in yellow, Brahim Adosh in blue.
And looks like we've got a bit of a set kind of sneaking in, so hopefully the boys get something good for us. Yeah, so it would be pretty cool for Kingy. Kingy's really good friends with Doug. They've been friends for a long, long time, so they're both out there just probably writing each other off, and he's probably telling him right now, hey, I just blew that last wave, but who cares? Because look at this thing coming in. Look at this thing. And then, so it looks to me like the boys having a bit of a paddle battle. Ball decide not to go it. Probably a good decision because it pushed a little bit wide. And when that happens, it has a tendency to do that and pinch a little bit, which the judges don't really like seeing. And then we've got a couple of photographers in the channel who's going to cover all the action from today. And it's all going to go up on the IBA website for you guys to check out tonight. So make sure you get on www.ibaworldtour.com. And here we got the guys.
Look at Kingy.
Having another little paddle around. Kingy on the right.
He has last priority, but he was able to sneak around to the right. What's he going to do on this one? Full speed ahead.
Getting a bit of speed, decides to opts to pull out. Sometimes those rights are really hard to predict what they're going to do further on down the line because you're actually catching a wedge into a whole nother wave. And as all wedges, it gets it on their head. Nice duck dive, bud. That's really dangerous right there. It's so shallow in there. Scary. And here we got Brahim having a bit of a paddle. Brahim in blue, going to push down. He's probably looking for a nice big flip. He might get the section.
Oh, my!
That's a good way to start your heat, bud. Good on ya. Brahim, ripping. Nice all ARS. ARS means air roll spin, and judges like to see those, so that was quite nice. He's consistent at those, isn't he, eh?
That's what he's been doing throughout the entire, his campaign here in the trials. He's just been pulling off every move, and every wave he catches, he's going to do something.
That's right. That's completely right. Now, he's surfing to his strengths. That's what he's doing, and that's one thing that a lot of competitors, they get lost. They always try and surf like other people. And, it happens to the best of us where you kind of think, that guy's ripping, I want to surf more like that guy. And you kind of start to change the way you surf, but you're not surfing to your personal strengths.
Yeah, you know what? That's what you do, right? You ride like Mike Stewart.
Yeah, exactly. No, you're right. Mike Stewart rides like me, man. And, so here we got Brahim. It's a replay of this ARS. He's driving down the section. He's got it eyed off from a mile away. Goes up to it full speed and goes through the rotation, goes through the motions, lands, boom, lands on his balls and rides out of it. Yeah, sometimes, that's right, it does actually hurt where you land. And gets a nice little score for that one. Gets a 6.33 score to just drop for that. So, yeah, like I said, that's a pretty good way to start his little campaign, because it means that now he can build on that score. And here we got the boys. That's pretty much all the Aussies, except for Mark McCarthy, bottom left right there.
And Sasha
Specker, the second from right there. So that's all the boys. There's a lot of Aussies here this year. There's probably about 20 guys who are over here to compete in this competition. And there's a lot of Brazilian guys. There's probably about 20 of those. There's 140 competitors all up that are in this event, all vying for this, for domination. Here we got Doug Smith also looking for that victory, These guys are keen. They want to really win. And unfortunately, there's been a bit of a slow start to this final with Brahim probably with a high score right now with that 6.33. He's doing quite well. Damien King's in second place with a 1.66 and a 1. So they're both really low scores. They won't stand at the end of the heat. And then Doug Smith is in third with a 0.67, which would have been his last wave. And then Alan Munoz with 0.000 right now because he hasn't actually caught a wave. But see, Alan Smart doing this. Oh, hang on. Here we got Doug having a bit of a paddle. Decides to pull out again.
Well, that's what happened to Alan Munoz last heat. He didn't catch a wave until 10 minutes in.
Exactly. He knows his place and he knows what's a good wave and what isn't. And he knows if he waits for a good wave, he's going to get an 8 on it. So that's going to wipe out everyone else's scores. So he's playing it tactically really smart. And, it's good to see. He's going in. Not only does he have talent, but he's also a smart tactical rider. And we've got a couple of sets coming in outside. I'm not sure if you guys can see it, but we can see it. So it's quite exciting. And so it looks to me like Alan has first priority, and then Kingy in second priority, Brahim in third priority, and Doug in fourth priority. So pretty much means that Alan's going to be able to get any wave he just so decides, and Kingy second, and so on down the line. Priority is such a wonderful thing. I'm so glad we brought that rule in last year. It works so well, and it makes it so much easier to be able to surf well, Manny.
Well, why don't you explain it to the crowd who don't know what the priority system is when it comes to 4-man and 2-man when we're going to see the 2-man priority?
Okay, well, what priority is basically the first person to catch a wave in the heat, he'll automatically go to fourth priority, and then so on and so forth. So the next person to catch a wave will then replace him, and so on and so forth until until there's only one more person out there. Once there's one more person out there, he becomes first priority, and then and then so on. So the person with second priority, third priority, fourth priority. So first priority gets the choice of any wave he wants from that point onwards. You only lose it once you paddle for a wave. So you have to be pretty selective and only paddle for the waves you want to get and know you're going to get. And then, the other guys can't get it. They can't drop in. And here we've got Kingy having a bit of a paddle, going down it, going through the motions, getting a nice clean barrel with a roll out. That's a nice wave right there, ladies and gentlemen. Nice deep little pit. Sucky little barrel, clean barrel. Judges love to see that, Manny.
Well, I don't know if you can hear it on our microphones, but the crowd is clapping away. Paulo Barcelo's out there. I believe he's either videoing or shooting photos, but he's out there with his yellow water housing.
Yeah.
And Kingy waiting for his scores to drop in. I don't know if we can get a shot of the commentators area really quick. Just want to give a shout out to my friend Hernan from Venezuela, hooking me up with a couple goodies. HC2. He started a brand in Venezuela, bodyboarding brand, and Venezuela has a solid crew of bodyboarders, and Hernan being a part of that.
Yeah, it's great. I mean,
Gracias.
bodyboarding's booming world over. Like all these little areas, all these little regions are just booming. So it's great to see. I'm really excited by it. Like, it would suck if there was one country and it had kind of domination to the degree where everyone else feared kind of going up against them, but it's definitely not the case. Like, everyone's moving from all around the world, and you have to fear anyone that, from any country, because you're not sure what they're all capable of. Like, there's so many talented guys out there now. And so, we've got Damien King now sitting in first. He gets an 8 for this wave, driving through this barrel, nice and deep. Look at this. Look how thick and heavy that is. Turns up, does a nice little roll, a little bit sloppy on the roll, but manages to push back down it nice and quick. Like I said, the judges love that. They awarded that an 8, which pushed him straight into the lead. So he's got an 8 and a 1.67 counting, pushing him into the lead. And so Brahim Ilic is in second place with a 6.33, which is for that flip that, if you can remember that earlier, he did a nice little flip. And then Doug Smith sitting on a combination score of 1.44, which is really nothing. He really hasn't caught any waves yet. And Alan, who hasn't even caught a wave at all. But like I said, Alan's now got first priority, so next kind of perfect wave that comes through, he'll get that and he'll rip it to bits, I bet. Because he does, he rips. I remember saying it to him last year. He went in the event last year here at Arica Pro. Oh, my goodness. No, I mean, look at the dog. That's what I'm talking about, the dog on the right there, Manny. No?
I'm sure you are.
Look at it. Look, oh, my goodness, look how cute that dog is. Having a little scratch.
Oh, poor little.
Yeah. No, there's heaps of these cute little dogs around. Jake Stone's got a bit of a thing for him. It's quite funny. He always just runs up to every dog and pats them. So he loves it here. He's just patting every dog.
20 minutes remaining in the final. Here we are with Damien King's solid 8-point ride and his 1.67. He has to build on that, no problem. And I think the judges are doing their duty. They're adjusting their scoring with the conditions. I mean, Kingy's wave are far and few between, and up and riding. Kingy once again.
Damien King, pushing down the section, looking for a little flip bowl, but the onshore looks like it's starting to affect those lip lines a little bit, making it a little bit unpredictable and hard to surf, which you just saw then with Damien's one. I mean, he's like such an experienced competitor. He knows which waves are good and bad, but we still get tricked by onshore winds and stuff like that. Those little variables that you can't predict. You can't predict what's going to be happening 20 metres down the line at all, ever. But it looks to me, ladies and gentlemen, like there's a nice little set coming through. And
you can actually see it on your screen. The riders have to go over this wave to see it. And as soon as they do, you're going to see them start paddling to try to get into the right spot, position.
That's right, Manny.
And here we go. It looks like blue,
Alan's got first priority, but it looks like it's going to swing a bit too wide for everyone. So I think everyone's going to probably opt to let this one go back to the ocean. And back to the little wave gods closed out. But hopefully we get to see something coming up. Sometimes what happens here is like the wedge that gets produced by El Boy, which is far out to the left. It sits on the other side of the bay from here. Sometimes the wedge won't meet up with one of these waves, and so you don't get that kind of clear, defined peak. It comes in a bit too straight. So when this wave is on, you see this defined wedge kind of pushing the whole way across from El Boy, which is a big wave spot.
All right, check this out. We got a little bit of time before the next set, so we'll be back right after this. Once again, welcome everybody. This is the 2012 IBA World Tour, stop number 3 of 8 here in Chile for the Stealth Arica Chilean Challenge presented by BSC. Manny V and Ben Player winding down today's competition here in the commentating area. Out in the water, currently leading the charge, Damien King in the yellow jersey, and right on his tail, Brahim Idosh from Morocco. In the white jersey, Doug Smith, and in 4th place, yet to catch a wave, is the Chilean superstar Alan Munoz.
Yes, it's quite exciting. The level of competition's been really high today. I've been down here watching it all day and just like watching so many nail-biting heats. Guys just ripping and nipping the last couple of seconds of heats and ripping.
All right, looks like we could see Alan Munoz taking a look at this one. His first wave.
Dropping into this nice little barrel. Look at this. Oh, come on out, buddy. Yes!
There he is.
He knows how to ride a wave. Hear the crowd hooting and joyous.
Oh,
see how dry that was at the end, man, Manny.
He's right on the rock, man.
Yeah, the crowd was losing it for that. That was a deep hit. Did you see the shockwave coming up? You couldn't actually see him for a couple of seconds there. Good to see. He's a talented rider, Alan. He's capable of going really far in this competition. Really far. He's showing his full repertoire right here. Tube riding, right behind the shockwave. Like, that's a tough barrel to make. He's done great coming out of that. Look at that. Just pushes back down it, comes out, and you get to see it going dry in a second. Look at that. Look how shallow that is. Ooh. Yeah, that's scary. Like, if he had to come off then, that's a facial injury.
Well, you know what? He's actually riding out there with a hurt foot right now. His left foot, I think he tweaked it on one of his earlier heats, so it's all taped up. And, he's just one of many that have got injured out here in the water at El Gringo.
That's right, yeah. Everyone's kind of been getting injured. He actually got a 6.5 for that first wave of his, which is a pretty good way to start. It's not bad. Right now, if he gets a second result, it's going to easily push him up into second place, which is a nice result to get. I'm not sure if you guys are aware, but yeah, here we go. Alan having a little look at that, but unfortunately it's a pretty crap little wave. So Brahim Idic, who is in second place at the moment, has got a 6.33 and a 1.5. And then we got Damien King, who is in first place with an 8 and a 1.67. So Alan basically is waiting for scores to drop from that last little wave because it might be more. He only needs it's nothing, 1.33 he needs to become second. And then right there in the distance, we got the Moro.
That's right behind us on the headland.
Yeah.
That is called El Moro. And have you been up there yet?
I have. It's a freaky little place, isn't it?
It's very spiritual up there.
It is. I don't know whether it's because of the statue or whether thousands and thousands of people have died up there, but it's quite spiritual. And then we got Brahim taking off, going for a bit of a drive through the section. Nice little barrel, but a little bit pinchy. But yeah, he's looking to replace 1.5, which he definitely would have got with that. Smart surfing, Brahim. Well done. That's really smart. Because I dare say Alan would have got more than a 1.33 for that non-wave that he actually called before. It was like non-existent, but he went straight and he would have got a 1.33 on that. But yeah, going back to the Moro up there, that was the centre of a massive battle years and years ago. I'm not sure if people are interested in history, but I'll tell you anyway. There was a war between Peru and Chile, and it was like pretty much over that one little spot because the borders used to be right here between Chile and Peru, and it was massive, and guys just like died left, right, and centre, and so it's a strange little vibe that you get up there, Manny, for sure.
And that's right behind us. That's like a walking distance from where we're at right now. This whole area is just absolutely beautiful. You got these underwater aquifers running down the valleys, and only in that area it's nice and green. And then you look to either side, and it's just deserts, mountains of deserts. And here we go. We got results coming down the pipeline. And you don't see it on your screen just yet, but Brahim's last wave did come down, and we'll get that to you as soon as possible. Look at this.
Oh, here
Doug
we
Smith.
got Dougie going for a nice pit. Nice.
Yes.
Nice air roll out. That was nice, buddy. If you can do another one, that's even better. Oh, he's on the dry rocks.
Watch out, Dougie.
That was good. That was a nice scoring wave, though. He needed a 8.9, which he's not going to get in order to get into second place. But still, he's building the foundations. Here we got it in slow-mo for the boys. So I'll talk in slow-mo. He gets a nice barrel, pushes through the barrel, and does a nice El Rolo out. No, that was a good scoring wave. He surfed that to its full potential. Unfortunately, it wasn't a really, really good wave. and the score that he probably needed to boost up. But it might push him up into third spot. And
well, he's sitting on 2 low scores, so whatever he got on that wave is going to be, his highest scoring wave.
Yeah.
And that right there, it came down the pipe as a 6.77.
Nice.
So the judges are looking for those barrel rides and ending with a big maneuver.
Yeah.
And that's where you're going to get those 6 and 7s. And we saw Kingy earlier on a decent-sized wave getting an 8-point ride. So, I mean, we're just starting here. This is 13 minutes remaining in the trials final here at the Stealth Arica Chilean Challenge presented by BSC.
Yeah, and Stealth Swim Fins, which are my sponsor for fins and my choice of fins. So I'm pretty stoked that they're backing this event. And, great fin. I got a little signature fin with them. They're grey and orange. Check them out.
Do you have one here?
I don't. I should have brought one, shouldn't I? Should be wearing it on my head like a little hat.
Now you know for next time.
Yeah.
All right, so there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. That's where we are currently in the situation out in the water. We have 12 minutes, 20 seconds remaining. Alan Munoz in the fourth position, but only needing a 3.83. As you can see, that 1-point score is not really helping him. Up and riding in white, Doug Smith.
Dougie Smith, he's going to be looking for a nice little air section on this. Does a nice little spin. Unfortunately, wave doesn't offer him much more. Decides to pull off. Smart decision. He was probably in 4th priority anyway, so there's nothing lost by him going that wave. You may as well go get anything that kind of comes through at this stage for him, because he's looking for a second scoring wave to replace a 0.77, which he definitely would have replaced with that spin. So yeah, it's pretty smart of him to do that, really. And sometimes you want to keep kind of busy in a heat. You don't want to just sit there and wait for these waves and stuff like that. I'm more like that, where I just like to kind of keep busy. And that did it for him. It moved him up into 2nd place. He ended up getting a 3 for a 360, which is kind of a high score for a 360 when you think about it. But, he's smart because it's pushing him up into 2nd place. And now he's actually beating Damien King. His good mate Damien King from Port Macquarie has been bumped back into 3rd spot. And now Damien needs he needs nothing. He needs a 1.77 to replace his 1.67 score. So, yeah, it's nothing. He can definitely move up pretty easily. And he can move into 1st place with just a 2.33, which is nothing at all. And then we've got Alan Munoz in 4th place with a 6.5 and a 1. So at this stage, most of the competitors out there need to replace their second scoring wave. No one's got a really strong second scoring wave. But that's a display, that's a showing of how inconsistent it is right now. It seems to have dropped off a little bit with the incoming wind, which sucks for the guys out there because they've probably got pretty high expectations after the last 2 semi-finals. They were ripping.
Well, you know what, though? We're going to see these guys, all of these guys, again, in the main event. The top 6 trialists in the trials rounds are advancing on to the main event. These 4 guys, for sure, you're going to see again. Up and riding.
Here we got Brahim taking off. He's got a nice little speed line into it, and he goes for a
big
flip. Oh, that was big.
That was clean.
Wow, he's ripping, isn't he?
Brahim, he does. He's stoked. He was like a little fake claim right there.
And here we got Alan driving through this barrel. He's quite deep.
There's no way he's coming out of that one.
Come on, buddy. No, unlucky. Jeez, how was Brahim's flip? That was great.
I didn't expect that there. That was a big flip right there from Brahim Edosh.
He's got those things wired. Huh?
And where he landed, if he would have just dug his rail and went straight to the bottom, he probably would have got another facial.
Yeah, exactly, which we saw with Dave Hubbard last year. He's stacked in that exact same position, got a facial, got a black eye, busted cheek. I think he might have even fractured his cheek or something on it.
Yeah, it was a very scary sight to see when Dave Hubbard came out of the water.
Yeah, it was. Hey. But, sometimes you think, oh, damn that reef, like it's so hard, but you got to think you're pushing against the whole of the earth when you hit the reef. It's the planet that you're hitting. It's not just some little rock. It's the whole planet.
Yeah,
of course it's going to hurt, And this in powerful waves like this one, where it's pushing you really fast underwater. If you hit the reef with all that power and speed, it's going to hurt you.
And especially on these waves, when it's a little smaller than what we've been seeing, you don't want to let your guard down because that's when you really get hurt.
Oh. My God, look at this. Brahim got a 7.33 for that last flip. Big score.
Oh, man, well deserved.
Nice.
That thing was huge.
Yeah, that was huge. So he's in a pretty safe lead right there with a combined score of 13.66. As we see Damien King having a bit of a paddle outside, getting into good position. This thing looks like it's going to be wrapping in with a good air bowl. Come on, King, what do you got? Show the boys what you got.
Nice clean reverse into a nice little cover-up right there, but he did what he could.
He did what he could. He did everything that he could. I was really hoping that the wave was going to come in a little bit more and do one of his insano reverse airs that he does. I've seen him before in many, many places, and he rips that guy. And here we got, can you guys hear that? The crowd's hooting for the guys out there. Hooting for this wave. Damien King taken off. We got a bit of a glitch in the matrix happening right now. See if we can get over this glitch. So here we got him taking off. He's eyeing up the section. That's exactly what he's thinking. He's thinking reverse air. But unfortunately, it doesn't come in enough. So he opts to go for a nice, clean cutter reverse off the top. Drops out of it nicely, straight into the barrel. It's a nice wave. Like, I'd be stoked getting that wave free surfing at any time. But it's not what he wanted. You wanted to do a nice big reverse air or something like that.
Well, what you were listening to. Look at this.
Here we go. Kingy straight into it. Nice little barrel. See that? That was just poetry in motion.
Can he hold on? Yes.
Hey, how good was that riding right there?
He was on his way back out to the lineup and opted to turn around on this little inside wave, and look at that.
Oh, man, he is such a good surfer. Like, that was really technical riding right there. Drags his legs, pulls into the barrel. Nice little barrel. Small but really nice. See how he's pushing down there, gives himself some space for this forward. His forward's back into the barrel. That was perfectly timed. Wave's going dry, decides to pull out. That was amazing. Like, that's technical riding at its very best right there.
I mean, you would not expect that from anybody. Paddling back out to the lineup, trying to get back into the crowd of other competitors, but he was able to pull that off. And the crowd, the crowd cheering that you heard, it's actually the group of like 20 or 30 bodyboarders in the channel waiting for this final to end so they can get out there rooting on Alan Munoz.
Oh, rooting on Alan Munoz. Yeah, sorry, that's the Australian sense of humour coming out. But yeah, going back to Kingy's last ride, I'm really, really happy and excited to see Kingy surfing to his full potential again. Not scared, just going for fun. And here we got Dougie taking off. But this is a pretty nice little wave. Nice shape on this section. Going for a nice big air roll. Jeez, he landed hard. He's back in the barrel. Is he going to come out? No. Unfortunately got busted. Yeah, that was heavy. That was a heavy landing. I think that would have really hurt. It looked like the board might have hit up into his face, actually. Ouch. Yeah, so going back to Kingy, he's like, Damien King for me is one of the most technical and best riders in the world. So it just seems like he's lost all that weight off his shoulders and he's just surfing to how he wants to surf, which is great to see. And here we got Brahim ripping from Morocco. Going up. Oh my goodness.
Another one.
Jeez, he's got those so wide.
Oh,
that is so dangerous.
That is not where you want to be, but luckily it put him into the keyhole, so there was some water between him and the reef.
Jeez, how was that last exchange? So
luck is on his side right now.
This is amazing. See what's happening right here? The guys are pushing it. They're going hard. They're putting everything on the line because they all want to win this.
So they're going for points now. That's what it's all coming down to now because they're already situated in the main event. The top 6 trialists are in the main event.
That's
but
right.
It's moves like this that are saying, hey, I want to win this thing.
Exactly.
I want to win the trials.
Yep, going into moves with full speed like that, full control, going as big as what you can go, landing in the flats. See how hard he landed? Wow. But look at this. Look at this. Look at that.
That right there looked like he was going over the falls right onto the dry reef, but luckily for him, he was already in that deep part near the keyhole, that deep part of water.
Fine line between pleasure and pain out there, ladies and gentlemen. Fine line, real fine. Here we've got a bit of a wave coming through. We'll hope to see with any takers. Looks like Doug's having a bit of a paddle at this one. Dropping into it. Nice bottom turn. Unfortunately gets muffled on by the whitewash.
Still going for
a roll.
Oh, no.
They're going for it, Manny.
I know. I can't believe that they're doing what they're doing, where they're doing it.
I know. You got to give it to them, hey. You really do.
I think we might have to send you out there for a little bit of water patrol because it looks like the free surf crowd is starting to get a little bit too close to the competitors out in the lineup.
Yeah, it quite often happens. Everywhere you go around the world, when a competition ends, the crowd's so buzzed and so excited about seeing the level of riding that they're seeing.
They want to go out there.
Yeah, they can't wait to get out there, and they're just jostling for position right from the get-go. And here we got the latest standings. Brahim in first place with a 7.33 and a 7.4, and Damien King in second with an 8 and a 6.66. Doug in third with a 6.77 and a 3, and Alan right now sitting with a 6.5 and a 1.77. Alan, unfortunately, doesn't really have a strong second scoring wave and needs a 8.1, which is a pretty high score. at this stage, but definitely not beyond him at all. And then we've got Doug Smith, who needs a 7.84, sorry, which, again, isn't beyond him. That's a pretty good score for him to get. Kingy needs a 6.73 in order to get to first place. But the level of riding these guys are doing is so high. They're ripping. It's good to see them surfing really good and on top of their game. You know, like, that's the thing about competition is you can get guys like maybe the best guy in the world. Might not be on that day. But when you see those guys on is when you see some life-changing kind of experiences like happen. Like last year with Guilherme Tamega.
Exactly.
In the semi-final up against Amaury Laverne. Like, that was one of those moments in bodyboarding's history that'll, be there forever. It's like written into the history books. You know, he went hard, like such a talented rider, and he was on that day. You got a barrel, did a roll off like a 6-foot section.
Not just a regular barrel. I mean, it was a sick,
Yeah.
deep barrel,
Yep.
and where most people would actually pull out and start heading back out to the lineup, he kept going and ended up at a spot where nobody usually ends up and
No.
went for a freaking roll.
Exactly, and it's great to see like those kind of defining moments in the sport's history. And we're watching it live, and you guys are watching it live as well. So make sure you don't kind of leave the screen, because this is like kind of where it all happens right here in places like this in Chile, in Arica, Chile, where the waves cooperate, the riders are there, everyone's kind of on fire and pushing the limits. Just like this, Alan having a bit of paddle for this one.
Well, Alan knows he needs that second wave
He
right
does
now.
need that second wave, and Kingy's having a bit of a paddle, decides to go it, taking off. He's probably looking for a nice flip ball or something, decides to throw the shakas for the boys anyway.
A little Shaka photo shot for Paulo Barcelos taking photos or video. I'm not
Good to
sure
see
what
he's
he's
got a
doing.
good sense of humour about it, hey? But like you said, Manny, like he's got no pressure. He's winning the qualifying tour thus far, in second place right now, and he's stoked, He's ripping, and we got Dallas Singer counting his money. Oh, money,
Is
money,
he making
y'all.
bets or something?
I don't know what he's doing. And then we got Nick Gornell on the left and Jake Stone on the right, which you can't really see. I think he's just trying to pretend like he's filthy loaded or something like that.
Oh, he's
having
losing.
It's a bet. I think this is a bet. And Dallas just lost. Oh, heavy. Isn't betting illegal?
Actually, they got a casino down the road.
Yeah.
So maybe not.
It's
All right.
really fun betting, eh? And here we got King having a bit of a paddle. Brahim decides to go it. Oh, he's going to go for it. Oh, unfortunately getting stuck up in the lip a little bit, forward off the lip.
Well,
It
really
was tactical, though. That was tactical.
Yeah, just really quick, tell people what just happened there. Even though Kingy was on the inside for the left,
Yep.
he
So
had to pull back.
He had to pull back, that's right, because Brahim had priority. He's sitting in first place, so Brahim's decided to go just to block Damien from getting that wave so he doesn't beat his score. Because Damien right now only needs a 6.73, which isn't a really, really high score in order to beat Brahim. So that was a tactical defensive manoeuvre in order to stop and block Kingy. But it looks to me like there's a few sets coming through. Damien King's having a bit of a paddle around. Time's kind of running down. It's in the last 30 seconds. Brahim's going to have a bit of a sniff on this one. Pelican's in the foreground. Not much offering to him besides the Pelicans on that one, so sorry
Look
about
at
that,
this.
mate.
Alan
And here we got
Munoz.
Alan taking
Could this
off.
be it?
Come on,
Could
mate.
this be it? Alan Munoz
He's in the
sneaks under
barrel.
the pocket.
Oh, it's
In
a
the
nice
barrel.
pit.
He's coming
you got
out.
to do something out, buddy. You got to do something out. Come on.
Oh, no.
It's still pretty good. That was nice. In 8.1, though, which I don't think the judge is going to give him for that, but that was great. Well done, Mud. I just think he should be really proud of himself because he hasn't had the financial backing from his sponsors. He's done this all probably off his own back. He's got sponsors, but probably not to the degree of the guys on the World Tour. So it's great to see someone like so passionate, so motivated, coming through. And they get paid back, They're getting paid back for all that sacrifice that they made, and they're going really well in the events. So hopefully it comes through for him. But unfortunately, the final has come to an end, and we're waiting for the last scores to drop from Alan Munoz. So hopefully he can get a nice little score on that one and bump up into hopefully the top kind of placings in there. But right now, it's looking like Brahim's in first, second to Damien King. Alan bumped up into third place with that last score with a 6.57. Well done, Alan. And Doug got relegated back to fourth spot. But they're all win-win. All these guys qualified for the main event, which is what they went in this qualifying event for.
The top 6 riders in the trials will advance on to the main event. These guys right here, Brahim, he is earning more points to make his charge on to the Grand Slam Series next year.
That's right.
And he's clocking in some points along with Damien King. That's why these two guys were fierce out there trying to get all these points in this final. But nonetheless, these four guys and Sasha Specker and Adam Morley, who both got third place in the semifinals, all six of them will advance on into the main event, the showdown format.
Yeah, and then we got Brahim right there, just elated as. He's stoked, man. Like, this is massive. Yeah, he's won the qualifying event in Chile. That's a big thing. Look at him. You can't help but, just love the underdog, eh? I love the underdog. I love it when a guy that you don't expect to win wins. It's just such an exciting thing. It sucks when it's against you. You can't help but hate it.
I know.
But it happens, and it's a really good thing to see. Damian King, you'd think he was the favourite in that final right there. Ended up getting second, but, Brahim ended up winning it. Just ripping with these big flips, which is really cool to see. Look at all the people down there, Manny.
Man, they had to get two security. I think there's 3 security guards down there making sure Yo-Yo right there has his board. They're making sure that they get him over to the main stage so we can get an interview with them, with Brahim, so we can sign off today. But we want to make sure we get Terry McKenna to talk to Brahim Edush. And if not, he would get mobbed by the fans down there. So we want to make sure he gets up into the scaffolding with Terry McKenna. And as soon as he gets up there, we're going to throw it down to Teza and Brahim. And then we're going to come back. Ben and I mean, you are going to sign this off. And
signing off.
And then we'll say see you tomorrow. But don't go anywhere. We still are waiting for Brahim Edush, the winner of today's trials here at the Stealth Arica Chilean Challenge, brought to you by BSC. Here's another look at Brahim's big flip.
Running through the replay right here, he just turns up to with full speed, full dedication, goes at 100%. Oh, big flip, hard landing to make. Manages to pull it around. I think that would have been his 7.33 on that one, or 7.4. Not quite sure, because he ripped 2 of those flips out in that final right there.
Yeah, he was on fire throughout the trials, and he is your winner of the trials event here at the Stealth Arica Chilean Challenge. And we're trying to get Terry McKenna to interview him down there right now. And I think we are golden. He is down at the stage. So, Teza, take it away.
Okay, thanks, guys. We are down here with the winner of the trials for the Arica Chilean Challenge, and congratulations, Brahim Edush. How does that feel?
I am so happy. I can't believe it that I won this trial. I can imagine. I am so happy. I can't say anything now.
You can't say anything. Mate, tell us about the wave out here at El Gringo. What do you think of this wave?
My first day I come here, it's my first time I come here to Chile, and my first day I come to Arica, I was, that is good waves, and after it's really hard, I think it's more dangerous than pipeline, because I was last year in Hawaii, and I think it was the hardest waves, but this one it's more dangerous. And now it's getting small, and I get some really good waves, and good barrels, and good maneuver. I'm so happy to get this first place.
Mate, congratulations. And you're going to be surfing against the best guys in the world in the main event. It starts tomorrow. What are you going to do for the rest of today?
Today I go to hotel, I relax, and I eat, and after take my shower, and waiting for tomorrow. Tomorrow is another job, so I must relax really good.
Mate, your surfing is world class. Really, it's amazing. And since Galda, when we saw you at the ISA World Games, you're just getting better every time. Are there many more bodyboarders in Morocco like you? What's the bodyboarding community like in Morocco?
Yeah, in Morocco there is a lot of bodyboarder and really good bodyboarder, but the sponsors, they don't have sponsors, and hard to get a visa to come here, and it's really hard to continue the tour of EBA, so it didn't have sponsors, so it's really hard.
Yeah, well, mate, you're riding one of Mez's boards here. I said, hold it up. He goes, I'm not sponsored. Mez, come on, man. Morocco's best. Let's get him on the team. Mate, do you want to say hello to anyone back home in Morocco?
Yeah, I can speak in Arabic.
Yes, of course.
تنحية المغاربة، شكرا بزاف. عرفت دابا كتفرجوا فيا في فيسبوك، في انترنت، في كل شيء. تنشكركم بزاف. رانا فرحان بزاف، وراه عرفت انتم فرحانين بزاف. شكرا بزاف.
Okay, congratulations once again. And Manny Vargas, boom, back to you, buddy. Ciao.
All right, so there you have it. Congratulations to Brahim. And again, congratulations to the top 6 trialists who advance on to the main event. Sasha Specker, Adam Morley, Alan Munoz, Damian King, Doug Smith, and Brahim Idouche will advance on to the main event. And that's where you're going to see guys like Ben Player, PLC, all the big guns will be out firing tomorrow, we hope, if the conditions call for that. So, Ben Player, I got time. I'm going to go play some You Riding 4, relax, and get ready for tomorrow. Any last words?
Mate. I'm going to go eat. Yeah, thanks for joining us, you guys. And like Manny said, congratulations to those guys because that was a tough qualifying event. And those guys were ripping, so it's really good. So, see you guys tomorrow.
That's it. Manny V, Ben Player. We are out of here from the Stealth Arica Chilean Challenge, brought to you by BSC Tomate, Surf Shop, Movie Star, YouTube, Pan America, La Fuerza del Sol, Lawn Airlines. We are out of here. Manny V, Ben Player. Peace.
Boom.
The contest in the Gringo and Arica is just one of the most amazing contests ever. It's got everything to offer. It's a big left, it's a big right. Cold waters, barrels, is ramps. The amount of energy and the crowd that just pushes you to go nuts. Just amazing vibe. It's going to be incredible. It's all about making that final dance, going big and coming out on top. I can't wait to get it.